What is up, everybody? Thursday night. Very excited. Lots of news, lots of games, lots to talk about. Very, very, very excited to have this outstanding panel. As you guys can see here, it's just an honor to have these guys with us tonight, especially with all the games that are released today, releasing tomorrow for some of you, depending on where you live. We'll get into that in a second. But I do want to say we did take last Thursday off because I figured, you know what? I said there's just so much to play and so little time. And I saw that after the Xbox event that they were going to not release anything on Project Helix and a couple other things. I said, you know what, guys, let's enjoy this week off. By the way, let all my audio engineers, please let me know how the sound is. So I said, you know what? I said, let's jam out and play some games this week. And in the panel really got a good chance to get a little relaxing gameplay time in with family, friends. It was a great break. I do want to say shout out to Blaze 4K and Lazy Vibes. We're going to be over there on twitch.tv. It's Mooch TV, same here, guys. M00CHTV over on Twitch. And we're going to be starting a series. I think we're going to be starting a Dark Souls 3 series over there for our longer gameplay on Saturdays. And then we're going to be doing Battlefield and a few other, Battlefield 6 as the new maps are being released. We've got a big update coming in a few weeks as well, bringing back some of the favored Battlefield 4, Battlefield 3 maps that they have got coming out, which it's been pretty exciting over there. Just a lot of games to play and enjoying every single minute of it. That being said, guys, take a second to please hit that like button, tweet it out, let everybody know that we are live here in New York. It's going to be a fantastic show. Lots to discuss. And right above that outstanding description is the join button. If you'll consider hitting that button and become part of the Mooch Maniac family members, I would appreciate it greatly. And I can't express enough how much hitting that like button really does help the channel. That being said, let's get to this fantastic panel I have for you guys tonight. I've got the one and only, he's going to absolutely be on fire. And by the end of tonight, you're going to love him or just love him a little less. That's how it may go. I'm not sure exactly. I'm going to let the audience tell me. But the great Death Singer is back with us again this week. Death Singer, I hope you enjoyed your week off, and I know you're ready to go, as I can already see a Forza badge next to your name. You're pulling a nib tonight and doing a little gaming while we podcast. Yes, please do. Yes.
I can neither confirm nor deny that I'm currently playing Forza Horizon 6.
Oh, I thought you were moving to Australia.
There's the guy who got the pirate copy, man, for sure.
No,
this guy got the pirate copy for sure.
Actually, the thing is,
I wondered why earlier he was like, "Hey, me arties." It's like...
The thing is, Nib fucked up because the proof was already out there, so he just fucked himself, which is unfortunate, Nib. Next time, do it before the evidence is posted.
God.
Yeah, however, I did go to Christmas Island, Kiribati. Nice place.
At this time of year, it's very pleasant there, is it not, Death Singer?
Yes. I mean, the population is like, 10 people, including me? I mean...
Oh, 10 people, including you. That's great. The great Death Singer. Guys, we are going to have a fun night tonight. I promise you guys that. Please hit that like button a lot and often. Speaking of that, the great Nib is with us. Nib, so many things going on in your life besides games. Great to have you here. I saw that outstanding little brunch that you shared with us. Nib, you are responsible for a lot of weight gain in the gaming community, but nonetheless, it is great to have you with us.
I haven't been tweeting much. I've just been painting the last 3 days. I hired a painter decorator.
Mm-hmm.
And he was okay, but he lacked the detail that I wanted. Maybe I sound a bit, but he got paint on the carpets, the corners and stuff weren't perfect. So in the end, I kind of just moved him along and then did it myself.
Well, I was just going to say, so you didn't let him go, you let him finish, and then you finished the details.
I touched it up, and then also the front door. I just fucking took off everything, the letterbox, the runners, the handle, and sanded it all down and did it properly, like a front. And these guys were just doing tape around everything and left, it just wasn't the right finish.
Nice.
But it is what it is.
Well, you are a perfectionist, Nib. We do know this. So,
yeah, exactly.
Okay, let's just anybody who Nib is hiring, please do understand what you're getting involved with, which is great, by the way, Nib. That's what I love about you. Nib, great to have you as well, buddy. I know that you've been busy, but I do appreciate you being here with us tonight. I've got the great Wolfgang back with us again. Wolf, listen, I appreciate a lot that you do in the gaming community. You have such a great Twitch channel. You have an outstanding presence on X, and listen, you do a very tasteful way of keeping everything very positive, but throwing your opinion in there, which is outstanding, Wolf. I always retweet it. I love what you're saying. You notice there's always going to be a Mooch like right next to a lot of the things you're tweeting out. But Wolf, great to have you back on a very opinionated Crossfire tonight. How you doing this evening?
I'm good. Thank you for all that. But yeah, I'm good. I'm just struggling to keep up with the massive release of games, and next week and the week after is just it's a whole lot. It's definitely a whole lot.
It's almost, listen, it's a good problem to have. We've been through eras, right, Wolf, where we've had droughts and things like that. But I got to tell you, I'd rather have this problem, but it is a bit overwhelming. And then, the great guys, by the way, the great BRAP is coaching again. BRAP one day will be back on the show. We miss BRAP, but BRAP used to get the case of FOMO, and he'd be like, Mooch, I am not playing that game. I am not going to buy that game. And then literally 2 days later, pops up on my friends list, he's playing that game.
Famous last words.
That's right. That is correct. So, Wolf, great to have you with us. The great Kofi. Kofi, we don't know what happened in the pre-show. We assume your microphone was next to your TV or monitor. We were hearing all kinds of commercials. We didn't know what was happening. Very professional, though, Kofi.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, I didn't know what was going on either. I was trying a new headset, and it just is not working out. I'm so sorry.
We were like, is this Discord running ads? What's going on?
Yeah, I was like, if that was live, I would have gotten in trouble.
You're right. I should have done some more prep before.
Kofi, you're fine.
In the room, I apologize.
You're totally fine, Kofi. Great to have you with us, buddy. How are you?
Good. No, things have been good. Gaming has been quite rewarding for me. To be honest, I've been sinking a lot of my time into Crimson Desert. As usual, I have a physical imported copy, so I didn't get to play it like as soon as everybody else. But I actually really enjoy the game. I know there are a lot of comparisons of what it does to other games, and I think those are valid comparisons. The execution's pretty good, though. Yes. I keep playing it, waiting to be disappointed. It hasn't happened.
Well, I'll tell you, Kofi, even though usually you'll say, Mooch, I have to wait for that copy because you want to have that special copy sent to you. In this case, people that have started playing Crimson Desert later have benefited from all the patches. So I think you're enjoying.
This is true.
Right? Yeah. You're enjoying more of the better of the game, which we're going to talk a little bit about Crimson Desert. Not a huge topic tonight, but it is something kind of interesting. We'll get into those numbers in a second. Kofi, great to have you with us. Guys, the great TCMF is here. I don't know if you guys know, but TCMF is a big deal, okay? He's got a fantastic YouTube channel. I talk to him a lot behind the scenes. He puts up with a lot of Mooch. He really does put up with a lot of me, and I have to say thank you on the air for that. TC, great to have you back tonight. I go, TC, any topics you have? He goes, yeah, Mooch, here's a good topic for you. But he goes, I know you guys like to banter back and forth and yell at each other. So it was fantastic. TC, that made my day, by the way. Okay? So great to have you back.
That's the conversations here. That's what I've come to notice. If it's not a topic where somebody can get grilled live, some people can start getting into arguments.
Yes.
It's not a topic.
It's not Crossfire, and it's not a topic. I mean, TC, that's why it's called Crossfire, not Kumbaya. TC, great to have you back with us, buddy. Outstanding to get your takes. I know that you have a little bit of information that you've done some outstanding videos, not only on the PS6 handheld that's, I'll say rumored at this point because nothing has really come out confirming anything from Sony, and then some of the hardware questions that have been leaked. I can't wait when we get to that topic to get your take on it because I know you've kind of dug in on that. So it's going to be a great night.
I saw the list. Yeah.
Great.
Sorry, I choked on a Dr. Pepper while I was looking at it.
That happens during podcasting, believe me. Great to have you here, TC. Of course, we've got Kofi's here. I was going to say we may have one surprise guest a little bit after 8. Hopefully, Red Hood is going to be able to join us. Red said he'd be here around the 8 o'clock hour. That being said, let's get into it. We've got an early build of Forza 6 that has been obtained prior to release. And people were kind of blaming this. Now, Detzinger, I'll go to you on this. An unencrypted Steam update to blame. I don't know if this is true, not true, what the situation is. I know Nib is saying maybe Ahoy Maty, saying a pirate may have come into play here. I'm not sure. What is the situation over there in PC land, Detzinger? Is this something that happened? Are you tracking any of this? Detzinger's muted, and he is probably on his 5th lap around one of the tracks.
Whoops, my bad.
Yeah.
Sorry, I forgot I was muted.
That's okay, buddy.
I was in the middle of a race.
I know you are, of course.
Okay, so the thing is, it's like the blame is either on Steam or Playground, and I think it is Playground because they have to upload the files, and whoever uploaded the files didn't encrypt them. The reason, but people can go and access those files. So once they were encrypted, the eagle-eyed person who was keeping an eye on the files, it's like, oh, when's it gonna release? When's it gonna? They would have spotted it, taken the files, and boom, there's your they just took the entire game, and then once they package it, they can then just spread it, and then other people spread it, and then people take those packages, and boom, it just spreads, and then everyone just gets a free copy of it if you want to do that kind of thing. Now, they did respond by doing that whole ban thing, which I found fucking hilarious, that they banned them for like 10,000 years or whatever.
Yes.
And I was like, that's hilarious. I don't know how many people actually got banned, though, so it's whatever. But the whole situation was crazy because how do you... someone is fired because you have to be fired because you just allowed... You uploaded your entire game without encryption, right? So someone's oversight. So someone's in trouble. I don't know who, whether it is Steam or Playground. My money's on Playground. Someone fucked up. It is what it is. Probably had a long day. Was like, right, time to upload. I'm fucked up. So there we go. Everyone gets a free copy if you want to sail the seas. Me personally, I purchased it because, games I'm interested in, I buy. And there we go. It's a fantastic game, and we'll go into Forza in a bit, I'm assuming. So
when does the early access start? With the deluxe version?
That's what I was just going to ask you.
It's already started.
Oh, it started. Oh, shit.
Well, now, wait a minute. Now, that's a discussion point, though. We were talking about this behind the scenes, and shame on me, I got done with work. I didn't get a chance to look at this up. I was actually shocked. Is if you own Game Pass Ultimate, are you eligible for the Premium Edition, and you get to play it starting? Nib, technically, it would be available for you right now. It went live, I believe, at midnight.
In the past, I've always had to do the upgrade. So I don't know if it's different this
I'm
time,
asking. I don't know. I'm not going to imply. If anyone can take a look at that while we're discussing it. But Nib, I know you're very excited about Forza, and I'm say
still playing Saros though.
So does that mean
mixtape?
So you won't switch over to play Forza while you're in the midst of Saros?
No, not until I get my true ending.
Okay. That's very respectful, by the way. But I mean, when it comes to a racing game, it's not like I think you could have intermittent breaks. And not really deter you. It wouldn't deter you, pardon me, from your Saros run.
No, but then someone else wants me on some podcast to discuss mixtapes, so I need to.
Oh, so you're doing your homework. I see, Nib. Oh, there it is, Nib. Nib loves that.
Nib loves it. Game Pass answer for you. Game Pass answer is you get the game on Game Pass.
Yes,
but then you could buy the Premium Edition upgrade. Which is like
that's
so. How much is the upgrade, that singer? If you don't mind, did you already say that? I apologize.
Well, I don't know what it is in USD. How much is the?
Well, even what it is in euros.
Again, I don't know how much it is this time round, but usually I've paid like £27 or something. I think.
Let me see.
I would be shocked if it was over $20.
It is because the thing is, it's not. You get like season passes with it.
Oh, okay. So it's not just early access. Got it.
Annoyingly, this is one thing that isn't really complained about, and I don't complain about it. I just do it. But more with each release, the kind of deluxe or whatever freebies get more and more sort of a boon for early payers because you get like car pass, you get immediate access to obviously early access, so you can start doing the. You can start selling stuff early, which really changes economies when you start having rare cars and stuff. You have other things that give you more spins and all this other stuff, right? So you get the world map, you get free... I don't know how it works in this new game, but you used to be able to kind of fast travel for free or whatever.
Yep.
Whereas in the game, you'd have to pay or something.
Yeah, I could fast travel for free. Normally, you have to buy a house. There's one of the houses which has
and it's expensive.
But in this one, the bundle is obviously apparently according to this, it's 60 USD for the premium upgrade bundle. But what you do, but the thing is,
that's the price of a game.
But the thing is, you get VIP, you get both expansions, expansion 1 and 2. You get DLC packs, so you get all the DLC packs.
Yeah, but you got that last time as well. It was like $30.
That's
so
what
they've
I thought,
actually doubled the price, pretty much.
Well, I don't know. This is what it's saying on here. I mean,
Out
someone
of curiosity, how much is it in the UK, Death Singer? Have a look. Because I'll know from the UK, because I know I paid £27 last time. So
that makes sense. Maybe it was $25 here in the States. I can't remember. But, Kofi, I want to ask you a question real quick because I do want to get Nib's opinion on Forza, even though he hasn't really played it yet. I know he's looking forward to it, and I want to hear what Death Singer, because Death Singer's actually playing it live right now.
No, but that's a really fun.
Go ahead, Nib. What'd you say?
As much as it's reviewed well, that to me is actually a fucking negative that should be brought up, because that's a bit of a controversy to me, because not only is it getting more and more sort of exploitative, right, every year, not every year, every release, with quality of life things that were always part of the game before, and now they're monetized, as DLC, right?
Yeah.
In addition to that, they keep putting the price of it up. Like $60 is outrageous, dude. And yeah, okay, you get 2 fucking expansions, but before they were like, that was part of the thing. Like they used to be like $12 to $15 or $20 or something, and because you bought them ahead of time, you got like a bundle discount, right? But now $60, like I don't know, man, it's taking the piss now.
It's 40 something, 45, I think.
Yeah. That's a lot. That's still a huge increase from 27.
That is a huge increase, but you are getting a lot more for what you're paying for. Like,
are you getting extra compared to the last one, though?
You get more things to do, and you're also getting a lot more features in the game.
Wait, like what? Like what? What do you get more?
I mean, every sequel should already be giving you more things to do.
No, but I don't understand. Everything he listed was stuff I got with the last one for £27.
Right.
I don't know. I can't.
Literally everything you listed was part of the last one. So I'm trying to understand, what did they give me extra? Charge me an extra £15-20.
That is a controversy, to be honest. No one's really brought that up. I haven't seen that in the news at all.
And the thing is, the reason it's a bit of a slimy one, right, is because journalists get the full version of the game, like as in the premium deluxe version or whatever, right? So it's always a weird one, because I think the version of the game you're reviewing is not actually the version of the game that most people will be playing, because you're able to fast travel straight away. You're able to get more spins and more luck and more cars and, more rewards. It's like double XP and double rewards and double money, right? But most people aren't going to be paying that economy and that design. So it's kind of a bit of a shady one, really. Like,
Nib, you gotta put up a YouTube video and just title it Forza 6. Is it really better than Forza 5? And just put this out in a half an hour long video.
To be fair,
TC,
like,
I don't know.
That's probably a tweet.
I don't know if TC actually feels that way, but that was when we had about two or 3 weeks ago on the show. I said that same thing. And I'm having flashbacks right now. I'll wait a little bit longer in this topic to discuss it. But the differences between 5 and 6, and they're like, wow, it's such a generational leap. And I'm like, okay, maybe I'm missing something. But
no, because the thing is, right, like Saros, okay, I'm playing that. I actually was annoyed the fact that it has early access, even though I did do it.
If you see the PC version with the lighting, it looks really good. Forza
no doubt. I think Forza looks good, period. But it
looks amazing, yeah. But what I mean is, like Saros, okay, it has early access, which is a bitch, but it's only $10 and you get a bunch of outfits, right? But those people who don't get this version of it, the deluxe version, digital deluxe, they're only missing out on outfits. Really, right? Yeah. But if you don't buy the fucking $60 Forza, your entire game experience is going to be quite different. You're going to have to double the spins, double the races for double the rewards, and to get more cars, you also you won't be one of the first to list stuff on the auction. So obviously, when you list stuff early, you get more bids for your cars, and when the masses have everything on the auction, then it becomes like less valuable, because obviously there's more people uploading stuff and everything.
I will be honest.
Also, the other benefit, if you do liveries, right? If you do liveries and you put that stuff before everyone else, again, once your liveries and your tunes and everything start getting favorited, you basically have a leg up on everyone else. Because you're first to the punch, and it's kind of a popularity thing. Like the ones that already exist kind of get voted to the top. So there's a lot. I don't know. Like it's a bit.
There is a ton of caveats I have to shut down with that, though. One, tune, it doesn't matter who's first; it's who's best. Ain't no one gonna give a shit if your tune is first. But if it's complete dog water, Yeah, tons of people will download it, but then when the
Yeah.
actual professional tuners get around to
But do you not think the actual professional tuners will be kind of the ones who buy the game early?
they would be the ones who buy the game early,
Yeah.
but their tunes will be the ones that are number one rated, and their tunes are rightly supposed to be number one rated because they are the best.
But that hasn't been the case with Forza ever. Like the number one rated
Forza
one,
Horizon 5, it's like the guy on Twitter, I can't remember his name, I follow him. He does
Don
all his
Way
own...
Jew, Don
Yeah.
Way, whatever. His tunes aren't the best though. He's just the most popular.
No, his tunes
I'm
are
telling
actually
you,
really good.
So one of the reasons I have hundreds of hours in Forza Horizon, because I play like rivals and competitively, I actually meticulously go through every tune and I do laps, like I time laps and sectors with different tunes and everything. And trust me, a lot of times the ones that are number 1, 2 rated or whatever, they're just the most popular. They're not actually the best at all. Oftentimes it's the most obscure fucking random Japanese person who's made some tune, which doesn't even have that many downloads or whatever, that oftentimes is the best.
His are the best tunes depending on what your driving style, because obviously a tune is tailored to the individual's driving style. Like a tune is very nuanced. If I made a tune, it would suit me. And if you don't vibe with how I race in
to a
the game,
degree that's true, but not really, because in racing games,
that's always the way it's been in
no, because in racing games, the only thing that matters, at least I'm not talking about drift, I'm talking about is the lap time, right? You can prefer a tune, but at the end of the day, if my lap time is 2-3 seconds quicker than yours, then
but in Horizon that doesn't matter because a competition is a sprint race with no laps, right? You just need to go from A to
of course
B.
it matters. In the multiplayer and in Rivals, it matters.
In Rivals, it matters, but if you're just doing general cross-country races, it doesn't matter because there is no laps. There's nothing.
Yeah, but people who are doing that aren't going to be that invested in tunes. You know what I mean? Like, I'm talking about competitive racing, like street circuits and other things like that. And actually, I disagree. Even the cross-country stuff, I actually think that the tunes sometimes make as much of a difference, if not more, than the street circuit, because how you're dampening and suspension and everything, how much imbalance you lose when you go change terrains and stuff, it can have a massive impact. Even another thing I noticed, like on long jumps, right? When you do a huge jump and you body the jump, the amount of stability you have on the landing is literally make or break sometimes. It's the difference between literally just be able to floor it straight away or hold your trigger on the gas or whatever, or your steering wheel, your foot on the pedal, or lose balance and squirrel all over the place. So I wouldn't say, it doesn't matter for
also tune is only like 5%. I could give someone who is completely dog shit the best tune in the game. I could have the completely worst tune in the game and I'd still body them just for the fact that I'm just better. So at
the end of the day, though, what you guys are saying here is how is it that the Premier edition changes things or the landscape for folks that don't buy it? That's, I think, why we started this.
It really doesn't, because in this game, the economy, they've improved the economy, because I've been doing absolutely nothing, selling nothing. I've just been doing a couple of races. I've only gotten...
You've got the special edition, dude.
Yeah, but in the campaign...
So how would you know?
I haven't used any wheel spins or anything. I haven't used any of my perks. I've just been going around exploring. I haven't even been doing races. I've just been exploring, knocking over billboards, destroying...
Well, if it's anything like the previous game, the deluxe version didn't just give you more wheel spins, it gave you more money. It gave you double the money.
It gives you 20% more credit earned, but either way,
okay.
I've still got like 3 million in credits, and I've done the equivalent of fuck all in the game, just driving around destroying signs.
Yeah. So how much is the fast travel house?
Fast travel, I haven't even looked at that.
So you know what's funny though? I gotta be honest with you. Death Singer's kind of proving my point when I get to my point. And you guys hold your thoughts there for a second. I do want to ask the rest of the panel here. Kofi, does this change your opinion at all? Because a lot of people have said, I'm going to go check out Forza Horizon 6 because it's in Japan, and I've been waiting for that landscape. I want to see how they depict and do that country justice with these races. What do you think, Kofi?
Yeah, I want to start with the positives really quick. When I look at the most recent trailer, I feel like I got the perfect punch of nostalgia, because the cars that they're using and the commitment to, I think, what we have consumed about like the biggest influences from Japan
Yes.
is huge. One, growing up, I was a huge fan of a drifting-based manga called Initial D. And when you watch these scenes for these trailers, you see some of the most famous cars from that manga that that truly inspired all of us, I think, to become fans. I'm talking about the Toyota Trueno AE86. There's
Yes,
a
sir.
yellow RX-7, which is it's a Gen 2 RX-7. It is absolutely like the pinnacle of what made me a fan of Japanese motors. There's also I think that's a Gen 3 RX-7, and then there's a white Gen 2 RX-7. Again, all of these are from that manga, and the Akagi Red Suns was the name of this drift team. And they used to compete together, and there's just like a lot of nostalgia when I see that. So when I see those cars racing, I go, "Oh my goodness, this is amazing." Part number 2, rest his soul, but there was a very famous American drifter who put a lot of his videos on YouTube. His name was Ken Block. And when I see some of like the animations, and when I see how they're positioning the cameras for the cars, I can tell they used a lot of the stylized editing on his famous videos, just to kind of show, I think, like where drifting has come. So their attention to detail and their love for drifting and for Japanese culture goes all the way back, at least as far as I can remember, to Horizon 4. So I love seeing all those things. The price mentions that you've just put on the table are actually all new to me. I haven't purchased the game yet. I played 4 more than I did 5, so I'm kind of sitting here like maybe I should just keep playing 5 because I've missed so much of it. But I don't know what to think. I definitely would not buy all of these expansions outright. I think I would probably just buy this base version. But based on what I'm seeing from the surface, the lifeblood of what I would hope is there. So I'm more leaning positive, but I'd have to get my ears out for more evidence as you guys have gone on.
Yeah.
Oh, I will say, if you absolutely love Japan, they did a stellar fucking job. There is nothing like drifting down one of I can't remember the name of the slope. They got it in the game, and it's just full of cherry blossoms, and you do a whole drifting race going down it, and it's just drifting through the cherry. Oh,
I've never. Listen, I'm on record as saying this, and Wolf, you chime in when you're ready for this one, Wolf. I've been on record of not being a big racer fan, right? You guys know I even GT7. I said I enjoyed it when it came out on PSVR 2. Like I thought that was the experience I played that for. I didn't play a whole lot of GT7, so it doesn't matter if you go back to Forza Motorsport, Forza Horizons, this one here. When people are like, "Oh my God, they really nailed the landscape," I understand and I do get that, and there's an appreciation there. There's a true appreciation, especially from the development side. I get that, but when you're going 125 miles an hour, okay. And you're trying to race your buddies, okay? Or the clock. I'm never going 125 miles an hour racing Wolf. And I'm like, Wolf, 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 the cherry blossoms! I don't understand this, what people are really getting it. And I respect it. I respect it because the developers have captured it.
I think it's part of the whole, part of the whole vibe.
But doesn't this game have an ability to go back and review races from a recording perspective, like a Gran Turismo?
Because
I would think so.
The thing is, it does, but every track in the game is actually in the game. So once you've done the race, you could go to that exact location on the map, and you can check out the cherry. Like when I drifted down there, I did the race drifting with the cherry blossoms.
Yeah.
I finished the race. I went all the way back up to the hill and just did it on my own. Just straight down so I could admire the beauty. And it was like,
the other thing as well, Mooch, is they have like a whole mechanic built around it where there's these like photo locations, right? You have to match up photo or whatever. And that's kind of an indirect way to show off the vistas and the landscapes and everything. So you do kind of get an avenue to appreciate the art and the work that they put in, if that makes sense.
It does.
And you obviously get rewarded for it as well.
And I actually have an update on the fast travel thing. Yeah, I just confirmed it. You can fast travel anywhere now. You don't need the special edition. You can fast travel to any roads in the game.
No, you got the premium edition, so you wouldn't know.
No. You can fast travel to any road in the game for free. Fast travel to literally anywhere. You need a house or you get that perk. But you can fast travel to any road Like,
Wait. You can fast travel to any road, but you can't fast travel what? What do you need a house for?
You can fast travel free travel to any road or festival site you've already discovered, right? So as you're driving around, you can fast travel to a road.
Okay.
Now, to fast travel to anywhere, right? When you drive around the map, there's fog of war, right? There's a fog on the map. So each region you go into, you have to explore it manually. So you have to go around all the areas, uncover the fog of war, what is essentially what it is. And so the entire map's covered in it. So you have to go out and explore. And when you do, you obviously go on roads. But if you want to fast travel to, let's say, there's one of the temples is off the beaten track, right? You can't get to it via road.
Right.
If I want to teleport right to there, I need the house.
Okay.
Or I'm gonna have.
How much is the house?
How much is the fast travel house? I never looked at that.
Well, I thought that's what he asked you. Wait, so let me, while you're looking that up, Wolf.
2 million credits. What the fuck?
Wait, Kofi, have you played this game already, right? You did a review on it, if I remember
2
correctly.
million credits. Where the Vista
I don't think-
the left side of the map.
Or it might have been someone else I saw on my timeline.
I don't think it was Kofi. You didn't play. You haven't played Forza Horizon 6 yet. I think he's still on 5.
Okay. I just wanted to know because he brought up a good point about the Initial D stuff because that's what I used to watch back in the day. I mean, I play some of the music in my Tekken streams. It's great for a fighting game. I just wanted to know if the game actually has Initial D music by any chance.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
Missed opportunity right there.
So
What I have read though, one positive thing. I know it's quite a lot. You can get the house for free if you smash 50 fast travel bonus boards around the map.
Yeah, and that is really easy to do because trust me, I've been flying around this map. I've been like trying to complete every little thing. And
how many have you smashed so far?
I've probably done like 70.
Okay.
He means you mean total ones, not fast travel.
Yeah. The thing is,
right?
What they've done,
You have to do fast travel boards.
In 6, they've completely changed like the formula for what 5 was because they got rid of the whole fast travel thing because that was a gatekeep essentially because you needed the house originally to fast travel, right?
Yeah.
But then they've gone, we'll compromise. You can fast travel for free, but you can only do it to roads, right? So if there's somewhere you want to go, you have to go to a road close to it and then travel to that destination. So
which isn't as bad, to be fair.
Which is a good compromise because it's not forcing people because you can perfectly get around on the roads, like as long as you're willing to drive.
It's a good I wouldn't say it's a good compromise, but it's better. But that kind of stuff should not be paywalled, in my opinion. Like game mechanics that are advantageous like that should just not be paywalled.
To be fair, fast travel in just the campaign is not advantageous at all. That's just save time. That's a time saver, right? If I want to save time, personally, I just want to drive everywhere. I really don't use fast travel because the place is so fucking great and I'm exploring. Yeah. If I'm exploring, I don't want to be fast traveling anywhere. I want to go exploring. I want to see all the shit the game has. So, like, if I fast travel everywhere, that's fucking pointless because I just skip all. Yeah,
that's what a few people in the audience are saying right now. They're like, why even fast travel in a racing game? Which I to a certain degree.
It's just if you just want to knock off your challenges because sometimes you look at a board and it's like 50 million things and you're just like, do you know what?
So
rather than drive here, drive there, drive that. And another thing like I like to do is because sometimes like people just do one set of things, but I like to like mix it up. So I'll do like 5. Street, say 2-3 street circuits, then I'll do 2-3 cross country, and then whatever in different locations. And it's nice to have like a different environment each time you're doing it, instead of like doing all the ones in one area sort of thing. Because then visually it can get a bit samey. It's nice to jump around and then you just mix it up for yourself.
So I wanted to ask TC, you're hearing a lot of the back and forth here. I mean, like I say, I'm of the opinion because I'm just not a driving, racer fan in gaming. That's not my bag. But I mean, realistically, TC, you sounded pretty excited to play this game. And I wanted to get the non argument side of things on a second here on TC and say, what do you think? Like, what is it that actually has you amped? And I'm very interested for you to answer this question. Before
he answers, just so we know, I just want to say, even though I'm talking about the monetization side, I do think Forza Horizon is the best arcade game.
That
it full stop.
That is
so it's the best arcade franchise. So
that's fine, but
I do love the game. Me complaining about that side of things is not related to.
Agreed.
Again, I have
agreed.
Probably 600 hours in it or something.
Agreed. But TC, what separates Forza Horizon 6 for someone like you from the multiple hundreds of hours? I'm guessing here of what you put into Forza Horizon 4 or 5. Like, where do you separate yourself and say, I've got to play this game?
So let's. I am a fan of racing games, but I never really got into Forza. Like, it's just never been my thing to do this festival and not really have anything. What really has me excited for 6 is that there is progression. You know, that for me, I need to start off with some garbage and then
work your way up
each bit and work my way up. And then
that's right.
I wasn't as interested in 6 until I heard that was happening. Like, I was interested in the Japan aspect of it. I was actually in Japan like in 2024. So I'm curious to see how things look in there. But I'm interested mainly because there's actual progression. Obviously, there's cool cars, and it's in Japan. It's that combination of all three that I'm almost tempted to just get Game Pass to start playing it, or do I wait for the PS5 version, the PS5 Pro version later this year? Because it's not like I'm without games. Like playing Saros, then I have Batman, then I have 007, and then Star Fox. Like, there's so many games still.
Yeah, the real Innate says, Mooch, Death Singer was wrong. The VIP gives you 2 times the currency, not 20%.
2 times.
But still, that's all right.
I haven't really looked
yeah, I mean, no, I'm not holding that against you, Death Singer.
Go on.
No, I was going to say,
Death Singer, are you playing it on Steam or Xbox?
He's on Xbox.
I'm playing on the Xbox store, yeah. Because loaded.
What's your gamer tag or whatever?
It's in my Twitter. It's the same everywhere. Death Singer.
It's Death Singer, yeah.
Oh, that's it. Just playing Death Singer.
Well, you got to look it up on his thing. Don't you have the 2 bars on the side, same way you do here?
Yeah, because Xbox was weird like that. No, I think that was PlayStation because PlayStation's weird like that. Let me double check.
Yeah, double check it.
It's PSN. Yeah, it was PSN. That was
Wolf, you like that, Wolf? There's always a little, just a slight jab in there. It's just a sprinkle.
But if you look at it, Steam is I space Death Singer I. Xbox is I space Death Singer space I, and then PSN is I _ Death Singer _ I. I'm like, why do I have to have these underscores here?
Yeah, I wish Steam would. I wish Steam would allow you
some
to.
People don't know if it's 1 space or 2 spaces.
Hey, I mean, the skill issue.
Shout out to you guys. Know it wouldn't be a podcast unless Babor commented. Babor's here. The show can start. He says, "What version leaked? Still less than GT7 in every way." Babor with there was a side by side. I'm shocked Nib didn't bring it up. Nib, then Wolf. I don't know if you saw. Anybody saw it? Please comment. Did you guys see? Was it Digital Foundry that did it, Wolf?
It was Digital Foundry.
Yeah. Now, and it was
did what, Mooch?
I saw it was a small clip.
GT7 versus Forza Horizon 6.
Because there is the map of Japan in GT7, and I think they were giving GT7 its flowers, but they ended the comment with saying, "Let's not forget though, this is a closed track simulator with where the other one is an open world." So they were giving. I think they were giving a little bit of leeway there, rightfully so, to the Forza team.
I would say though, I think Forza Horizon has always been better looking than Forza Motorsport, and the reason sometimes for that is even though obviously one is open world, so it has more demand on the asset streaming side of things, etc. The more sim-like racers, they have a lot more going on under the hood in terms of simulation aspects. Like a million different things both for Forza Motorsport and GT7 are doing. So that is usually why, even though it may seem like closed circuit versus open world is such a difference in favor of open world, the closed circuit racers actually struggle visually because they're having to do so many other calculations. And that's not just GT7, Forza Motorsport, all the other ones, Assetto Corsa, etc. They all have, those same pinnings.
So I do want to shout out to Glinter real quick. He says, Phil and Sarah to Asha, it's just the beginning. Now, Glinter, you're going to tell me what that means. I think he was talking about when he was talking about like the money that was costing extra for the premium. I think that's the conversation we were having. Glassdoor says, Alina, which we're going to talk about this in a second, but he says was off on Yotai estimate by 1 million units. How do outlets still cover Alina? I'm saying it wrong. Alina in good faith. It's like Death Singer pretending to be a PC guy. Alania, thank you.
I understand that. Also, one thing I wanted to bring up was the progression in the game because I can't remember who said it. But progression.
It's saying there are no fast travel boards in Forza Horizon 6. I think AI is just wrong. You know, I think basically what he was saying, the house is 2 million credits or whatever, but just fast travel to the road instead.
Yeah, fast travel to the road is free. It's free to everyone. You pick up the base game, you get fast travel to road. Or you buy the house for 2 million, which is super easy to do. You make money in no time at all. Just go around collecting shit and you'll make 2 million flat. I mean, it's crazy. But then again...
You said you got 70 fast travel boards, and now they're saying there's no fast travel boards in Forza Horizon 6.
No, he said he had 7. He said he had 70
boards.
boards.
He said he's got 20% extra credits, and it's apparently double.
70 boards.
So I don't know what he's doing.
I said 70 boards. See, now you're making shit up. Pay attention.
He did say 70
Yeah, but there's no
boards.
fast travel boards in the game. So what are you talking about? You also said 20% extra credits, and this dude's saying it's double. So which one is it?
I also said 70 boards. Pay attention, Nib. You're the analyst.
Well, I said fast travel boards, so what does it matter?
I said boards. There's boards in the game.
Yeah, but that's no relevance.
I can take you a fucking screenshot. Nib,
that's no relevance to what I said.
I appreciate you, but your intellect is lower.
No, but if I say you need 50 fast travel boards, and you say that's easy to do, I've already got 70. Within the context of what I'm talking about, you said is misleading.
Boards. No, because
okay, but that's not relevant to what I'm saying. How many fast travel boards have you done?
It doesn't matter. I don't have any. Because I just
there we go. So you're giving mixed messaging here. Is it 20% extra credits or double credits? Which one is it?
20% extra credits is I personally don't know because I don't pay attention to that kind of shit. So he's on some
propaganda defense, bro. I'm telling you.
It's whatever on that kind of thing. But anyway, back to the progression in the game. The progression, they actually made it so progression actually counts now. Like certain races unlock, but there's actually a story behind it. The story there's an actual story now. And it actually makes you hype that you're actually progressing through the different bands. Because currently I'm on green, right? And it goes all the way up to legend. Obviously, I want to unlock Legend Island, but it's like it actually has a sense of progression. You're not just racing around the map doing nothing aimlessly. There's actually a solid objective for you to go through, and it dictates everything you do. And you can complete your objective however you wish to. Destroying boards helps increase your Horizon rank. Destroying collectibles helps increase it. Doing random races helps increase it. Buying houses helps increase it. Like, everything you do, so you don't necessarily have to be locked into what you're doing. Like, I'm just running around and my level's slowly going up. And your XP is going up. And obviously, if the higher level you are, the more wheel spins you get and whatnot. So they actually sorted progression, which is really good because it feels like I'm actually accomplishing something now. Like when I get my new band, they show you on the map, all these new races pop up, and you're like, let's go. And
so wait a minute. So I'm Death Singer, can you just clarify something for me? I got a little bit lost in the weeds there, especially when you and Nib were going back and forth. So if there aren't any travel boards, which is fine, how do you earn those? We were saying it was going to be travel boards. It's not. How do you earn the right to fast travel then? What is the procedure?
Well, fast travel to roads is everyone gets it. That's free.
Oh, okay, so it's free. Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, but fast travel to anywhere you want, you have to buy the house. 2 million credits.
Or have
okay, so the house.
I don't know.
So the house is
or have VIP. But
yeah.
Also, if you have VIP, you get a free mansion as well for 2 million, which is pretty cool inside Tokyo. Which is and that house gives you a free wheel spin every day. So I mean, it's not for nothing, but you get it for free. It would cost 2 million.
So wait, so did we ever find out what it was for the premium edition separate from? So if you have there's a lot of people who have Game Pass Ultimate that are going to get a chance. I think they're going to get a chance, the opportunity to buy that premium package now or tomorrow.
I don't know. It's all fucked up because I already own the game, so it's not.
Yeah, so you can't see it. That's all right. I'll anybody in the audience.
I can check, hold on.
Yeah, take a look and see.
On it.
So TC, I'm going to go to TC on this. TC, I have a feeling this is going to be a video you're going to have to make at some point, TC. You like that? It's going to be, this has been a big argument today because this is the third or fourth game in a row now from Playground Games to get over a 90 meta, they're starting to line up at the Keeleys already, saying this needs to be a Game of the Year nominee. Do you think
but it's a racing game, so the conversation always with the racing game all the time,
Right.
or sports games, they don't go for Game of the Year, but then Overwatch became Game of the Year one of the years, which was
right?
confusing
So
to me.
so where do you
What the hell
not
is
just where do you stand, but I shouldn't just put it on just TC, but
if Overwatch could become Game of the Year, to me, Forza Horizon could become Game of the Year.
Okay, so
that year was ridiculous.
That was ridiculous, to be honest with you. But I mean,
Yeah.
okay, so that's fair. Or do you think they've course corrected that, because since that's one, we have
we
not
haven't
seen.
had something like that. Yeah, we haven't had something like that. Like for me, honestly, Game of the Year, because I know at the Game Awards they actually go through like a board. It's not Jeff Keighley. They get their votes in there, and then they weigh in the people's vote as well. And they also have like People's Choice, which is the actual authentic popular vote. So like for me, I don't really care if it's a racing game or something like that. If it deserves to be Game of the Year, it deserves to be Game of the Year for me. I don't know why it's always been this stigma or like this thing with like racing games that they can't be Game of the Year. Not everything, like some games are really great and they're racing games. That's my personal thoughts.
Okay, all right. Honestly, that's a decent leg to stand on. Wolf, where are you on this? Wolf, do you think that rule should be kind of amended and they allow racing games and sports games in there if they absolutely knock it out of the park? Or no, those are in their own designated...
Not sports games. Not sports games.
Oh,
You don't
not
want
sports.
NHL, NBA,
Well,
2K.
I don't think you're ever going to...
No way.
I don't
I
think
would
you're...
never see that as Game of
that's-
the Year. No way.
Okay.
That's
No
where
way.
it becomes a double-edged sword there, because then people are going to be
No,
like,
no. There's a difference between a game like Forza Horizon and the slop that you get with NBA 2K. I don't even play those games,
I
and
agree.
just seeing the
Oh, yeah, no, I don't-
reviews and the commentary. Like, if those games ever won Game of the Year, the awards trash. Shut down the Game Awards. Just have
Oh,
the
yeah,
an
no,
E3
like
in
if you-
December.
If we woke up one morning and it was like, oh yeah, Madden won all these Game of the Year awards,
Yeah.
I'd have been like, what the hell's happening?
Yo, I would imagine Football Club 26 getting nominated. I mean, what
Right.
are
Oh,
you doing?
no,
right?
not
You know,
even
Right.
nomination, bro. Another game has to take that slot. No way. No
And
way.
here's my thing: like, I'm a huge racing fan in terms of like
Mhm.
closed circuit racing. So
Yeah.
you know, the original Forza Motorsport, Gran Turismo. I would love to it was like Kazunori Yamauchi who created GT. I'd love for him to get his flowers. I feel like he doesn't ever really get flowers.
Mhm.
But if that includes Madden, no, I'm
yeah,
out.
yeah, no. Madden, NBA, they could be away from all that stuff. I would not mind it if like another Gran Turismo dropped and they nominated for Game of the Year. If Forza gets nominated for Game of the Year, I'm cool with that.
That's
But
interesting.
I got
for
no
me
issues with
Gran
it.
Turismo 7. I've never been a real like simulator fan. Like the last Gran Turismo I played before 7 was probably like 4 on the PS2. But that's just because it was my brother's. Gran Turismo 7, I played it through. I love Gran Turismo 7. I had like probably like 500 pictures of cars and different setups and like different cars that I drove. Like I love Gran Turismo 7, so it would have been nice to see it get more shine. But of course, the franchises already sell like crazy, so they're already getting money.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
No, that's interesting.
I think, with this whole subject, because obviously I'm a big racing fan, but when I look through my personal Game of the Years, even my favorite racing games of all time have never been in my Game of the Year, or usually even in the top 2 or 3. And I think the thing is, like, it's kind of like sports games and like fighting games, and like when things are reviewed, they're reviewed like in the scope of its own genre, right? It's not really like a wide thing. So, even something like Mixtape, it's being reviewed as a interactive movie type game. Like nobody's playing Gran Turismo 7 and is like, oh my God, where's my RPG mechanics and deep storyline? Like that's not, they're reviewing it within the scope of a sim racer, and Forza Horizon is being reviewed in the scope of a simcade racer and so on. But the thing is, yes, you may have a lot of fun playing them, or playing your FIFA, or playing your NBA 2K or MLB or whatever, right? There's been some banging sports games, F1, 2000 and whatever.
Right.
But sometimes they do not have the same emotional resonance as other genres of game. So, for example, I can play. I know a lot of people didn't like Deathloop. I personally really enjoyed it. Deathloop was my game of the year in 2021. Just from the story, the characters, like the twists and turns, just the powers, and I just loved how it
Rift Apart
unfolded.
for me in 21. Rift Apart.
Even Rift Apart, like, with the whole dynamic with, the girl and the time shifting and everything like that. Like,
and
it's
Insomniac
really
was hit with the guns. My goodness, I loved Rift
Yeah,
Apart.
that was a good time.
It was incredible. Like, it was also, I think, like one of the first times you really got a sense of next gen. Like,
yes.
Yeah. So even as much as I love Forza Horizon 5, although it did start getting a bit samey, that it didn't have the emotional resonance that other games. It will never have the emotional resonance that something like Expedition 33 or even Baldur's Gate 3 or whatever those kind of games give, because they make me feel things beyond just the gameplay mechanics. They still have great gameplay, and it still has challenges, and you're still earning and unlocking different things.
Some people will argue against that only because of how much you weigh story versus gameplay and the world itself.
But then what about the games that have both?
Yeah, okay.
But all the games I'm talking about have both. So they have competent or amazing gameplay, as well as the things that make you angry, sad, happy, cry, whatever, like, dread, trauma, like all these other things, like character depth and layers, in addition to incredible mechanics and upgrades and, and vast, unique worlds and all the bosses and things like that.
We're talking about, like, if it should have a chance to be game of the year, not when it's in a year where there's a lot of these emotionally impactful games. Like, there's a lot of great games this year, so I don't see Forza Horizon 6 coming to.
I 100% agree, but I think it had a chance. It's just journalists preferred the other games that had it connected with them more on an emotional level, or were more memorable than Forza Horizon. So this whole thing, like, sports games don't have a chance. They do. It just didn't compete with Psychonauts 2 and Rift Apart and Deathloop and so on. That's all it is. Like, they just preferred those games.
Nib, you say that, but they actually have their own category for game of the year, so they don't get entered into them.
But that's what I was saying before. It goes back to what I was saying about reviews. When something can be super competent in its field and genre, it does not mean it's going to be necessarily as good as or have as much impact on you versus something else in a different genre entirely. You see what I mean? Like, like even the best arcade racer in the world is not going to compete with a Baldur's Gate 3 for me, or like a Last of Us or whatever. Those things are a completely different level. And for a game to hit that level is going to require something entirely different, like a whole different level of writing and design and animation fidelity and all the rest of it. It's just a much bigger thing. So I know people might not agree. For some people, maybe Forza Horizon 5 was the game of the year. But for me, it was like a really competent, iterative thing that I'd already played multiple times before, which did not have like I said, the impact that the other games did that year, which is why it wasn't my personal game of the year. And even, again, GT7, I loved it. I think it's probably the second best Gran Turismo ever made, behind GT3 A-Spec. Once again, was not,
I thought you'd say 4. I've always heard 4 is like some people's favorite.
Yeah, A-Spec for me, 3 A-Spec.
So Mariko says here, I haven't gotten Forza Horizon 6 yet. Destiny, you may have to answer this, but the question that will seal the deal for me, and I don't know what he means here. He says, have they given tribute to Initial D?
Yeah.
And that was what I was bringing up before. I mean, I haven't played it yet, but just from the trailers showing the Gen 3 RX-7 against the Trueno AE86, any fan of the Akagi Red Suns and the whole story behind Initial D will notice that. I pray they take advantage of that.
I'm pretty sure.
That singer said no Initial D music though.
Oh, okay. Music. Oh,
yeah, that's okay. That's what you saw. Wolf, that's what you were alluding to, and you said you used in your Tekken plays. That's right.
They actually do. They have the mountain passes. Obviously, in there they have Mount Akina or Mount Haruna. Obviously, in Initial D. Oh, and they also have the initial D car rosters in there as well. So they have the Skyline GTR 32, the RX-7 FC and FD, the Terreno GT Apex, and various JDM classics from the like the Silvias, the S13 and 14, and the Evo 3. So they have a whole bunch of like the tracks in there. So they have like the mounted tracks and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they have a ton of stuff to do in there with Initial D. Obviously,
at least the locations are there.
Yeah, the locations and the cars are there, but the music isn't. But obviously, I mean, licensing and all that kind of thing. But the place I was on about with all the cherry blossoms drifting, I am gonna butcher this name so hard. But Hakone Nanamagari,
Mm-hmm.
that place, obviously, very famous mountain pass in Japan, but it's just got all cherry blossoms. It's really very nice. Like the graphics on this game, especially. Bear in mind, I am a bit biased because I am running it at ultra ray tracing, everything maxed out. I'm not running on extreme because I found extreme was the performance versus hit versus visual difference was one really there for me. So I eventually settled on ultra ray tracing.
Did you play it on a 4K screen?
Oh no, 1440p upscaled 4K. Because 1440p upscaled 4K, it basically looks the same as 4K. 4K and all that. Like if people say native 4K, it's not all that. Trust me. All it does is just looks a little bit sharper. Whoopity fucking do. So I just prefer 1440p because it's the sweet spot because it's good for upscaling. But it also still looks really damn close to 4K.
So just to play, like I said, and anybody who's been following me for decade plus, right? Like I've always said, I enjoy the game. I think Nib said it best about 5-10 minutes ago. He said, let's just put this out there. It's the best arcade on the market. I would also back that up. I completely agree with that. That being said, I do ask the panel this question. Is we see that Forza Horizon 5 got a 92, Forza Horizon 6 got a 92. Again, the outside of the location, and I will give TC some credit. He made a good point as well. And I'm glad you guys are saying these things. These are things that I don't usually look for when in a racer at all. He said, the natural progression. I think that's a big deal. Now, how they implement and how that actually they put that forth, I don't know yet. I haven't played it yet. But to be honest with you, I just when I see so many people, I felt like this entire generation on this podcast too, and Nib and Detzinger, we've had a lot of guests on the show, right? Since 2020, you know that. And we've had a lot of people be like, oh, you got to give your flowers to Forza Horizon 5. I mean, Forza Horizon 5 is one of Xbox's best games. It's amazing. It came out this generation. It was just flawless. It was this, it was that. The Metacritic, it should have won an award, should have won more awards. And here we are, like Forza Horizon 6 comes out and everyone's like excited again. And I'm watching it and I'm looking at it and I'm like, it's like the story doesn't really change enough. The landscape is beautiful if you stop to smell the roses. But like if you're just doing these races, you don't really see the sights as much. Hitting a road is hitting a road. Hitting a field is hitting a field. Finding a barn is finding a barn. And it's like, people could say the same thing about, like, let's just say God of War, right? But you have different story, different characters, as Nib was saying, different emotional attachments to certain characters. There's no emotional attachment to the road. And it's like, I'm always confused with, and now everyone's like, well, we got to give, I saw someone in the chat being like, come on, Mooch, we got to give Xbox its flowers. And rightfully so, by the way. This game is phenomenal, but it doesn't seem like it's that stretch of a new game from 5 that came out this generation. And I hear it is. I mean, again, if you want to say, you're blasting past the cherry blossoms and the flowers are flying over your windshield, that's cool. But that's not necessarily the movement that makes people want to spend $100 on the premium edition, right? Like, where are we right now? You guys are not. Does anybody even see where I'm at? Or they're like, no, Mooch, you know what it is? You're not into racers. You're gonna have to understand that this is just the way it is.
The thing is, the progression in the game is
That sounds interesting.
The thing is, there's 3 different routes, right? There's the whole wristband system.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously, you start at the very bottom rung, right? And then obviously you need to unlock wristbands and go do certain races and compete in certain things to upgrade your wristband, right? So you get to race with higher car classes, right? So you have to do that, and you have to do a variety. They don't force you into just random stuff. They allow you to do a variety, right? So you're like, okay, cool. But that's just one aspect. Then the other aspect is the stamps, right? Everything you'll find in Japan in the game in Japan earns you progress towards your stamps, right?
Yes.
Now the stamps are important because they change the way barns work and everything, and a lot of stuff works because they get unlocked through the stamp system, right? So if you're just doing the races, you're not going to do the stamp system. So now you have a second system you need to level up and work on, and that promotes people going exploring because you have to explore to level up your stamps.
Okay.
So obviously collecting customized
I like
cars,
that. Yep. Now, did they have this at 5? I really barely played 5. I played it a bit, but did they have this same system in 5, or this is new to 6?
This is new.
Okay, good.
The way
Go ahead. Yeah, I'm listening. I'm listening.
So you have that, and then you barn find rumors. New homes to buy around Japan is unlocked through the stamp system. Obviously, you have to. There's 7 stamps to obtain in different areas in Japan, so you have to go out. But then there's the Horizon Festival. Now, the Horizon Festival in of itself has its own progression system. So obviously, you need to rank up link skills. You need to rank up, like, do stuff in the actual Horizon. And obviously, the Horizon is a suite of game modes, and they've added a whole bunch of new game modes. It's like, for example, Spec Racing, which I personally love, because Spec Racing is the best addition they put in the game, because every single person in the race all have stock cars, and they're all identical. So all 12 people are in exactly the same car, exactly the same stock. It's just who is better.
Mhm.
So they take all the random out of it, and it's like, right, so who's better? And their new radar system. So if people deliberately try to ram you, it'll ghost the car. So people could stop doing that bullshit. So they added that into the game, because that was a whole thing. People just being complete dickheads when you're trying to race. So obviously, there's those 3. There's a whole bunch of other things I haven't got to yet because I haven't progressed that far in the game because I'm too busy exploring. So, as I say, there's 7 bands, right? I'm only 2 bands in. So I still got another 5 to go. So there's probably a whole bunch of extra shit that I just don't know about yet that's available to be unlocked. So I'm only scratching the surface. But they improved the progression a lot from 5. Like you will now get to do a lot of things and in multiple ways, and certain things are linked to that. So, when you get the game, you are encouraged to explore. Go explore. Go enjoy yourself. Yeah.
No, I think that's great. I'm actually just looking up to see here. I was just curious of Forza Horizon 5 here. I just wanted to see how much. So Kofi, Wolf, TC, Nib, I already know you're a yes. You guys are all in on this? Everyone's buying Forza Horizon 6, whether it be PlayStation or it be on Xbox?
Oh, for sure. I'm sure it'll be one of the best games of the year.
I'll be picking it up.
I'll probably wait till the PlayStation release, just because crazy games. Not right now. But
No, that's...
I'm leaning yes.
Okay, I was just looking to see here. I cannot find it. There it is, Forza Horizon 5. Okay, so
I don't know if you were gonna ask this, Mooch, but does anybody have predictions on when the PlayStation release is going to be?
Well, they were saying fall, so I guess I would go. And technically this doesn't fall on the calendar, but I think if you're looking at how stacked everything is, I would think if Xbox wants to take advantage of this, I'm thinking August. I think they go a little early. Everything's moved a lot, right? I think a lot of things move. TC, August is not wide open, but it's open enough. September is extremely crowded.
September, you got Wolverine there, so PlayStation players, a lot of them are going to be getting Wolverine. So August is a good time. It's also not long after Halo, because I think Halo's like July.
Yes.
Maybe.
So listen, I don't know. You guys tell me if this is so. Callius 626.
I've heard Gears is also September. I've heard Gears.
I'm hearing that as well. So real quick, and I want the panel's opinion on this. Callius 626 says, so you made an opinion without playing much of 5, and you say nothing is new in 6. Wow, Mooch. I got 15 hours in Forza Horizon 5. I don't think that's a lot to really say, but I also think for driving around, I just checked the app. 15 hours, Callius 626. Listen, I'm sure you have 475 hours of peeling out in Forza Horizon 5. But I think after 15 hours, I can definitely say that, that's enough to make a judgment call. You know, I mean, it is what it is. I don't think that's necessarily crazy. I'm just saying I haven't seen it. Now, what Deathsinger just told me and TC's excited for is kind of awesome. I think that's great. The progression, I like that. The stamps, that sounds pretty freaking cool. I can kind of get down with that. I do think, though, Wolf, August makes the most sense for Microsoft to capitalize, you know? But, you know, that's me. But
it makes sense.
You know, I mean, you've got a situation right now where September, and we're also forgetting about there's another game that's it's a PC PS5 game that's coming out in September 9th. Phantom Blade Zero.
Phantom Blade Zero, yeah. That's a huge
right.
one. Yeah.
So that comes out as well.
And God knows if they announce anything at Summer Game Fest to drop, like, you know, to sprinkle out games for the rest of the year after that point.
No, we don't have space. It's done. We don't have space.
I mean, you don't know.
Well,
I mean,
it's like
anything
after November,
anything after
Grand Theft Auto, like
anything after November 19th is dead in the water.
I will be fair. If there's no 60 FPS mode, there's no Grand Theft Auto for me.
Oh,
anyway.
yeah, that's still a discussion.
Yeah,
so
that sucks for you.
You know, well, no, I got tons of games to play. I got Fable. I got Trails in the Sky the second.
But even if it is 60 frames per second, you're not buying a PlayStation. So
if it's 60 FPS, I will buy it.
No, you won't. No, you won't. You'll find a way to put it off.
Wait,
come on.
No, I won't.
Come
no,
on.
I won't.
You've put off every other
what
PlayStation
makes
release.
What makes you say I wouldn't do that? When I bought a PlayStation 4 for Persona 5 Royal.
Because if they give you details in the summer about the PC release and then say, hey, we haven't announced a date yet, but it's going to have this and this, you'll wait.
No, if they have a 60 FPS mode, I'll play it. But if
because the rumors for the PC release is like what, early next year?
No, no. It's looking. I would say 12 to 18 months is more after Strauss, the CEO there. He came out and said it'll follow majority of how they release on PC, and the average is like people were going as far as 18 months. I'll sit here and tell you I don't think it'll go that far, but I do think it'll be a year. I think it'll be a year.
Yeah.
The thing is, I could buy it. It's just like if they don't have a 60 FPS, I won't do it because I have standards, and you have to meet my standards, my minimum standards.
So hold on, you're gonna have to be real specific. That singer, 60 FPS or locked 60 FPS? Because I know how you guys love to weed your way out of this.
Because I tell you what, if that drops,
I highly doubt it'll be locked.
If that drops into the 30s or 40s, you can miss me with that bullshit. That's going to be.
See, there it is. There it is. This is why I asked.
No,
well,
it just.
Now wait a minute. So Wolf, I'm glad you went ahead and put that caveat out there. But I will say that on previous episodes of Crossfire, you have said they have to present a 60 FPS mode. That was the words you used.
This is why you asked these extra questions.
But that's because
then they'll avoid it.
Right.
If they have a 60 FPS mode and it drops to like mid 50s, perfectly fine.
Okay.
I'm willing to work.
Okay, but Wolf, will you accept that answer, Wolf?
But
we'll see, because
into the 40s and 30s, you can miss me with that bullshit. I ain't got time for that.
Well, listen, if they offer a 60 FPS mode and it's tipping into the 30s, I would think that they might want to take we're offering a 60 FPS mode off the box.
Well, no, because they might go, well, it's an unlocked FPS, right?
Because there's probably going to be certain areas where it's like, okay, way too much going on, and then that's what's going to cause the frame drop. But
well, yeah, it's exactly like Crimson Desert. As soon as you go to Bug Hill, that shit tanks like the Titanic, right? That shit goes down like no tomorrow. And I don't have that experience, but obviously I'm gaming on a PC. So if they have a stable, let's say stable 60 FPS, then yes, I'll buy it. But if they have this shit is dropping into the 40,
if Digital Foundry shows one area where it drops to 40, just one area, is that going to be a problem for you?
Just one area wouldn't, but if bear in mind if it's the entire city.
Wolf's actually making he's making a checklist. But go ahead.
He is making a checklist because it's like the thing is, I would buy a console for that. Like I bought a PS4 for Persona 5 Royal. Mm-hmm. If no one, that's how I got a PSN, right? If no one knows the story, like we went over that on Scumcast. Like, shout out to Luca and all the guys. But it's like, yeah, I bought one because I was like, right, I want to play Persona 5 Royal. And then after I did that, it turns out it was getting released everywhere anyway, which was fucking hilarious. But I did only pay like £80 for a Batman Arkham Asylum Special Edition PS4. So I was like, okay, this is cool. I'll just keep the PS4 as a collector's item. But it's like, I'm willing to do it, but you have to meet me. And if you can't meet me, then I'll just take a hike because like I don't need to. Money isn't the issue because like I spent 600 just on my GPU. Like what's a pro? Like if I upgraded the RAM,
well, like, you know, so Callus he asks a point here. He says, guys, what Rockstar games have launched at 60 FPS? And that's fair. We've talked about that on the show before, and I get that. I really do. I do. I also have a calendar now. I said I didn't have one, but now I have one here. I pull up on my phone. It's 2026. I don't.
I think that argument. I've seen it heard. I've seen it way too many times, and it like this generation is not like previous generations.
It's not.
They've made the standard 60 FPS. It's like it's harder to find a game that doesn't have 60 FPS.
Right.
Than finding
it's a lot different from a technical perspective. Like the PS4, the Xbox One, correct me if I'm wrong, they were like mobile CPUs that they were using in those things. Like now the PS5 and the Series S and X, they have desktop processors in them now. So I'm like, okay, you guys should be able to make it work somehow.
I mean, the thing is, I'll say desktop processors loosely, like very old, ancient desktop processors, but they are desktop processors.
What's ancient to you?
It's because it's 5 years ago. That's why. It's 2 years ago. It's
But then these are the same guys that'll hang on to that same motherboard and everything for 5 years. So I mean,
well, yeah, that's because motherboards. Shout out to motherboards. Like when you get a motherboard. Guess what? If you have an AMD CPU, guess what? If I have an AM5 motherboard, any AM5 CPU, it doesn't matter. I could pick 20 different CPUs. Guess what? They all work on the same motherboard. So why would I need to change my motherboard?
Until an
Crazy
AM6 comes
idea.
out.
But
yeah.
Until an AM6 comes out.
Yeah, but then that's like me saying until the PS6 comes out. You know, we're going to
no, because you guys could still stay on that machine with no problem.
Well, actually, we can. Yeah, you could run DDR4 RAM, and you could still blow shit out of the water. Like, I mean, people like there's so many different things. People think you have to have the latest and greatest on PC, but no, you don't have to have the latest and greatest. You just need to have enough power to do what you want to do. So, I mean, it is what it is.
Until they hit you with a new version of FrameGen that you can only run on a current GPU, which can only run on a current motherboard.
Well, I mean, to be fair though, the FrameGen is, I mean, it's all right. I tried 2x FrameGen, and it's actually not that bad. It's not as bad as people make out. People overhype.
Is there any input latency on that though?
No, I checked it on Cyberpunk, and normal latency I was getting like 10 to 15 milliseconds, and when I put 2x frame on, it was hovering more towards 13, so it was like 1 or 2 extra milliseconds. That was only
when they first started talking about that was the first thing I thought about. I'm like, oh man, it'll look great, but is it going to mess up the input at all? Because
I don't know about 4 and 6x, but 2x FrameGen only it's like 2 extra milliseconds. I mean, you ain't gonna notice that.
I think it like depends strongly on game by game, because some games it's like barely any difference, and then like in Alan Wake 2, the online tests and stuff, it can be pretty heavy. Well, yeah, at least it was near launch. I don't know about today.
My test was on
like
Cyberpunk.
My concern would be for fighting games, but fighting games don't really use all this new tech until it's like very, very optimized to the point where they don't have to worry about it. Although I was shocked that Tekken 8 used UE5 out of the gate. At the time, it was the only stable UE5 game that came out. But I mean, it's a fighting game, but still, I'm shocked they even went there for that. But
it's like I'm glad people are willing to wait for games, you know, so people could stop getting on PC gamers for waiting for games, you know, because people are willing to wait for Horizon on PlayStation, you know.
I did have a question about Forza Horizon 6. Obviously, I haven't played it yet. You have, right? What is better about it than the previous installments, and what is different?
Which game are you asking, Nib?
Forza Horizon 6.
That's what I just asked him.
Performance, variety. There's way more variety in events and modes and stuff you could do in the game.
Describe what that means to me. Like, give me a I
They put a 6 on the box, Nib.
Like for example, in Horizon Festival, they got some new game modes like Spec Racing, for example, which is, everyone is in the same car. There's no advantage given to anyone. So Spec Racing is at the end of the day the ultimate test of are you better than me? Because we are in exactly the same car. So I'm glad they brought that into the game.
So it's like the rivals from the previous games, basically.
Yeah, except you're all racing on the track, and every single person is in the exact same car, and all of them are stock. No custom tunes, no nothing. Straight out as you buy the car. That's how you get it, and then it's just pure skill. Because
is this multiplayer or single player?
Multiplayer.
I mean single player campaign wise. What?
Oh, right, okay. So all the stuff they've improved would be the audio, visual, and also the sound. The sound is heavily improved. Like cars actually sound proper now when you go through a tunnel, for example. They also improved the variety. So like in campaign races now, there's way more variety in like time attacks and cross country and half cross country and different drags.
What do you mean by more variety? Sorry, I'm just trying to understand the specifics. When you say more variety, specifically what is
types of races? Different types of races, right?
Yeah. So what extra races have they added now?
Right. I have to actually look at this. Let me look at my map in the actual game.
From what you've played so far, does any of it feel repetitive at all?
No, none of it feels repetitive. Like,
because that's my only concern when
for me that's
a racer game.
That was the thing with the Forza Horizon 5. The one thing that stood out for me, and I think we were talking about this behind the scenes. I don't know if we said it on air, but Forza Horizon 3 when they did the Hot Wheels DLC, I thought that was great. Right? It just felt like fresh, new. I know that's not for everybody, Wolf, and I get it, but I think that a lot of the Forza Horizons, it feels like all of them are starting to get a bit repetitive. And I was shocked that nobody said that in any of the reviews. Everyone was kind of talking about Forza Horizon 6 like it was the brand new and they've never seen one before. Everyone's like, it's unbelievable. It's this, it's that. And I'm like,
it's because the map is just so varied. Like,
do you think it would have got this kind of review? Let me ask you guys this. Do you guys think it would have got this kind of hype if it wasn't in Japan? If it was like maybe in Brazil, or if it was like in Italy, or if it was in Spain or Portugal?
Japan. I mean, to be fair,
I think it gets a lot of credit because a lot of people have wanted it to be in Japan for a while, and they've listened to the audience.
Japan is like the creme de la creme,
right?
I mean, listen, when they show people drifting in Japan, the immediate thing that comes to your head is either Initial D or Tokyo Drift.
Yes, yep. That's right. That's correct.
Thing is, it's like just they seem to have improved it. And it's just the variety. Like when going through Tokyo, for example, when you're going through it, like each different part of the city is just really unique. It doesn't all just blend into a grayscale city. Like there's tons of stuff like Shibuya Crossing. Like if you go to Shibuya Crossing,
no, I mean I got that, but I never felt the other environments.
I was just gonna say, I thought the other environments were just as vibrant.
Like Mexico, for example, it did feel a bit samey when you got out into the weeds. Like,
did it? Because it was like Aztec stuff. They had rainforest. They had urban city. They had I thought it was pretty. They had the sand badger. Like I thought it was very mixed, personally.
I didn't find that. I found it was more. It felt kind of a bit samey when eventually you got around to it. But it's like this game, it might feel that way, but it just feels like everything is literally different.
I got a couple super chats here, and let me see here. Just trying to follow everybody. Matua's here. He says, "Hi, Mooch and fellow panel members. We are Xbox strong. When is Forza 6 coming to PlayStation? I thought Xbox had no exclusives." So Matua there, I think he's basically saying Xbox exclusives. It's on PC, so if we're gonna, as Dessinger always says, if we're gonna be all the way around, it's on PC. I don't know if it's exclusive, but it's
and also it's also one thing I want to put out is the race with the Gundam.
By the way, I've
been seeing that everywhere.
I'm going to say this. So
that's kind of cool.
That's very cool. Very cool.
I actually
love that.
Actually experiencing it like not watching it, but actually you're the one experiencing it. Yeah, it's fucking fire. It's so,
that's
so wait, Deathsinger is
I was
the
like, whoa.
is that
that's pretty hot.
Is that race is that this game's version of the bullet train or the airplane?
No, it's the equivalent of the volcano.
Oh, okay,
race
okay,
game.
okay. So that's an event you earned to get to.
Yeah, that's an event you earn to get to.
Understood. Even better. Because I unlocked
That's cool.
the
next band, and they were like, "Oh," so the guys were speaking in the game, and they were like, "There's something weird about this robot at Festival HQ," and I was like, "Okay, I know that's the Gundam, but go on." And then I went up there to have a look at it, and it was, and then the actual event happened, and it's just phenomenal. Like that's probably their best like showpiece event. Like I enjoyed the volcano race because the volcano race was really fucking cool, but like. That was just because I personally love Gundam and I love mecha in general. So obviously it spoke to me on a level that obviously a volcano doesn't. So yeah, I mean, that was just a fire event.
I generally Glassdoor usually does some outstanding super chats. Glassdoor, this one here, I'm going to tell you, Glassdoor, this is going to go longer than the weekend, but I'll read it. He says, by this weekend, people won't be talking about Forza other than the Xbox fans and content creators who aren't used to good games. Now, Glassdoor, I'm not going to agree with that one, Glassdoor. You know damn well, I can tell you right now, Forza Horizon 6 is going to be a headliner in the news and on our social media feeds for weeks, I would say. Weeks at the top level. And then, of course, everything kind of, will kind of taper off after that. I get that. Matua, I'm going to say this because it's a great super chat. Thank you very much. Supercalifragilistic Xbox Asha Docious. You have to stop praising new people, Matua. You just got rid of Phil. Leave his poster up. Oh, they're already on to Asha. Oh, goodness gracious.
No.
Shout out to Matua. These guys love. Some
of these guys are weird.
Doesn't matter who takes over. They're the next.
They already got her and Jesus things and all this, and I'm like,
my Lord.
People.
Let's Matua, I love you, buddy. Just pump the brakes a little on that, will you? But Babor says, hey, arrogant Steam, Spider-Man 2, I don't know what Creeple, most PCS out there. Spider-Man 2 is just as densely parked and sings at 90 plus on the Pro. It does get over. I did see that. It's incredible
Spider-Man
FPS.
2 is really easy to run on PC. What are you talking about?
I don't know if that is. I don't remember that being an issue on PC. But Babor is very excited about the 90 plus on the Pro, and I understand that. Shout out to Glinster. He says Lego Dark Knight or 007 First Light. Choose one.
Oh no, he said choose one.
Choose one. I'm going to go 007. I do think.
Yeah.
I think the Lego Batman's cool. What do you say, Kofi?
Yeah, I think Lego Batman's gonna be good.
Yeah, I mean,
it is.
That is probably a huge Lego game that I'm looking forward to. I mean,
But if I had to choose, it would be 007 for me personally.
Yeah, same here. Same here. Because listen, I'm a big fan of Hitman. The way IOI does their games, and the fact that they're making this one, I'm like, yeah, no, I have to.
I'll have to take Batman between the two because 007 does not look like a good game to me at all. Like after rewatching the gameplay.
Wait, what did you just say?
I was looking at the gameplay.
What didn't you like?
Wait, which game doesn't look good to you?
Yeah, I'm gonna need 007.
007.
Listen, wait a minute. Now, wait, Death Singer, hold on a minute.
I'm gonna need you to elaborate on this.
Listen, let me say this, and then I'm gonna give Death Singer the microphone to defend himself there. I was one of the first ones when this was very, very early announced. You guys know this. Again, I've been saying this for a long time. I'm not a Hitman fan. So when I saw,
it's because of the Uncharted aspect of it.
Well, yes, yeah, but TC, that's where I was gonna go. I saw it was IO. I'm like, oh no, they're just gonna put a James Bond skin over the Hitman skin, and this is gonna be the same crap. And I was like, I don't know if I'm into it. Then I saw this with the video that's actually on now, and you'll see a little bit more. I have and like you said, yes, of course there's a smidgen of Hitman in there, but it has an Uncharted feel, the story, the arrogance of 007, the youth of the character to bring it back. I actually think this has a lot of different aspects in different games that they're bringing
Just,
to the forefront.
through a mission and seeing them throw his gun at one dude, then laser another dude, then take another dude's head, smack it. I'm gonna be doing that all day.
I'm down for this.
Did you guys see the mechanic play of it though? Like the fact that he can try to convince people to do things and it can backfire on you at times.
Yeah, but when it backfires, it's not like the mission fails or something like that. You have the option of just going action mode.
Yeah. But it's like, if this doesn't work, it's like, all right, be prepared for a gunfight because they're just gonna.
I'm bringing you to the closest wall and smacking your head to it. Don't worry about it.
Now, the thing I noticed right off the bat, because I'm a very big Hitman person, especially in the VR. I did the whole PlayStation Platinum in VR, so it's very detail oriented, like Hitman is. So that's the part I'm picking up already. But yeah, as far as the gameplay goes, they definitely did something new for this.
Yes. I really.
So I'm curious what you didn't like though. That's something.
Yeah, that's here. What has turned you off to this? Unless is it just the Hitman thing? Because I'm telling you right now, I don't like Hitman, and I'm telling you I think this separates itself by quite a distance.
No, I enjoy it. I don't know. It's like I could see it's Hitman, but with a Bond paint. Also, Bond, he just reminds me of a smug, arrogant git, and Bond isn't that. Like
this is early Bond. You have to remember that.
Yeah, I know it is.
This is before he's 007.
I know it is. I know.
And it has to be like, which Bond are you talking about?
Mm.
Well, I mean, Daniel Craig was a good Bond, and he wasn't really smug or anything. He was just sure of himself.
More serious. He was
but
more serious.
He's much more mature at that point.
Yeah.
True. I mean,
my forever 007
we're playing
will
with this Bond like before he even becomes Bond. The slogan is "You earn the number." Like we're playing like
Mm-hmm.
like
no, but Daniel Craig's Bond does start from early days though with Casino Royale, like because it actually shows him from his first kill. So at least flashbacks.
But he's like that's why I was saying like it depends on which Bond because he's.
Yeah.
Right.
I think they're really quite different, to be honest. Because Pierce Brosnan is like suave and sleek.
So Pierce Brosnan
is serious and
Sean Connery.
Pierce Brosnan is and forever will be my 007. That's mine. I grew up with it, and that's just where it is. I have respect for the other ones. I think Daniel Craig did a fine job. There was a couple lost in translation there that I didn't care for. Sean Connery is always the GOAT because, well, I mean, I shouldn't say the GOAT, but he was the first, so he gets a lot of credit. But Pierce really knocked it out of the park.
I do like all of them in their own way, it may be controversial, but honestly, Daniel Craig is my favorite. And I think the thing is, it's not just the seriousness; it's the realism and believability. I think with a lot of Bond movies, obviously they're a product of their time. But you need a lot of suspension of disbelief, right? Like Pierce Brosnan does not look. He looks like I can beat the dude down. Do you know what I mean? Like, so it's like when Daniel Craig fights and he's smashing people's faces on a fucking toilet. Like I look at it and I think, I wouldn't mess with that guy. Like that. This dude is ferocious.
It's Tom Cruise, Jack Reacher situation for you.
Yeah,
kind of, but even Tom Cruise is like actually. Really
I was going to say, I think the Daniel Craig.
Formidable.
I think
Tom Cruise is just a bit short
on the show. Yes. It's a day and night difference for Jack Reacher. I don't know if anybody watches the show.
The current Reacher is a giant.
I wouldn't even judge a size thing. Yeah. I wouldn't even judge a size thing because I'm telling you, like back when I did JKD, right, and this isn't like I'm not. There was a pretty skinny dude called Ali, right, and he had really long arms. And I'm telling you, you hold the punch bag when he's on it, and it feels like your soul is leaving your body, even though you're just holding a punch bag. So it's not necessarily just a size thing, but it's just the ferocity of it. Like when Pierce Brosnan's fighting and stuff, it's just a bit but
Nib, let me explain this because I think Wolf touched on something, and I'm not. It's not taking away at all from what your favorite is with Daniel Craig, but it was a different era. And it was, like you said earlier, it was a different Bond, right? So Pierce Brosnan was that he was more of that spy, right? The one that was infiltrating, getting in as one person, disguised as another. Of course, schmoozing the ladies and doing his thing in the casinos. And then he would shoot
what I saw 007 to be like.
Right, he would shoot. Right, exactly. He would shoot from long distance with a sleep or Poison Dart. You know what I mean? Get in. Daniel Craig was more of the Mission Impossible Tom
like
Cruise.
a blood tool almost.
Yes, it's different. Not saying one's better than the other, but that's since I grew up with Pierce, that style, not just the actor, but
I'm sorry to go on a tangent,
writing.
but let's just get everyone's favorite Bond film. Just give me an idea of where you will stand. Me, it's Casino Royale. Easy.
Yeah, Casino Royale was so good.
Yeah. It's one of my all-time greats. I've seen it like too many times to count. I do like GoldenEye as well, though. GoldenEye is great. Skyfall.
GoldenEye is very good.
GoldenEye people remember a lot when we were kids because of the game as well. Because that's a classic in people's heads.
I would say Gold is between. I mean, From Russia with Love was pretty good. Casino Royale, Goldfinger, and Skyfall. Like, if I was to make a top 5, it would Casino Royale, Skyfall, From Russia with Love.
Did you say Tomorrow Never Dies?
Goldfinger.
That's it. Did you say Tomorrow Never Dies?
No, I didn't say Tomorrow Never Dies.
I'm sorry.
That was really bad.
I said From Russia with Love, Skyfall, Goldfinger, Casino Royale, and then I'd probably say
it's interesting you pick From Russia with Love though, like Dalton or whatever. That's the odd one out, right?
From Russia with Love I actually think it's a good film. Like, whether he's a good Bond or not, but it's a good film. I mean,
Dalton's the one I thought was kind of the Lost in Translation Bond. Didn't care for him.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like the whole Cold War saying, obviously, the great action scenes, but it's like, thing is, From Russia with Love is like, I don't know, I just have a soft place for it, but maybe that's because that was one of the first ones I seen. So it's obviously, I have an emotional bias to it.
I think like one of the reasons I'm excited for 007 First Light or whatever is there are games that take you around the world, but they don't have like the high octane production and set piece bombast of like Uncharted. And since like Uncharted and Tomb Raider, and that, I know Tomb Raiders are coming, but those games haven't been in the mix for a while. I feel like we've been missing that. I want to go on a globe-trotting adventure where I have high octane, insane, carnage and cathartic action, but while I see beautiful locations and cool stories and characters and everything like that. And I feel like that is like a kind of like a gap for the last few years that I haven't really had. And this scratches that
for the
itch,
last like nearly 10 years. I don't remember the last game that's been like Uncharted 4 and I guess Lost Legacy as well.
It's crazy, isn't it? Because people always say like, like Uncharted, every game is similar, but then when you really look to it, okay, well, what else is like Uncharted? And really, like, there's big gaps in between these types of games. Which again, like you said, that's why one of the reasons I'm so looking forward to this.
So somebody in the chat here just mentioned, I told him I would right here. Mooch, do you think the younger generation really gives a crap about Bond? And the reason I said I'll explain that, I think it's different than when Indiana Jones came out. Indiana Jones has been nonstop played by, of course, the great Harrison Ford, but Harrison Ford has aged. And the last 3 or 4 films really didn't do well. You can tell by just the panel's reaction to not only the older titles, but they also change Bonds, right? And we're in the midst of a new Bond taking over in the next one coming up, right? So,
wait, I was gonna say this.
Shout out to Red, by the way. Red Hood, thank you for joining us, buddy. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say I'm a big fan of Denis Villeneuve. Like, I love Dune, Sicario, all those films.
The greatest directors of all time.
Sicario is great.
Right now, I have a little
literally
bit
one of the best
concern though for the film, just because Amazon has the final say on the final cut of the movie. That's where I get a little concerned. But I think he'll still do a good job, and they're casting right now. If I I saw the news.
That's right
about it. So I think this game, along with the movie, kind of like will show, kind of give us a
the
sign
thing,
whether
like,
or not it'll like have mainstream like appeal still.
But they're casting
also,
right now,
I was gonna say about the gameplay thing. It's like it reminds me of Hitman combined with a watered down Uncharted, like combined. So they took Hitman and they took some aspects of a like watered down Uncharted and threw them together, and then put a 007 coat of paint on it. And It's easily noticeable, and I wasn't a big fan of the Hitman style, but Hitman was also a lot of stealth and whatnot. This doesn't have obviously Hitman.
This is very action.
Yeah, this is very action. So it's like Hitman without the stealth, and then you throw in some.
It does have stealth, as far as I understand. It does have stealth.
It has
I
enough.
have to say though, in terms of First Light and Denis Villeneuve's, Bond. It's probably going to be two different worlds, because the thing with Denis, his style of storytelling or movie making is environmental world building, right? And taking time for every scene and composure, and sometimes it's the economy of words, less is said is more because of what's going around you, and whether it's Blade Runner or Dune or whatever. There is a lot going on, but not many words sometimes. And I think this will be a much slower paced Bond and much more atmospheric and engrossing for the cinematography and stuff, and probably not as intense action wise. I don't know if it's anything like his other films in terms of pacing. Whereas I feel like First Light looks like it's going to be very quirky and pokey, and it's going to have lots of stuff going on.
I hope his crew is good. I hope his crew, it's not like with Uncharted, you don't only like Nate, you like the crew as well. So I hope his crew here is good.
Oh yeah, Sully and Sam, Dean, and
for this,
Elena, they are the heart of those games in a way. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I. So it sounds like everybody, maybe except Death Singer, is going to be picking this game up. I will be there. I don't think
Death Singer doesn't necessarily like the game. He has something with Hitman that he's not a fan of, and he seems to see a lot of that in this game, and it's not really getting him.
The thing is, it's like you could see, it's like if you played the Hitman games, you look at that, you go, you can tell. You don't even need IO Interactive to appear on the screen. You look at that and go, I know exactly who made that game. That's how pronounced it is that these are the same people that made Hitman. And it just, I don't know, it just kind of you take some of Hitman, you throw a bit of watered down Uncharted, bunch of action, and probably the way they showed it off, in their trailers, probably put me off because it looked a bit clunky. Obviously, we did have frame rate and issues, and
the frame rate issue is something we saw in the beginning. When I saw
it was rough in the beginning.
Pro run, that looks clean. The 60 FPS PS5 Pro gameplay, that looks good.
I don't know. It just turned me off in the wrong way, so I'm not going to pick it up because it was something about it just doesn't feel right.
That just plays RPGs. That's basically it.
It's okay. In a couple weeks, we'll hear that it was gifted to him.
And a little bit racist.
Wolf.
Actually, that's not true, Red Hood, because
come on, dog. You and I both know this. JRPGs, Western RPGs, a little bit of racers and League.
A little bit more, but you forgot.
Don't forget World of Tanks.
You forgot MMO. You forgot MMO.
Bro, you have not played MMOs in a long time. What are we doing?
Oh, World of Tanks is an MMO technically.
Oh my.
Oh boy,
you got me there.
Unfortunately, Mooch, I do have to run.
Wolf, thank you for being here. But I love it when Wolf's here. Wolf, I know you have a stream coming up. Let people know where you're going to be at, and we will promote it as well when I end the podcast, buddy.
Yeah, no problem. I am Wolfgang. You can find my channel on YouTube, Twitch. The name is Wolfgang Mishima. There's literally only one in the world.
Nice.
I am your Tekken tribal chief. And tonight I have a wrestling podcast. If you're into wrestling, we talk about what's going on, and it's bullshit in WWE right now.
The salary cuts.
But appreciate your mood for having me on.
Hey, Wolf, we appreciate you being here, buddy. Thank you so much. Keep doing what you're doing for the community, and outstanding work, buddy. Looking forward to your return.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good one, guys.
Thanks, Wolf. I got a couple of super chats here that I think will really be interesting. So Matu is back, and he says, hey, Mooch, once again, what's up to you, buddy, by the way? He says, do you think rumored PlayStation handheld will have an OLED screen? I'm going to go right to TCMF on this. TC, you're the one that's kind of covering more about this PS6 handheld than anything else.
It's going to be LCD. The thing about it is, they're not going to release an OLED version right off the bat. They're going to release an LCD version. It would be amazing if they did an OLED version, but if they can cut costs somewhere, that's one of the places they would easily cut the cost.
Absolutely.
And I would rather a good price. And if you've played with the Portal, the Portal screen looks good.
The Portal screen looks great.
Yeah, so I'm okay with if they use LCD over over an OLED. But I wouldn't be surprised if they do a OLED version later, like Nintendo's most likely going to do with the Switch too.
100%. Absolutely. So great. Appreciate you answering that, TC. Bespoke is here. He said, what happened to the Xbox tax? I thought every Xbox game was supposed to be crucified by the media, not praised. Bespoke with a little...
Well, I mean, to be fair, Horizon is the exception because you can't really dog on it because it's just constantly good.
No, when they make great games, they get reviewed like that. Look at Ori, right? Like, real recognizes real. Like, even look at PlayStation sales of Xbox games. What's the best selling? Forza. They understand quality.
Wasn't Indiana Jones reviewed well too? I'm like,
it was, yeah.
It was.
Oh,
yeah.
And so was Hi-Fi Rush. Yep. This Xbox tax thing has always been just cope, basically.
Yeah.
Indiana Jones was the game that was the game that I hoped would bring back that Uncharted vibe, but it didn't.
It just didn't.
Yeah.
Also, one last thing to talk. If you play Forza Horizon 6, the only radio station you need is the Gacha Radio City. Because in Gacha Radio City, they have all like the J-pop, they have a whole bunch of the anime songs. It's the only radio station you'll need. Ignore all the others. You just need that one. Because when you're in Japan, you're drifting and you're banging some, I don't know who they are, but it hits and it hits nice. So yeah.
For me personally, when I'm playing racing games, I kind of just put on my own music. I just put my own music and I
think it's one of the better things about Forza Horizon is that soundtrack. I'm always fucking humming along.
If it's good, yeah, I'll keep it.
Yeah.
Well, not just that, but if you're putting over 100 hours into a game, I could see where you start to put a little Apple Music on in the background. Nib, I could see that. It seems the whole water. I would say the first 100.
Like when I'm in a race, like there's always like some tracks that I always would like to put on when you're listening.
When I'm actually in a competitive race, I have the music off completely. Usually.
No, I
just like listening to my car.
So shout out to the Gaming Ledger. Good to see him here. He says, I'm not going to compare 007 to Uncharted. That's not fair, but I do hope it's similar to the old WA 007 games like 007 Everything or Nothing. I do not remember that game, but Ledger makes...
On a side note, the real life, you always say, it's in the life of... I did have a funny situation the other day. So I was on the country lanes to motorway. I'm bombing it. I'm already doing some serious speed. And I see, like, in my rear view mirror, like a Caterham. You know what a Caterham is? They're, like, really small and light and low to the ground. Mm-hmm. He's coming up me real quick. And I'm like, oh, shit. Like, it's not usually people, like, take me on the streets. So he's coming up, and I'm like, we're kind of going back and forth. Next thing you know, he floors it. And I swear to God, it's the quickest I've ever seen anyone go round a roundabout and disappear. And it's not, I don't think they have that much BHP, but I guess because it's so light and it fucking handles like a go-kart, it was literally like a slingshot. I was like, oh my Lord, like, there's no way I'm keeping up with this thing. Like, so if you don't have your hundreds of thousands of pounds and you want a good time, a Caterham, 60, 70 grand, and apparently you can be a race car driver.
So let me ask you guys a question real quick. I'm going to switch subject over to Saros. I want to talk about the sales situation. Nib, I saw you going back and forth with many people, one being, I believe, the great Death Singer.
No, there was no back and forth. I just gave my opinion.
Okay. Well, we're going to get into a back and forth. So what do you think about this, Nib? Saros reportedly sold 300 plus million, and that's from the... what is it called? What did you say, Nib? The proper pronunciation is Alania, who have made improper predictions in the past. One was Yotai. There's a few others.
Yeah, too many. Metal Gear Solid was like one of the biggest ones.
That was the other one, Metal Gear Solid. Yes.
Yeah, they were off by fucking loads. They were, they were off on Mafia Old Country. They were off on the ranking of Gears of War. They said it only sold 260K, but it was number 6 in the sales chart ahead of Helldivers 2. So there was quite a few. They said Metal Gear Solid Delta sold 500K in 6 days when it sold 1 million in 1 day. That's a pretty catastrophic, estimate off. And
that's
then they had Ghost of Yote. They were off by 1 million units. They said it was selling slower than Tsushima. So yeah, there's been too many. I could go on and on actually. So that's why I don't personally. I did make a tweet saying this is why I've stopped reporting on them, because the thing is, like, yes, initially I did report on Alania, but it's because I didn't have any other data to challenge them, right?
Right.
But the longer something exists, the more real world data you have to compare to, you can kind of get a gauge of how accurate they are or aren't.
Right.
And there's been enough examples for me to say, yeah, they're not. They're way too off the mark with too many examples. That whatever methodology they're using is not, I couldn't personally put faith in it. So those are the numbers. I will say outside of that, I've already had an inkling that I don't think Saros is doing too great. Just based on little things like its sales rankings in the charts and, for example, the number of reviews and stuff it has, compared to the number of reviews, for example, that Pragmata and it had it was like way more. So there are little things that made me think maybe it hasn't lifted off, which is a shame. And I put a tweet on this because often a lot of great games have actually not sold well. It's one of these weird things like Alan Wake 2, Control, Death Stranding, Bayonetta 2, 3, Indiana Jones, Ninja Gaiden, Hi-Fi Rush, The Fables, Shadow of the Colossus, Astrobot, Doom Eternal, Titanfall 2, Psychonauts, Sunset Overdrive, Guardians of the Galaxy, Okami, goes on and on, right? I just read off my tweet.
Yeah, those are good games that did not sell well.
You mean Dark Ages, not Eternal? Because I remember Eternal.
Yeah, Dark Ages, sorry.
Dark Ages.
I made a typo. Yeah, Dark Ages, yeah. And I know there is a Dark Ages estimate out there that puts 3 million, but that's player numbers, not sales. I think there's a bit.
No,
of
Eternal did crazy because of the.
Yeah, Eternal did great, but Dark Ages did not.
Right.
I think even though it did good in its initial month, it dropped off the sales charts the month after and hasn't really charted since then. I can't remember. I think it's like 90k or something on Steam DB. The peak is less than the previous ones. But anyway, most of these games did between like 1 and say 3-4 million, right? Which compared to the big boys isn't like a lot. It's a weird one. Like something even as high quality as Bayo 2-3, like these are like 90+ rated games, right? But they sell like 1 million, 2 million. So yeah, I think Saros is another victim of that, and it is a shame because I think Death Stranding 2 didn't do too great either.
It didn't do well on PlayStation or PC combined.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
Because I remember some PC cats were saying like, "Oh, they should have released it on PC." Like, I think Returnal has like 16,000 peak on PC, so I don't think PC was going to make the difference here.
No.
But I think it's just it's one of these things.
Well,
like,
let's talk about it though, Nib. Do you think in the case of Saros, that's the topic at hand? I mean, we could discuss the other titles that you mentioned as well and make a case for a lot of those. But do you think there's is it the fact that because now when Returnal first launched, okay, because it's 300+ is coming from that one site that has a bit of credibility there that's questionable.
Yeah. Keep in mind, we do have one real bit of data, which was the physical sales were 5 times greater than Returnal. So
well, that is something, because I was going to say Returnal was mentioned to have hit like 500,000, right? And then they cleared 1 million at a very short period of time, and now they're either at 2 million or they're close to 2 million in sales now.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what a lot of people would expect. This may be a slow burn. Also, there is a lot of people feel that the difficulty of the game. I know that they have made some what do they call them in Saros? Not moderators, but they've made some adjustments so that you can actually. There's more accessibility in the game now, where Returnal did not have that.
Yeah. It is more accessible. The progression system. There's so many more like permanent upgrades and stuff.
That's it. Yes.
Even the flow of gameplay is quite different from Returnal in places because so much of it is shield and mobility, and it's not as there's more defensive play basically.
Right.
But again, it's that thing where it's like maybe it is too enthusiast, and not just that, the timing of it. Look at the timing, like Pragmata, Resident Evil, like there's shit popping off everywhere. Like, and if you're a multi-platform gamer now, there's Forza Horizon Crimson Desert is like the longest game in the world. Like, I haven't literally had to leave that game behind, and it's just I don't think the timing of it is great. also, that is another thing that makes the analysis of sales quite difficult because it released on like the last day of April.
Right.
So in terms of charting performance, to be honest, I have no idea because it's like it only had 1 day of tracking and then 2 days of early access. So how am I supposed to know how well it really did? And
that's right.
Obviously, next month.
So you'll have to go by May. Yeah. Go ahead, Red.
I was gonna say I was like shocked though that Pragmata did it as good as it did. Personally, I thought it was not going to.
Oh, I'm happy.
Yeah,
that
but
it
you know
did,
what?
Yeah,
Pragmata is
absolutely.
one of my favorite games this year.
Yeah, but you know, we're finding these like slightly lower priced games are doing really well at the moment. Like Expedition 33, even Silk stuff. Like I think that price point maybe for Saros as well. I know it's an expensive game. Like I think they said the production budget was 70 million, which is expensive but not crazy high actually compared to PlayStation's regular. But yeah, like maybe the price point this is for a lot of people like a wait for a sale kind of thing. Yeah.
I actually didn't think about it, but honestly, they probably maybe making it $50.
Yeah. I think it would have done a lot better.
A
Yeah.
lower barrier to entry for people.
I agree, and I would
think
also
for Sony they've gotta settle on this. Every studio has to make this AAA $70 game. Like they need to understand some of the studios, like maybe how smart. Like for me, I pay full price. I think it's worth it. Like I get. It's probably going to be
my game of the year, dude. I'm enamored with this game. I didn't think it would top Resident Evil Requiem, which I really love. Like I think it's spectacular, but I think, again, Returnal was
a few
my
people
game of
I've
the year,
spoke to now have said Saros has taken over Resident Evil 9 thus far in the year as their game of the year. I've talked to a few people in the community. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And the thing that's sad about it, right, is people always talk about like, oh, don't be too like, there's all this fucking talk about narrative and all this other shit. And it's the haters are, they jump from one to the other because their ad revenue and click revenue depends on it.
Mm-hmm.
But like, all this talk about story in Saros, and it's not really very much story in the game, full stop. The story is a total backseat to the gameplay. This is a
100%
gameplay first.
I 100% agree.
Game.
I will say,
I'm not paying attention to the story.
No,
they're so minor.
But you know what though? But you know what? I will say that I will say, but the story's welcome. But the story's more welcome for me and Saros. I understand it is a backseat. I get that, TC. But TC, Returnal's story. The piecing together of the memory and this
even more vague.
That was way more vague. I enjoyed this.
I don't want to
and I like the voice actor as well. Yeah.
I don't want to spoil anything, but like a lot of the controversy. I don't know if you've seen it.
No, I did that pop up, and then I just kind of scrolled because I thought it was a spoiler. And I just
I did not see it.
Basically, people. Okay, I won't go into it, but the thing people are saying, because they're, emasculated and they're insecure or whatever about what this character does or doesn't do or how things unfold. There's me like thinking, so you guys just wanted a game where the guy just goes and saves a damsel. That would have been okay. That would have been a great story for you. To me, until the twists and turns started happening, I actually thought the story was pretty boring. It was one of my complaints about the game where I was like, yeah, I love the gameplay and the atmosphere and the premise and the art and everything like that. But the story is pretty dead, to be honest. It's just a bit dull. And
I also want to say in that, because like in that aspect, like for people who I guess maybe haven't played Returnal, Saros is a more open version of Returnal, because Returnal is also a story about an emotional like. So it's like it's kind of the same concept. Yeah,
it is. Yeah,
exactly.
That's the thing. And to me, like once again, I won't spoil anything, but once, let's just say the story evolves, that was the best thing about the story to me. Like that's what gave it layers and depth and ambiguity and made me question the characters and thought. And I just think, oh my god, these people, do they really want fucking cookie cutter, boring ass fucking storylines with headcanon fucking things unfolding? And I'm just like, this is what people want, man. It's so boring and it's like an antithesis to art, and I really can't stand that because of fucking the commercialization of social media, that this is the shit that is like going out into the ether now, and a lot of sheep are just regurgitating and following, and I feel like if that stuff does gain too much traction, we're all just going to be more stupid and have less riskier narratives as a result.
I also think that a lot of that stuff, and don't get me wrong, I know that you really tune into a lot of that stuff, Nib, online. I don't think I don't think any of that has anything.
That shit off my timeline.
I don't think. Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I don't think that has anything to do with sales or issues or things like that. I don't think.
No, I didn't think that, because that controversy came out a few days after the game had already been out anyway.
Okay.
But I'm just seeing in a wider sense, like not about the sales, more about like in terms of how people perceive art. Like, I'll tell you what these cats kind of remind me, and I don't just mean on the right, I mean on the right and left, right? Because even when I was playing Hogwarts Legacy, although I do think the conservative side of things are now bigger snowflakes than the left, but even the left, like when I was playing Hogwarts Legacy, like I said, they'd be like condemning me. Why are you playing this game, J.K. Rowling? Shut the fuck up, bro. Like, I don't give a care. I don't care what J.K. Rowling said about so and so, whatever. I'm playing a game made by thousands of people. What do I care what J.K. Rowling said? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's a similar thing now. Like, every game you play, are you playing mixtape, this, that, and the other, from people who haven't even played the game, you know?
Right.
And it's like,
well, that's the
point.
You've been holding this. You've been holding this in your chest.
Yeah, but it's like, to me, they're all just like Karens and snowflakes. They're like the Karens of the video game world, right?
The people that are hilarious to me on Twitter that do that type of shit is when they don't have a blue check. I ask you, what are you doing that for at that point?
I'll tell you what kills it every time is when I say, what's your gamer tag or PSN? They go fucking quiet as even church mouse. Even in these comments in Mooch's podcast, I think there's a guy called Aaron. His comment was, Returnal is way better than Saros. So I said, all right, what's your PSN? He said, why do you want it? I said to see if you played the games you're hating on. And he said, I don't need to. I've already played it. I played Returnal. And it's like, come on, that's a tourist, right? So you're condemning a game and hating on it that you've never even touched. You haven't even played it. I would
ask him what he liked about Returnal first, because more than Saros per person. That's where I would have gone. Because the thing is, again, if it's about the story and woke and all of that, like, Returnal is also a trauma story. Like, it's also a trauma story.
Exactly.
And the lead is a female. Like
right.
If it's about that situation.
I actually think, getting back to the gameplay, which is what makes this game so special. Nib, I got to be honest with you. I feel the fluidity in Saros is that much better than even Returnal. I've enjoyed it thoroughly.
I agree. Yeah. I think the gameplay is better. I don't want to I feel like I have to go into spoilers. I know it's not a big deal. The story is not. But even this whole controversy, right, with the lady he's chasing and her love interest, right?
Mm.
Even that, if you really read between the lines and the notes and stuff like that, it's actually not all because they call him a cuck, right? Because she ended up falling in love with someone else, or whatever. But even that, there's a lot of moral grey in there, because if you go through the voice notes and the records and stuff, Nitya, the woman or whatever that she kind of has potentially a relationship with, that's hinted at, but never. It's not a balanced thing, because one, you have the Shore, like the enemy in this game, or the being that controls this, basically polluting people's minds and twisting things to make them want the throne, and basically the warping their minds slowly. So these people aren't even in their regular state of. And two, she says in one of the voice notes, like, this woman who potentially they have a thing with. Was more of a follower. She said she was the first follower, and she worshipped me like a god, right? That's not a fucking healthy relationship, dude. Like, clearly this is not random, like, ooh, happy fairy dovies, we go to the party for dinner shit. Like, this is a whole alien-ass world.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like a lot of these nuances, they didn't play the game, and they're just listening to, like, sound bites on some rage merchant on X or Twitter or whatever. They don't absorb the nuances of the story.
You've
it just happens over and over.
I'm gonna need you next time you go on Twitter. I'm gonna need you to, if you see one of these comments, go right click on the top right and say, like, not interested. Just do that enough times, and your timeline will be much better.
The thing is, I am interested because I like understanding how things are progressing in social media. So I like it from the perspective of, this is what monetization is doing to the discourse. So that's interesting to me. But unfortunately, the direction of the discourse is shit. It's worse for art.
Guys,
it's worse for gaming.
Real quick, guys, hold on. People are saying that the stream is having a hard time right now. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's a YouTube thing.
Okay.
We are still live.
Yeah.
I don't know. Are you guys seeing it? I mean, I am still live. I'm watching it. We're still live, guys. I don't know what's going on. Probably try hitting refresh, see what's going on. I don't see anything. I do see an error on the YouTube side.
Today, never stay.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, probably because this is another hater who's just bought into the fucking shit online and can't think for himself. But like Mooch, I don't know if you found, with this whole like mixtape being adored thing, there's a lot of controversy, and suddenly like press kits and this other stuff is coming into it. When like press kits have been a thing in media since time immemorial. Like like there's been countless press kits for games. Why is it a thing now? And even with this whole gameplay mechanic thing, right? Like there's been so many of which I've played of these kind of interactive narrative type games, right? In fact, the studio that made the game, their previous game, what's it called? Fuck, I forgot now. Artful something. It was also that kind of game. Annapurna, they specialize in these types of games, Stray and whatever, these kind of more experiential games. And I feel like now suddenly it's like now you need dates and now you need all these other things. Like we've had games like this for literally donkeys, and there's a market for this type of games. Why suddenly do games need to have this or need to have that? Like at the end of the day, if you're not interested in that type of game, fine. There's thousands of other games you can play, but we should not be trying to restrict gaming and art.
With Returnal too. I remember when Returnal came out, they're like, it flopped, it bombed, this sucked. No one wants to play that game. Who wants to start over and over and over again? Remember that? And now here we are where, and then it picked up momentum. People are like, yo, this shit is fun. This is unbelievable. And then it made its sales later on. So I wonder if that's...
the game improved over time, right? They added the co-op like a year later. That was really cool.
They really, really did. I thought it was very good. I think we're still going to see some add-ons from Housemarque. I think you're going to see a co-op come out of it. Babor says it's all jealous Steam gamers and culture wars. I don't. That was something that was about maybe 20 minutes ago, so I apologize, Babor. Highlander says Pragmata is my game of the year. That's the one game, like Death Singer always says. There's a game that he always says, hey, it's in the backlog. I wanted to play Pragmata so much. And because
I played.
No, I no. That's right. I know you did. I'm saying that's mine. That was one I had to put into the backlog. I will play that game, especially when we get a little bit of that summer swoon. We get a little bit of time there. Guys, if it's still buffering, I apologize. Hopefully, you guys will come back and watch the VOD or watch the last once YouTube does its buffering and fixes the video. Although now. No, I don't know. Okay. It seems to be okay on my end too, but then when I go to the live stream thing, it still says, "Oh no, it's back. Yeah. We're back. We are back." I mean, even though like we lost half the audience, I apologize, guys, but we are back. So I just went onto my YouTube studio where it was saying some sort of video issue was going on, poor video intake, something that's gone. That is now gone. Now we have excellent. Now it is excellent. So we are back. If you guys, if anybody in the audience could let everybody know that we are back, we can continue with the show. I apologize again, guys. Well, I'll read these. Marico's here. He says, idiots in politics try to spread their influence everywhere. Games only need to be good. Shout out to Marico. I appreciate that. And you really pissed Babor.
I agree.
Nib, you pissed Babor off. You pissed Babor off. He says, I'm out. You spoiled the effing game. He just didn't want to know. He just didn't want to know the end.
That wasn't exactly the end, but yeah.
You really pissed off Babor. Okay, so wait, while I still have TC here, and it's very hard to book TC, by the way. TC, right? TC knows about this. TC, I want to ask you a little bit about some of the rumors with the PlayStation hardware, what's coming out for PS6. And Nib, I know you're also keeping an ear to the ground on this. The thing about it is now they're saying there was a rumor, and I don't remember who started it. They were saying that they heard that they may be ditching the 32 gig RAM for 24 to keep prices down, and people have been debunking that. What do you think?
Yeah, so that's the thing. I didn't cover because I usually do cover the PlayStation 6 stuff for sure, but I saw that wasn't the problem with Twitter. Sometimes is that somebody with a credible, like they do this with Dusk Golem as well, especially with the DMC stuff, the DMC remake. Mm-hmm. They'll take the person's name, they had a discussion because Kepler L2 was just having a discussion on, what could be, how they could reduce. He wasn't saying this is what they were going to do. And Kepler came out to reply to a couple of people, I think, telling them like, this isn't a rumor. He was just discussing that. It was the same thing with another one of your topics where it was about PlayStation licensing out stuff to different studios, which I would love if they do, but do it. PlayStation knows how to partner with different studios, so I could trust that. They've already done some of that, but that would be pretty cool to see another studio take on some of those IPs. But again, that came from Moore's Law is Dead, and Moore's Law is Dead was just giving out a theory of like, hey, why wouldn't PlayStation do this? But again, it's like both of those examples are examples of people just taking what those people were saying, even though it's just them talking, they're just chatting. That's it. And their name has weight. They put it on Twitter. People are not gonna look back. Like, fortunately for me, I followed like Kepler, I follow, and Moore's Law is Dead, I follow. So I've already heard about these things before I saw them hit Twitter, and I'm like, this is just they're just talking. They're just yapping. It's not anything.
Yeah. So that again. So you'll go as far, TC, to say pump the brakes. Because didn't Moore's Law is Dead came out and said there's no way Sony would release a next generation console under 30?
Yeah, because he was talking about like, same with Kepler. Kepler said it wouldn't be a point of next generation if you're gonna nerf it. And Moore's Law is Dead. The thing about it is, like, I think he's having a bit of a nib moment where he's getting too involved with the people on Twitter, but you see it reflect on his YouTube video because like he'll get like in certain situations he'll get frustrated with people on Twitter, and I'm like, brother, you don't have to argue with these people. Just you don't have to argue. But the problem is that people will do what they do with somebody like Dusk Golem. They're like, didn't you say this? And it's like, I would get frustrated if I didn't say something, but somebody referenced me to say something, and that was referenced by somebody else, and then somebody else, and they'll come back to me like 6 months down the line. They're like, didn't you say this? I'm like, hey man, I never said that. Like, where can you tell me where I said that? And they'll give you a screenshot of some random person posting it, and it's like, how does that prove I said anything? That's the problem with some of this. But yeah, like the
one
RAM
good thing I will say.
Yeah.
No, sorry, Karen. Go.
No, for the RAM situation, yeah, both Kepler and Moore's Law is Dead basically said like there's no way they would go down, and I think AI again is going to be very influential next generation, and a RAM has to be a big part of that.
Yes,
they have a big beef, right? Those two. It's weird.
They do.
So that beef, Kepler L2 and Moore's Law is Dead was another weird one because I saw it and I'm just like, what is this conversation? Because the thing is like they were arguing about certain like things that were said, and Moore's Law is Dead said that Kepler said it's RDNA 1, and then Kepler's like, why would I say it's RDNA 1 when we're talking about like RDNA 5? And then the misunderstanding there was he was talking about, I think Kepler was talking about a reference to PlayStation 5. There was some forum he was in where he was talking about how PlayStation 5 technically has RDNA 1 or something like that. And then Moore's Law is Dead, I guess he's just kind of thinking about that moment. But it was just a bit of confusion. I don't know why those two had it was wild to see. I've never seen two leakers go at each other like that. It was something. I think Moore's Law is Dead just needs to like maybe like ease off like reading the replies on Twitter. Like it's clearly like there's some impact there for him.
Yeah, no, I was wondering what was going back and forth with those two, and I listen, like you said, a lot of stuff is just kind of coming out now, and all the way when we lead up to the release of the PS6 or the Project Helix. Yeah, I almost wish that the companies would just come out and put their specs out there so the speculation doesn't continue to happen. But we're probably 12 months until that happens. So,
that's probably not going to happen till like mid next year or something like that. It depends on the thing about it with PlayStation. They can do like whatever. I think with the PS4 they had their February 2013 event, and with the PS5 they had their April 2019. What was that article? Newswire? No, what was Times? What was the company? There was a Wired article or something like that with Mark Cerny, and he was talking about next generation. But with the PlayStation 6, the weird thing about that is that Mark Cerny has kind of been technically teasing the PlayStation 6 ever since they started talking about Project Amethyst in December of 2024. I think it was like December or something like that. They've been kind of teasing it. And then in 2025, Mark Cerny again, he's like talking about this technology for a future console. So I'm like, the man is already talking about it. And then financial calls, you'll have them reference next gen. I'm like, they've been pretty much talking about it. Well, I think not in comparison to Microsoft, who are like full blown just out there, just kind of saying, hey, you still have a console. We need you guys to make games for it. Please don't leave. That's how it feels like with Xbox, which I appreciate, because like everybody was worried with the Series X because you kind of just gave up for a few years with that thing. So I'm happy they're getting more vocal. And it seems like, because like some people question, why isn't Sony more vocal like how Xbox is? It's because Sony doesn't need to be. Like Xbox really is worried about like developers not wanting to put the effort into Helix. That's the thing.
That's, that is interesting that you say that a lot. And the thing is, listen, I think the changes that Asha is bringing, by the way, are great.
Yeah.
But I think they're also a bit over exaggerated, right? Like, I mean, the things that she's bringing back aren't like, nothing that she's brought back are like, people are like, oh, well, in that case, I got to get the Best Buy. I got to buy a Series X.
I've actually seen some people do that on Twitter.
Well, some of those people have already
I think that was fake. Those are someone investigated it.
Those are fake, by the way. Not all of them, but
they just did it for like.
I feel bad for Asha because she replied to one of them, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying the one she did was. I just saw some of them were fake because they were from pictures 4 years ago. So
that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And it's like
I was questioning it only because of how much Xbox is right now, and I'm like, I like what Asha's doing. It's positive stuff. I'm not gonna dig to that. So I'm looking forward to what she does next. But I'm like,
well, the thing that she's going to do,
I wanted to believe that convinced them to get an Xbox because of what's possible in the future.
Yeah, but I mean, people right now with today's issues and affording what you're going to afford, people aren't going to go spend $500-$600 on hope. So like my whole thing is this too. The other thing that you mentioned is it's just been so many years now of Xbox declining in hardware sales and people either moving to PC or PS5, right? So that gap right there is very, very hard for them to overcome at this point. It's one thing to say we lost a generation. What was the PS4? 114, 117
Phil
million?
Spencer was annoying me during that time. My goodness, the man, he was walking around like he was already shot. He's bleeding, and we lost a generation where there's no making great games is not gonna sell a console. I'm like, my God, man.
Yeah, that's
like change it up. You can't go into every podcast and just be a downer about your own platform, left and right. And it was crazy to see. It was great. This guy went from like lying enough times talking about how positive things are to just at one point, I have no clue what happened. I don't know if it was a pandemic or something. Something just hit him, and he was just like, "Yeah, man."
He it was part of the sales propaganda of what they were pushing, and that's fine. That's what their team at that point was moving forward with. It was games everywhere. You should be able to play them everywhere, where you want, when you want, with whoever you want, on what you want. The whole thing. We've heard it a million times. The thing is, what Asha I think is doing really well right now is I think she's revitalizing the Xbox name, but not in the same pretense as what we've been used to for the past couple of decades. Right? It's more about she's going to bona fide Xbox, okay, the publisher. I don't. We'll see. We'll find out. I guess everyone's waiting on their hands to see what's going to happen with Gears E-Day. To me personally, Forza Horizon 6 is going to sell absolutely unbelievable on PlayStation. They're going to see that. They're going to know that. I also think Gears E-Day already has a PS5 version being made, so they're not going to make that and then it just shelf it. Shelf it for what? You have 30 million hardware out there, right? That's not enough for them to make up those dividends, right? So
I think it's going to be like that conversation in terms of exclusivity. That's what I feel like a lot of Xbox fans are waiting for, and I'm all for a competition. I said,
absolutely.
That's the thing, make them exclusive, but
right?
I think that ship has sailed. The only thing that I see potentially happening is timed. Look at Forza.
Yeah,
Forza. I know it's because of development.
It's because of development, but
that model, that model, they could potentially replicate it, and then games will release on Xbox, and then if you want to play it first, play it on Xbox or PC, and just wait 6 months or more Like Ryan McCaffrey wants it to be a year. I don't know if they're going to go a full year of waiting.
No. Like look at like Indiana Jones. And
right.
That was like 3 months or something.
The FOMO was gone, and it didn't do that well even on PlayStation like that.
No, it didn't.
Compared to it being on launch, I keep saying this. FOMO's a real thing for all platforms being at day one.
I feel like if with Indiana Jones, if they made a third person, that would have been something. Something for
that would have helped.
Yeah, but Machine Games is like known for first person, so it's kind of like I don't know, like you get what you get with the developer, but I don't know. I think you saw Starfield where they made it exclusive and shelved or put on pause the PlayStation version, and they didn't get what they thought they would get by making it exclusive either. So I just don't see it happening. And maybe they'll do a test run, and they're probably not going to get the results that they want. There isn't an IP for Xbox that is going to continuously have people be like, "Oh, I want to get an Xbox for that specific game." It didn't happen in Xbox One, and it hasn't happened with this generation.
Because with Xbox One, what happened was they destroyed people's minds with what's his name?
Don Matrick?
Don Matrick. Don Matrick destroyed everybody's mind when he's like, if you want something offline, stay with the 360.
I will say, but PlayStation 3 had a really bad start too, and they say, yo, get a second job because of the cost.
But look at the difference. Look at the difference between PlayStation 3, for me personally, my personal opinion, my favorite PlayStation generation. I don't know if it was the year of the time or how many.
Yeah,
some of people's favorite games
in the later half.
Exactly. Right? That's the thing. That the Xbox One era had just they also kind of gave up then.
Well, that's it. That's it.
PlayStation came in and they're like back to back funding. They were funding everything. They were funding, like MAG existed. I miss Warhawk. Little Big Planet had so many games. We had like 3 Uncharted titles. Uncharted started in the PS3 era. We had so many different options in the PS3 era. Last of Us started over there. Like some of people's favorites games started in that era. Like it's not a PlayStation game, but like Red Dead Redemption. Like, I know there's Revolver, but Red Dead Redemption was in that era as well. Like a lot of people's favorite franchises today had like beginnings in that era.
Right.
And it kind of like we're kind of just living off of that a bit.
Well, the thing is, so you kind of nailed it there. They actually made some good strides in the Xbox One era. When Phil originally took over, right, they took the Kinect out of the box. They changed the UI around. They listened. They got rid of the DRM talk.
To Asha, in a way.
But the thing is, Asha, so that's why I have this new topic up right now. Xbox is reportedly working on a disc-to-digital program. This did not work in the Xbox One era. Can it work again? They're basically going back to old Donnie's war book. So, the thing is, they're doing it with a smile and not a wisecrack like Donnie gave. So this is my point, is what I think Asha is doing is using the resources that Microsoft has, right? AI, servers, this and that, Azure, blah, 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 whatever, the cloud. They're doing all this stuff. They're going to still go forward with that. I don't think you're going to see this massive change that you're seeing some of the people in the Xbox community talking about. Now, a timed exclusive, 4 to 6 months, maybe. Yeah. Maybe, all right, but that doesn't. But again, as Death Singer said, and Death Singer, thank the PC guys, you trained us well. They'll wait. Now, will they wait a year or two? No. Will people wait 6 months? 4 months? Indiana Jones came out in December on Xbox, came out in April on PS5.
Well, I mean, to be fair, like look at Horizon. Like people are like, I'll just wait for the PlayStation version. It's like, well, yeah, people are happy to wait. It's like it wasn't just a PC thing where people are happy to wait. It's like
you need a GTA 6 type of caliber game where people don't want to wait. Other than that, people will wait.
Well, yeah, I mean, but then a lot of people will still wait regardless.
Oh yeah, they're still
business.
Yes, absolutely.
But it's like the thing is, like GTA is a once in a generation game, so it's like like. I don't know how you're supposed to get around that. Everyone will wait and see. And Xbox doing 6 months would be perfectly fine, because not only do then the Xbox fans think they get to play it first, so they get that little bonus, but then you get to collect the money off PlayStation because they'll happily wait the 6 months and then boom, buy the game.
So, well, the thing about it, yet again, we go with the problem of sales become lower because of FOMO. and people are just like, dude, I just waited 6 months. I'm just gonna wait on a sale. The same thing with PC gamers, right? When games go from PlayStation like a year or two later, sales become low.
Yeah.
And less people are going to want to buy at a $60 or $70 price tag, and they'll just be like, yeah, I'll just wait until the price
Yeah,
goes
they already
down.
waited that long, right, Red? What's another couple of months till it goes on sale?
Yeah, I mean, but
I agree.
See, that's the whole thing with the whole wait and see approach.
But that's the thing.
But also bear in mind, you have to remember the PlayStation games were all a year plus, right?
Yeah.
None of them were 3 to 6 months, right?
That's correct.
So we don't have any, like, if you're porting over God of War 2018 and it's now like 2021, most people ain't gonna give a shit. Like, it's been like 4 years. People are like, okay, cool.
Well, the only time they cared was they heard games were gonna go from PlayStation to PC, and then that's why Horizon and God of War 2018 did really well in the beginning, right? And Spider-Man Remastered. And then once the other games started coming through, like the sequels and stuff like that, people were just like, dude,
but then
the hype is already gone, you know.
They also
and
they also hit and miss on quality control as well, like The Last of Us when it came to PC, Horizon when it came to PC. Catastrophic launches. There was problems with it, so it's like, you know, not only are you releasing an old game, but you're also releasing a port that's incredibly bad on top of it being an old game. So you're only compounding your own issues. So I think it was more that wasn't a really well thought out initiative from PlayStation. If they wanted to do it, that's why I said they half-assed their putting games on PC thing. They went into it half.
Well, they tried. Well, you say that Singer, but they literally tried to double dip. The thing about it is that you guys don't understand. Xbox did what you guys are saying Sony should do, and it didn't work. So the difference is Xbox is a trillion. Microsoft's a $1 trillion company. PlayStation, Sony is not. They can't afford to not have the console stuff. Do you see even Sony now? Every time they do their interviews with any of them, whether it's the third-party guy or the head guy or the CEO or the new appointed CEO, they're already talking PS6, PS6, PS6. They want to get the new box in the homes. Xbox is already telling you, don't worry about it. We're going to have a Helix. Buy it, don't. But that's here. So when you're saying they half-assed it, they did not half-ass it. They actually did the math and figured out, wait a minute, our biggest competitor who has an unbelievably unlimited checkbook tried this double dip on day one, and it didn't work. So let's try to do a staggered, right? Let's do something like that so we can get day one, and then we can get it later. And the problem is that didn't work. It literally didn't work for the sales of the game. It would end. And here's the thing. So you guys are right? The PC community's right. If you had launched it on day one, yeah, that would have probably done better on PC, but it would have eventually eroded the PS5 and PS6. It would.
Well, then to that point, it's like Matt Piscator had a great interview. People were like, they should not put their games on PC. They should not do this. It's hurting the brand. He noted it didn't even register as a blip. There wasn't even a millimeter of a blip in affecting what happened with PlayStation, despite all these games go into there. It didn't even register in their analytics that it was having any effect on PlayStation in any way at all. So, in fact, if they did it 6 months, it would still be the same way. It wouldn't affect the trajectory of PlayStation, which is going up. It just wouldn't, because there's no crossover. Like, these people on PC that you're selling.
Yeah, but a lot of these guys that say that
they're just never going to get a console, basically.
Exactly.
Is what JudaZuk saying.
Yeah, they're never going to get a console. The vast majority of PC players will never buy a console, and that's just the reality you'll have to live with.
Well, the reality's about to become maybe not your reality when GTA 6 launches.
No, don't think.
Wait. I will say this: when it comes to Mooch, I think Mooch is partly right. I have friends though that also game on PC, and they're not caring.
We all have our own census. I hear you. I'm not saying this for the masses. I'm saying to you though, the point of the matter is this: at the end of the day, PlayStation is reliant on their box. And if you put the games on day one on PC, it erodes the value of the box. And you guys, you really can't argue that. You can't argue that.
Then I will say this too. PC is becoming a more, how do I say this correctly? Because this is the also argument, is if you want the power and stuff like that, the barrier to entry is very high on PC, right? The cost is very, very high, right? If you want 4K, over 60
forget
FPS,
4K. Even if you want
right?
even if you want 1440p,
yeah, it's very
120
high,
FPS,
right?
it's a lot. Yeah, because you start going the 4K route, it's expensive. $2,500, guys, is what you're talking about.
I will say though, I built my friend's PC and I posted it on Twitter, and I gave him a 5060 Ti, a 7500F processor, 32 gig of RAM, a terabyte SSD, and it all came clocked in at just 1,000. So that's only like 100.
Yeah, but you didn't have the monitor, you don't have the keyboard, you don't have the mouse.
Did you play on a TV or play on a monitor?
Well, he has a monitor.
Yeah, so you have to add, once you add everything up,
of what you just paid for,
and to get the advantage to have the 144 hertz and get everything that you're going to do, he's that's a $1,500 build.
No, that's not a 1500 for 1440p, 140 plus FPS is nowhere near a 1500 build. No, 1500.
What is it? No, that's a $200. How much is the monitor?
The monitor, good monitor. Wow, good monitor. What would you say?
1440p, good monitor. What do you think?
1440p, good monitor.
Well, you're not going to. The thing is, you're not going to build a PC and then not have a monitor that's been able to show off the damn PC you built.
I would say QD OLED would be like, I don't know, like maybe 500.
Yeah, that's what I just said. That's what I just said. So you're at 1,000 plus 500 plus $60 or $100 for a keyboard.
Well, hang on, Red, before you go. But then, Mooch, how much was your TV?
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up because I'm not gonna hold you, dog.
Because that's a
back in the PS5 generation.
No, I don't think so.
When the launch happened, I did pay. How much did I pay? LG OLED, 65-inch. I did pay $1,300. I'm not gonna hold you.
Listen, buddy, honestly, buddy,
if you want, I remember this going on Twitter.
It's not. No. Wait. Red Hood. Unless you're unless you're podcasting from 1972 right now, everybody has a TV in their house.
Yes.
So wait.
Does everybody have a 1440p, 144 hertz monitor? You don't need an OLED. You don't need an OLED. I didn't need no. Because I didn't say to Death Singer it had to be an OLED monitor. I just said $200 for the monitor. I said something.
Mooch.
Come on, Red. Come on.
Let me wait.
Yeah, let him finish this.
Gosh dang. All right, so I remember this, and Nib can probably attest to this, and everybody. I remember Blaze can attest to this too, that a lot of people, when buying their PS5, buying their Xbox, did buy that LG OLED, specifically the CX model. I remember that.
Okay, cool.
To this day.
That's a cool story. My point is, listen,
erase that? Yes or no?
I didn't. That's not what we're talking about. I'm talking about Death Singer and his $1,000 build. That's all. No. You're going into Red. If you want to just pull stories from the internet, we could pull 100 of them, and they can go in all different directions. So that's fine. I'm talking about Death Singer's build. He goes, I built $1,000 PC that matches a PS5 or whatever he said.
Death Singer's defense, they could just hook it to a TV.
Yeah,
right. That's what. Well, we asked that. He said no.
If everyone has a TV, then I could just win that way.
Yep, that's fine.
Or either most people who are into PC gaming already have a monitor anyway from their old build. Because this isn't his first.
So why did you get? But why did you put? Why did you?
Why did you get? If you're not already into.
Wait, Wait a minute, Neb. Wait. Why would you give him the 5060 Ti and all this other shit? If he's going to hook it up to his TV that can only play 60 FPS.
He wants to use the display port, right? Which doesn't go.
Well, exactly. TVs. So he's using his monitor from his old build.
Exactly. So he didn't. So that's my point, Red. He didn't use his TV. So back to the money again. Okay, it's not $1,000 build. Is my point. So that's all I'm saying.
$1,000 bill, even with a relatively cheap even if you go cheap monitor, that's still like 100, 200.
That's fine.
Even then, it's still under 1,500. But then again,
no. What about the keyboard? What did he buy for a keyboard? Nothing.
Okay. Actually, hang on then.
How much was Windows?
hang on. If we're doing that, Mooch, how much is PSN? How much also?
You don't have to have PSN. You don't have to have PSN.
How much?
You don't have to have PSN.
How much are all your accessories? How much is
you do need a keyboard and you do need a mouse.
How much is your portal, Mooch? Come on,
Yeah,
no, Mooch.
I think he's going by things you need.
Yeah,
Mooch,
I'm going with things.
Remember, you know what?
That's what you're talking about. Hey, don't you need? Don't you need? That's what you're like. Don't you need to eat? Don't you need a sandwich? Come on, dude.
PlayStation Network have a PSN account subscription. It's like half of
No. I'm telling you things that you need to play on the PC. You're talking about does you do have air conditioning, Mooch? What are we talking about? Listen, this is not the point. The point of the matter is you said I made $1,000 build. That's an incorrect statement. And even if we go cheap, I was going to agree with you. I'm saying 150, 200. I've said it 100 times. Then we got into a couple of other tales. And then I said you have to have even a cheap keyboard, a cheap mouse.
Right, okay, right. So if he's already got this, you've already got a TV, right? So I'm not including that into the price. Otherwise, I'm glad
he had a monitor. So wait, he had a monitor without a PC.
He had an old He had an old build. I made him a new build.
Okay.
So if he had an old build,
that's fine. He had a monitor. I'll buy that. That's fine.
He had a mouse and keyboard. The same way you have a TV. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to add your TV.
But no. Now hold on. He had an old build, which means he had an old monitor. But you gave him a PC that can handle higher frame rates and higher resolutions, and he's going to use his old. He's going to use his old monitor. So why didn't you build him a cheaper PC that would build to his monitor? He doesn't need all that then, because he can't use it.
Mooch, here's your bad faith argument. Again, you fail. He has a 1440p 240 hertz monitor. So, of course, I'm going to build him a 1440p fucking PC.
Okay, so
I was gonna say this too. You did.
Wait a minute. So this kid had everything. He had all this shit, but then he needed you to build him a $1,000 PC. He had all this shit, but he couldn't build his own PC for $1,000.
Yes. Believe it or not, people can't build their own PCs, Mooch. That's why they make pre-builds.
Well, then he could have bought a pre-build. Why do you need you to come in and do all that and give him all those specs?
It's cheaper that way.
I know it's cheaper that way, but this guy had a monitor that was superseding his previous PC. Deathsinger comes in, brings him a PC that can do more than his monitor can do. Come on, the whole story doesn't make a lot of sense.
It's doing exactly what it did before. The monitor is still the monitor. He was still doing 4040p, 240 FPS. He just wanted a better build. So, of course, I built him a better build, 1440p, to his FPS. That is the thing.
Dude, what's the argument here? What's going on? What's the debate?
What are we doing?
His debate was he was trying to say. Go ahead, Kofi.
Yeah. So the monitor that would complement a powerful PC should be something that's also expensive. That's Mooch's argument. But Deathsinger is coming back and saying that this owner that he helped already had a high frame rate monitor. But my question for Deathsinger is it a high frame rate monitor that can take advantage of some of the GPU changes that we've had? For example, an IPS monitor can do super high frame rates. That's great, but it looks washed out, right? It could do what's it called? Steam's #1 Counter-Strike, right? But it looks washed out as an IPS panel. Are we talking IPS?
IPS doesn't look washed out. What the?
Yeah, no.
If you're talking about TN, yes, that absolutely. But IPS, no. Unless you want to compare it to OLEDs, then that's a different conversation.
Right, I guess I'm comparing it to OLEDs because
he doesn't have an OLED, but he has a very good PC, very good monitor with I can't remember what his HDR numbers is, but it's pretty high. So he's got really good HDR as well. It's not an OLED, of course, but of course, you don't necessarily need one of them. It still looks really fucking good, but then it's like he's still got the monitor, so of course I just built him a better PC because he wanted a better graphics card, because 8GB graphics cards now are kind of dog water. VRAM is an issue, and he doesn't want a VRAM issue, and he gave me a price, and he gave me what he wanted, and I told him what to get, and then I built it for him.
I don't see your flex though, buddy. Like who cares? Like who gives a shit? There's people that work with me that literally they just play like Madden. They play Call of Duty. They go out and they go get an Xbox or they go get a PS5 because they don't give a shit. So you're like doing this flex though, Deathsinger, and it doesn't make any sense. You're like, look what I did. It's like, you want a cookie? Like it doesn't mean anything. Like there's other expenditures.
No. It means
I don't get it. Like you just randomly posted that.
Mooch. The thing is, it means something when you just randomly pluck out your ass $1,500 for a PC to compete. When you're
that's not what I said. No, calm down. Now you're putting words in my mouth. I said, was it 50?
Wait,
I said, was it 1,500? Nib, hold on a minute. Nib, I can't finish talking because you talk over. Nib, give me a minute. He said $1,000. I said, was it a $200 monitor? And he said, well, you didn't even mention your friend had the monitor. You were like, well, no, he went and bought this. He went and bought that. I was saying $200 for a monitor. I said $100 for a keyboard and what, $50, $60 for a mouse. That's what I was saying when we started this. That's only $1,360. I just want the $1,500 rounded up. Whatever. $1,360, $1,390. That's all I was saying. And then Red was talking about OLEDs and shit. I'm not talking about that. All I'm saying is basically what you're saying is when you're doing a build, okay, not for your friend. When you're doing a build for someone who wants to get into PC gaming, like when I first got into PC gaming, I needed a monitor because I wanted the monitor to reflect what I built. Right? I wanted to showcase what I could do. I didn't want an old monitor at 1080p that wasn't able to do what my expensive PC was going to do, right? Or what a powerful rig was going to do. So my point being was, when you're giving an actual thing, you have to count Windows in there. You have to count everything. I built PCs, okay? I'm not like you guys. I'm not a professional. I'm just saying to you, when I tally everything up, I don't just go, oh, wait a minute, I got a monitor in the basement. No, I want one that's actually going to perform to the specs of my PC. So when you're building these things and you're like, I built $1,000, that was the box, and I believe that. But then you got to add Windows in there. You got to also put the monitor, the keyboard, the mouse. You have to do that. You can't. I'm not including.
What was this?
That's all I was saying.
What was this build supposed to compete with? Like, what's the...
He said, I don't know, I think Deathsinger. I don't know. It's not the PS5 or the PS5 Pro or something.
No.
Or more than that. 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 Yeah, more than that.
Let Death talk. He'll explain.
Yeah, please, everyone shut up. The 5060 Ti completely nukes the PS5 Pro. They're not even in the same category. Right. Don't do that. Right, first
That's
of all.
fine. So whatever. I don't know. I was just, whatever.
Right. I don't know.
No, it's not. Basing it off, bring up any game, run it next to the PS5
Yes,
Pro.
Yes, we all agree, Deathsinger. We all agree.
I'll tell you what. Cyberpunk Ultra with path tracing. Show me the Pro doing that. Can't. Okay, end of story. Right. So on to the next one. Okay, so what we do is...
No, but at what settings is it doing that, though?
Ultra.
At what frame rates and settings?
That's at 70 FPS with path tracing.
So no drops below 60?
No, 70 FPS.
At what settings?
Path tracing Ultra. I got the video on Twitter. Go look at the video.
5060 can do that.
5060 Ti. Yes, it's the 16 gigabyte one. It's not the 12 gigabyte. Okay. It's the 16 gigabyte card. That's why it can do it. But also it's paired with the 7500F CPU, which is really good budget CPU. Really fucking good. Outclasses a lot of things lower than it. So, of course, between that, it's not built to compete with that because it surpasses it. He just wanted a CPU, a rig with enough VRAM, and he still wants to play at 1440p. So I looked at the cards and I was like, well, price-wise, the price is extortionate now. So I was like, well, do you want AMD?
Out of curiosity, the path tracing you're talking about? What resolution and DLSS settings were you using?
1440p, and it was performance.
Yeah, so 1440p at what?
He said
DLSS setting?
Performance, yeah.
Performance. Yeah. So that's like what, base resolution of 720p or less?
I don't know what the base resolution of that is.
Yeah, it's going to be less than that.
Is it frame gen too, or no?
No frame gen. No frame. If I put frame gen on, it's over 120 FPS.
Yeah. So this is the thing, right? Like, it's going to be hard to say what a PS5 Pro can and can't do because it's never going to have a base resolution that low.
It has had base resolutions that low.
No, not with PSSR 2. I think at the moment they're using 1080p. So 720p and 1080p is a big difference, dude.
when
I would say
when
that
you-
I could
no.
at least give Destiny that the experience could be more customized on a PC, even though
Yeah, without doubt, PC is always going to have more
really close.
variability. But I'm just trying to decide. I'm just trying to figure out, this where the benchmarking is coming, because even in Digital Foundry's test, which was like a bad test, where they used one Black Myth song which didn't have any difference between the PS5 Pro and the PS5 at the time. That was one of the games that they tested. And Alan Wake 2, which was really bad on the PS5 and PS5 Pro. And then there was one other game they tested where the PS5 performed better than the 5060 Ti and the AMD card that they tested.
The thing is, fundamentally...
And that was at equivalent settings. So I'm just trying to understand. Obviously, if they repeated that test today, that was PSSR 1.
The thing
and
is,
today, if they repeated it with newer games, the games are running much better. PSSR 2 is performing much better. The image quality is much better. They're pushing more of the ray tracing features in newer titles.
Yeah, the thing is, fundamentally, the 660 Ti will always outperform it because it has the better feature set and it's just more raw power. When you talk all this glam shit about the Pro, at the end of the day, the CPU is still dog shit. It's just a little bit better, and the GPU is a little bit better. But at the end of the day,
you understand. You understand on consoles that.
We lost. But yeah, either way, like anyone knows, at least like the 4080 Super, the 4080s, they outclass the Pro. The 4070 Super, I think, also does. Like tons of cards do it. The 3090s do, of course, as you would expect, and that's an old card. But it's like. Thing is, lots of things do the outclassing. So that's why I didn't compare it to a Pro when I built it for him. He didn't want it for that. He just wanted a 1440p PC with 16 gigs of VRAM, and the cheapest way to do that was the 5060 Ti. Because if I could have said to him, well, do you want something more? But I was like, well, what's your price? So within the budget given, I either have to choose the 5060 Ti or an equivalent AMD card.
Fair enough. I just wanted to cover. Sorry, I got left out of the server. But when people compare like PC CPUs to console CPUs, right? It's always like a funny thing to me because a console CPU isn't doing nearly the same things as a PC CPU is, right? And I don't mean just operating system and things like that. I mean, like, for example, the PS5. Let's take the PS5 as an example. PS5 has a lot of custom hardware in the I/O from DMA chips and controllers and compression blocks and all the rest that is equivalent to multiple cores worth of CPU performance that offloads tasks that the CPU typically does, right? I think they said it's almost the equivalent to like 8 cores or something of the. So, and then in addition to that, it has obviously the Tempest 3D. It has all sorts of other things that alleviates CPU. So instead of the CPU doing, page in, check in, I/O, and memory check in, and all this other things, it's not doing any of that. Or burdened with the decompression, neither the GPU or the CPU is being burdened with any of that. Whereas on PC, the CPU would have to do all of that, right? So what I'm saying is, I'm not denying that the actual CPUs in the consoles are pretty shit, actually. They're really bad. But the reason they can be shit is because they have a lot of other custom hardware that does CPU tasks. So it's not, what I'm saying is it's never a apples to apples comparison with a PC CPU.
To having a closed system.
I think the equivalent of it is
not
like
even
a 3700X or 3800X. But even then, a 3800X is still more powerful.
So I have a question for Detzinger.
It's more powerful on a 1-to-1, but like I said, you would.
I know what you're trying to say. In terms of customization and all that.
Detzinger, Corey Massey in the chat. He goes, a 5060 Ti alone is $589. He goes, you got $410 to buy 32 gig of RAM, a motherboard, a case, a power supply, and a CPU. Parts list, please. That's what he says.
And the controller, keyboard, mouse.
No, Nib, don't say keyboard, mouse. I said keyboard, mouse, and the two PC guys in the chat right now are like, are you really saying keyboard, mouse, Mooch? Yes, it's part of the build.
What do you play your PS5 with? Do you play it with like stick?
Hold on. Wait a minute. I just heard that. When did I say that?
Not you, Red. I said in the chat.
On the chat. I was going to say.
No, you didn't say that, Red. Not you, Red.
This is weird. The DualSense is not a cheap piece of equipment. It's like it's a high-end gaming controller with haptics and feedback and touch screen and friggin' microphone built in. It even has a Realtek audio noise cancelling chip in there. I use it for my friggin' mic. I'm not using it right now because my battery ran out. But yeah, like literally all this time I've been chatting on that.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't compare like a $75 premium gaming controller to nothing on the other side. Like you have to at least put in an equivalent gaming controller, if not a DualSense itself, some sort of like proper gaming.
He'll be right back.
Yeah, also
Sorry.
in response to the chat, it's called used. Have you ever heard of something called used? I think people are blind. I think people have this conception that most people, quite a lot of people, buy their parts brand new when you could buy them at half the price used, and they're really good condition, like really fucking good condition.
You can buy a used console too.
Yeah, exactly, and a lot of people do that.
So now you can get a PS5 for $300.
Wish we still had a large.
Well, no, I mean, to be fair, the only used part was the GPU. But
no, I'm just saying. But I'm like, if you're gonna that's the thing. Everything's guys. Everything's relative, is what I'm trying to. That was my only point here. It wasn't really that. That's what you did is fine, right? I built a PC. I built a powerful PC. I got you. I'm just saying that and Red, it wasn't you. I'm still talking to the person in the chat.
No, I know what you're saying.
I'm just saying when you do a budget, like when I have my PC build. Even though I had ready for this, I had a keyboard in my home. When I just got my 5090 build, I bought a new keyboard and mouse. I know it's crazy, right? But I did because I wanted a better one than I had. That's a me problem, not a you problem. But I'm saying you budget it in. You don't. And shout out to Tarnishes in the chat. He goes, Mooch, I've been working for 5 years now off of a $30 keyboard and mouse. That's fine. But it's got to be in the list. It's included. You can't build a PC and not have a keyboard and mouse on the build, right? It's
unless you already have it. If you already have the monitor and the mouse and keyboard, you don't include it, right? Otherwise, when you bought your PS5 Pro, I have to include your TV automatically.
Yeah, if you already have it, then that's different. Obviously, I thought you meant for a new gamer. Yeah.
No,
but I will say PS5 Pro right now. I'm on eBay. The last few that sold were $650 sold, not listed. So if you could buy them.
But also not apples to apples because it was only the GPU that was used. The rest was brand new parts. So I mean, you have to take that into consideration because it's modular PC. It's not a plastic box that you can't do fuck all with. You can actually interchange parts. Do whatever you need to do. So it's not apples to apples in that way at all. So, but also it comes back to it's like, so that is the thing. He already had a monitor, mouse, and keyboard. So yes, that PC is $1,000 because he already has those things. It's like if someone buys a Pro, I'm not going to say, oh, if I pop out tomorrow and buy a PS5 Pro, I'm not going to include the price of my TV into that. Otherwise, I'll have to go, well, you see, my PS5 Pro cost me $1,600, and people be like, well, how? Well, I have to include my TV. Sorry,
I get that, and that's fine if you want to make the funny correlation and this and that. But my point is, and Red, you know this, you want to call out names in the PC, the guys that we know both together. Like every time someone upgrades their PC, though, Red, all of our friends that me and you know, they got the OLED monitors and they got crazy ass shit, right? To play their insanely powerful PCs and see that insane image in front of their face. So that's fine. If Death Singer wants to say it, that's fine. We won't include TVs, we won't include monitors, but you got to put the keyboard and mouse in there, right? You didn't put power supply in there. You didn't include motherboard.
Power supply is part of the build. What are you doing?
Oh, did you put that's part of the where was that? But that's what I'm saying. Corey Massey said right here. He's like, what, you're at $589 for just the 5060 Ti. You have $410 left in your $999 build. That's 32 gig of RAM, a motherboard, a case, power supply, and CPU.
He's quoting
and then not just that. Like this isn't like really talked about, but like. These consoles, or at least the PS5, the Tempest is equivalent to like a DTS or ray tracing audio, right? You can use that on PC software side, but either your CPU has to do it, or in, say, something like Returnal to do the 3D ray trace audio, you need your GPU to do it. And it actually affects performance quite a lot, like depending on the GPU, quite a number of frames. But something like that the PS5 has got covered, because it essentially has what's equivalent to a Dolby Atmos or better sound card. Then in addition to that, obviously the motherboard, a lot of the cheap PC motherboards, they don't have like Wi-Fi 7. Some of them don't even have Wi-Fi 6E,
Well,
you know?
most PC players are hardwired anyway. Like
Hardwired, yeah.
I don't
If
know
you're
anyone,
hardwired, yeah. But
I don't know
but
anyone
I'm just
who
saying,
runs on
I
Wi-Fi.
will say any gaming, if you're competitive like multiplayer, PlayStation, Xbox, PC needs to be hardwired.
Yeah,
I use Wi-Fi 7. I'm on a 2 gigabit connection, and my ping
I'm
is
coming
like,
over there and we're gonna hardwire it.
No,
the funny thing
I would
is,
recommend hardwiring too. Yeah,
I would argue.
I know, but because it might have, was it you, Death Singer? Like there was someone I was talking to, and on wired their ping was higher than my wireless ping.
Well, but then again, that's individual circumstances. But it's
I would argue, not including you, Nib, but that most people who have Wi-Fi 7 devices may not have a Wi-Fi 7 router.
Yeah,
I've got
that's
Wi-Fi
true.
7 router,
you got to have the whole. Yeah,
had the forethought.
Yeah, it was free. It was given to me by the provider, a tri-band Wi-Fi.
That's pretty nice.
I just myself personally, I just don't understand.
Also, bear in mind, most PC gamers, they're running competitive games like a League of Legends, like a CSGO, like a Valorant, something like that. So obviously you want to be hardwired because milliseconds matter in those kinds of games. Like if you've ever played like Valorant, for example, like you pop in your ultimate can be game changing, and if you're late on it or something, or you're like, oh, I accidentally lagged, sorry, my bad, the game's over.
I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but all I'll say is like I would use a shitty Wi-Fi when I was playing Apex Legends, and I have over 1,000 wins in Apex. I've got the, is it the 4,500 or 4,800 damage badge, the 25 kills on multiple characters in a single round.
Sure people won Call of Duty games on McDonald's Wi-Fi. Like
that's what I'm saying.
It's like it doesn't really matter, but it's like for precise games, especially when you're talking about mouse and keyboard games.
Yeah.
So like
it's funny. When I used to play Counter-Strike Source competitively, I went through this phase where I remember like thinking I'm pro. I had all the resolution turned down, all the textures turned down, looked like ass, and I used to think, oh, it's going to help me shoot people better because like there's less to see on the screen. And then after a while, I just realized, that shit really doesn't make much of a difference, and I just slammed everything up on high settings.
No, where it does make a difference though, it's a game like World of Tanks, right? Because my World of Tanks looks like a PS2 game. Now you might ask why. It's because when you lower the graphics, when you lower the graphics, it deletes some foliage in the game, right? So tanks that used to be able to hide in bushes, if your graphics are maxed, the bushes are there and they can hide in them. But if you drop your quality down, it doesn't render in the bushes, so you just see the tank.
That's cheating, man. They need to sort that out.
but it's a fundamental code difference. So you are incentivized to lower your graphics because you could pull some bullshit, and because it deletes a lot of foliage. Because when you lower the foliage, I'm just saying. But the thing is, it's not our fault. It's the way the game's developed, and they haven't fixed it.
So they need to adjust their lower settings to still show like a block of foliage. And stuff.
Real quick, I got a couple super chats here. Mirko says, and I think you already answered this, Singer. He says, "Hey, Singer, how much VRAM does the 5060 have?" I think you already answered that, but
16 gigs.
Right. I was gonna say, I think Mirko, you saw that. Glinster says, "Do PC guys like Nvidia basically being a monopoly?"
No, absolutely. No, absolutely not. But the thing is, AMD chopped their legs off, chopped their arms off, and they sat there like, we don't stick up their ass, and they don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're fucking up all over the place. And the thing is, they were catching up, but it's like, I want AMD to compete with NVIDIA. Intel is coming in, and Intel, they're still in the early
good for
stages.
the more affordable, like low tier to mid tier GPUs. The problem is, NVIDIA, I hate to say this, and this is why I also buy them, is they make the most powerful high-end
and they have the
GPUs
best features
out of the market.
Yes,
so it's like, what do you want me to do? I'm sorry, I don't want to downgrade
for example,
AMD.
Yeah, same.
My lab runs off of my NVIDIA GPU.
Yeah, it's the thing.
It's like I just take advantage of those little things. And my NVIDIA GPU is not new. but it could still run AI much easier than any AMD. I know that AMD can. It's just a lot more work. So it's things like that that lean me in that direction.
Well,
Yeah.
it's because they push the feature set. Like DLSS is superior to FSR, and it's closer now, but DLSS is still superior. And they have multiple, like, just now, AMD is finally getting some features that NVIDIA have had for a while, and NVIDIA's just pushing into doing new things. And people are like, well, they have a monopoly on it, but that's because AMD just stopped competing. In matter of fact, it's kind of similar situation that's happening in console now, except console actually has Nintendo, which helps out. If Nintendo didn't exist, then PlayStation would just become NVIDIA. But Intel has now entered the game, and Intel, once they get their drivers sorted and stuff matures, they might actually provide a third answer to what NVIDIA's doing. But that's what happens when you don't have competition. See NVIDIA.
And then I was also going to say this too, is like, and the funny thing is they compete in the CPU market, and like they were competing against Intel and they like won basically, and they're making really good high-end CPUs compared to Intel. But they can't do it with their GPUs for whatever reason.
That's the thing. My PCs are always AMD CPU, NVIDIA GPU, right? Whereas people will go, well, I prefer Intel. I personally think Intel dropped the ball and they're kind of garbage right now. They've got all kinds of issues. Intel, isn't what they once were. And AMD just, the X3D chips are just so fucking good for gaming, like specifically for gaming. So I would go for that. But AMD then, when it comes to the GPU, I don't know what to liken it to. The meme with the guy, doing whatever. It's like, I don't know what happened. It's like they've switched places, Intel and AMD. And I don't know. It's really weird. But yeah.
So let me ask you guys a question real quick. What do you think about the GTA 6 pre-order leak that's supposed to be happening after a Monday third trailer? This is all rumor, by the way. Nothing. I mean,
well, it got leaked by the retailer,
right?
Best Buy.
Right, it did get leaked, and that was also confirmed. That was confirmed.
Basically confirmed,
but
essentially.
The one thing that's a rumor, though, Red, is the trailer because they're going to want to show the big trailer before they go pre-order, right? So
yeah, I think the listing got leaked for $70. If I remember correctly, that's going to be $70, not $100 like people thought.
That's right.
Or I don't know about the trailer, but I think pre-orders are probably gonna happen soon, and it kind of like suggests now to me that initially I did think that it would have got delayed again, but I guess they did a lot of crunch. So
I don't know.
Well, the rumor is they done it. I want to see that price though. If they're gonna drop the pre-orders, what's that price?
70.
I think it's 70. That singer.
Yeah, 70 is going to be the basic. And did they give a price for what the deluxe or premium edition's going to be?
I didn't look at all that. So
I bet you.
To be fair to them, at least they didn't pull the bullshit of the 80 or whatever they were probably planning.
I mean, the rumor was 100.
Yeah,
well,
exactly.
yeah. I mean, to be fair, they actually stuck. Now that tells me no one wants to jump to 80. No one wants to do it.
Nintendo was the only one.
Yeah, Nintendo was the only one who did jump
and
that
Xbox,
boat.
Remember?
Oh yeah, they did. I forgot.
Well,
and then they reversed it.
Yeah, they reversed it. But it tells you something if even Take-Two won't dare do 80, and it's GTA 6. I'm sure everyone else paid attention, was like, yeah, 80's not going to work. If GTA ain't doing it, no one else is going to get away with it.
I'll say I'll be shocked if Nintendo does another $80 game. I'll be shocked.
Everyone's dialing back from that. They figured 70 is where it's going to sit for now.
Yeah. So, shout out to Tarnisty, and he's still going on and on about the keyboard. Buddy, it's not about the keyboard, but you don't understand. Just because you have a $30 keyboard, which is what he said he has, that doesn't mean that everybody who plays on PC wants a $30 keyboard. I'm just saying,
I do not have a $30 keyboard.
I do not have a $30 keyboard.
Who?
Guilty admission.
I'm just trying to say,
and cheap PSUs. Who actually uses that shit, dude? I don't want to fucking touch that shit.
All I'm saying is this: when we're talking about specific builds, not for a certain person that we know, right in our small census, I'm talking about when you're building a PC and you're like, I want to get into PC gaming. I'm leaving console, or I'm going parallel with console. I want a PC too. You will have a gaming keyboard and mouse. Okay, some of these mice are legitimately mad expensive. Just because you got a $5 one, that's fine. But don't say that you can't count it in the build. That's all I was making a point. It's just that simple. You know, it's like if the controller wasn't in the box, I would have to add the $69 controller for the PS5. I can't be like, well, I have one that kind of works, and I bought a Razer one that's wired only, and it was $8. Okay, I got it. But I'm still going to count a $69 controller if I'm doing a PS5 that doesn't come, if it didn't come with a controller. I'm saying you have to put these things in the build. I'm not arguing that you have a $30 one or you have to buy a $200 keyboard. You don't. But you do have to put it in the build. And if you don't understand that, to the two guys talking in the chat,
I felt like your argument was valid.
Yeah, Kofi, right? I mean, that's all I'm trying to say. When I have my PC builds, I have a keyboard and mouse in the build.
So just to give context, I guess why I agree is I built a PC like as expensive as I wanted back in 2018. So this is before the 20 series came out. And once I finished it, I'll be honest, I just didn't think about the monitor. And I had an old monitor that was okay. I think it was a TM or something like that. But then I went and got an ultra wide, and I was like, "Ooh, I'm gonna get a BenQ." And it was expensive, but I mean, it was worth it. And it's literally what I'm talking to you guys on now. But it was expensive. It added a lot to the build. It's what I wanted, but I just couldn't imagine building something at least half decent and being like, I'll just use like some old high rate monitor that doesn't take advantage of like having a display port or trying to use HDR and all these different ways. But that's just me. Maybe. So
it's funny. I said the keyboard thing one time, right? But meanwhile, the two guys talking about the keyboard have not answered the 32 gig of RAM, motherboard, case, power supply, CPU, other things that we were all talking about. And then Tarnish comes back again and he goes, no, Mooch, it wasn't $30 for the keyboard. It was $30 for the keyboard and mouse. That's what he literally said. That's worse. All right, congratulations, buddy. You found a great discount. Like, honestly, you put the link to Amazon somewhere. But like my point being is like that's the whole point there is that you have to include everything in the build, especially if you're saying you're going to go into PC gaming and you've not been in PC gaming. That's where I was coming from. That's where I came from. Like, I didn't have a gaming PC. So I built a gaming PC. So hence I wanted a keyboard and mouse specific for gaming. And I wanted to have a mouse that has all the functions that I would want on it for PC gaming. And that's what I bought. It's right in front of me. It's right there. There it is. And it wasn't a $30 combo kit. I mean, I'm glad you found it. That's awesome. But you can't say that because you were using a $30 combo kit, that's what everybody has. Like, Red, was your keyboard more than $30?
Oh, yeah.
Death Singer, was your keyboard more than $30?
How much was it, out of curiosity?
Yes, my keyboard is
mine was originally.
Oh.
I think it was like $150, but
Yeah.
then I replaced it for like a $200.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Same,
Yeah.
right. I mean, you're like I said, these are not arguments with you guys. I'm just saying that's where we're all at. You know, I agree
always
with
find
you.
like with these conversations, right? Don't list the cheapest you can buy. List what you would be comfortable with.
Yeah, what would you play? What would you use?
Yourself, right?
You know?
I mean,
You don't
to
have
be
to-
honest though, that is my mouse and keyboard I've had. It was like what keyboard was like 150, and mouse was like 100, 250 all in. But that was in like 2018. So I mean, by now, yeah, I mean, I've kept with them. I've upgraded my PC a bunch, but I still got the mouse and keyboard. Guess what? Because they still work, and you know, I absolutely love Razer mouse and keyboard. So I mean,
Yeah, 100%.
That's,
I mean,
yeah, and that makes sense, Death Singer. That's what I'm saying. And Tarnish, that's what I'm saying. You heard it right from Death Singer, right there. I mean, like, that's, and I'm not saying if you found a great deal, that's awesome. But you can't just say because the lowest common denominator. You know what I mean? Like that's not.
well, it also PC. This is the thing with PC. You can't bundle PC gamers together because PC is a very individual thing.
True.
That's correct.
So if you want to spend 30 on the keyboard,
Go ahead.
That's your choice.
That's correct.
See, unlike console, where it's like this is your controller, this is your box, you can't deviate.
no, but
from
that's
it.
not true though, dude. You could buy like a controllerless console used from like Craigslist, eBay,
Yeah, but then you need to go buy a
CEX.
controller.
Yeah, but you could buy a controller that's
That's what
not
I'm saying. But
$69.
what if you already
can
got
get
one, or your cousin's got one, or something like that? Like, there's
cheap-
always going to be these sorts of things.
Well,
There's cheap
but
wired
it's like
controllers that are cheap.
If I'm building a new PC and you tell
Or you
me
could buy a third-party one, cheapest
third-party
chips,
cheap
from
one,
AliExpress for like $10.
$10,
like,
$15.
Yeah, you could do the same thing with the mouse and keyboard, so
Yeah.
it changes nothing.
I mean,
Like,
that's
the
what
argument's stupid.
that's why I said
that's why
I'm
I'm
saying it's all
let's just
relative.
stick
It's,
to it.
right. That's
Yeah.
what I
It's
meant
like
by
what-
it's all relative. I said that a long time ago in this conversation. Is that whenever that's why I said it, I don't really understand. I don't quite understand the flex, because for anything you can do cheaper, that's true. But then the console can get cheaper. You can go buy it used. You can get a third party controller. You can get there's a lot of options there. You don't need PSN. There's all these. We can all do this. We can do this all night. It doesn't
literally,
mean
like, I'm
anything.
like the friggin'.
Got your CRT.
I'm a charity here in my family, literally, because I buy mostly physical. My cousins and everything just borrow the games off me.
That's where you got.
They're not even paying for games. They're literally not even paying for
I'm
games.
moving-
I'm just like,
I'm
I'm
moving-
done with it. Here you go.
If I ever move to England, I will move next to Nib. I'll tell you guys that right now. That's exactly
But then
where I'm
again,
going.
if you're saying every time you make a brand new PC and you have to include the monitor and whatnot, so every time you go out and buy a brand new console, you have to include your TV and whatnot, right?
No. I wouldn't
No,
include
no.
monitor at all.
Not monitor every time, but you like for me.
No,
yeah,
but you
see,
can connect
Dessinger-
your PC to your
Dessinger-
TV, though.
Dessinger, you said everything with PC, you cannot group people together, right? You just said that. I'm speaking. What do you always say on the show? You're always like me. You're like my opinion. That's what you always say.
Yes.
So for me, I have built 2 PCs, and I bought 2 monitors that were brand new for those PCs because I wanted a better monitor that could handle what I just built that my PC can output. I wanted the, as you would say, premium experience. So do I need to?
You can't
No.
force that onto someone else.
No,
That's you.
but I'm going to sound like Death Singer here with all the games that you talk about for the past year. I don't care about that. I'm talking about me. I'm saying to you, that's my experience,
but then you
right?
Can't
Now,
force, but
that's
then you
fine.
Can't force that onto someone else.
yeah, but when you're making your comparison of PC spending versus console, you're making that argument and you're standing firm on X, right, on Twitter. And I'm telling you, well, a console gamer can go buy a used console, and now the delta raises. Right now, the difference between
But then again, when I built that PC, who brought up the PS? Because I never once compared it to the Pro because it's not comparable. It's more powerful than the Pro. So why would I compare something that is lesser than it to it? Right? That would be a stupid thing to compare. That's like getting a 5090 PC and comparing it to the Pro. That's a dumb thing to do. We know the 5090 completely nukes everything, right? So it's like, okay.
But
why? So I never made that comparison.
But you were flexing. You were like, "Look what I did."
Well, no, but that's because I said I was able to build a PC for 1,000, which was more powerful. But then that was in conversation.
Death Singer. When the PS5 came out, IGN did like 15 videos on I can build a PS5 for $500. They're all over the place. So what do you? I don't know. Like, who cares? Like, I don't get your flex. That's my point. I don't understand. Like, what? Great.
But I didn't flex anything. I just made a statement that I built
IGN
a
did it
PC for 1,000.
IGN did it 6 years ago.
Like, what did I flex?
Yeah.
But you were like, you posted it and you're like, look what I did for my friend, and it whoops console's ass, or so I don't know. You said something about console.
Yeah, right.
I think, Mooch, I will say on that conversation, right? Like, I'm not trying to flex. I'm just being truthful, right? You know, the headphones I use, MDRZ one, right? They're like what, £2,000, right? My MacBook Pro M5 Pro is spec'd out. It's worth what, $3,500 or something. So sometimes, like, when we always talk about cost, sometimes people do not game on console because of cost. It's because of convenience. And
that's my point with with the people I know. Like we all say in real life, that game, they game for convenience. They don't want to even talk about DLSS and VRAM and shit. Like, they don't care. I know that's so hard. That's what I try to say all the time. I'm like, what we talk about in the community is great, but when you talk about say whatever you want, right? But you had PS4 sold 117 million. The PS5's almost at 100 million. You wait and see what this next 12 months with GTA 6 does. It's probably going to surpass the PS4, I would think, at the end of the life cycle. I think at the end of the PS,
I'm actually 50-50
I'm
on it, so
50-50
I'm
on
very
that.
interested.
oh, I think
actually
it
to
will
see
be.
what
I think it
happens.
will. I mean, but GTA 6 has a huge play here, by the way.
Yeah,
I'm
but
saying,
then the price of the console is like unlike when it gets cheaper, it got more expensive. So now you have to
Yeah,
go, yes,
we
it's
don't
cheap.
have that luxury like Death Singer's saying is consoles always each generation would get cheaper.
Yeah.
We're at a
Right.
very interesting predicament that consoles are
so
not getting cheaper. they're getting more
so
expensive.
Red, listen, let's say the PS4 ended at 117 and let's say I'm wrong and it comes to 113, but the price went up. That's impressive.
Yeah,
I'm
I will
not
say,
going to argue
Mooch,
that. I'm just
to-
saying it's
to-
very interesting. That's what I think.
Well, I think it's very
Sony
interesting that
actually
they're going to
thinks
come
that they're gonna
close
have
or
hardware
beat it.
decline, by the way.
And I think it's gonna. I think the very interesting though is the opposite of your because you're thinking about it like, wow, it's not going to beat it. I'm like, even if it doesn't, and I'm with you, Red. The fact that it went up and it's either going to beat PS4 or come in just a hair under is still impressive. That's impressive,
Yeah, and I think PlayStation looks at it the same way.
right?
Yes,
I mean, I look at it the same way. I'm like, how the hell?
If PS5s
Is
were all
this thing
350
so
right
close?
now, they'd be flying off the shelf, especially with GTA.
I mean, it's crazy. Like, think about it. Like, and not just that. Like, 40% of the PlayStation now is still on PS4. So huge numbers of PS4 owners haven't even bought a PS5 yet.
And this fall,
So
I mean, I know you guys are going to say it's not a big deal, but GTA 6 only on this generation console. And now Call of Duty for people who go, oh, I'm not interested in GTA, which who's that? But regardless, there's people out there who don't care.
$650.
But now
$600.
Call of Duty, the new Call of Duty, which brings in a lot of people every year to play that game, is going to be on next gen only. We're here, or this current
but
gen.
then again, the price of the console, and bear in mind the reality in which people live in day to day. Bear in mind, like gas prices going up, food prices going up. If a console was like 300, like it went down in price halfway through the gen, and it did what consoles usually do, if you say, well, here's GTA 6 bundled for 400 with a PS5, people that would fly off the shelves. But if you're saying 600, and then on top of that you have to pay for or even if they do like 700 with GTA bundled or whatever, and God forbid if you wanted a Pro, now you're talking 900. Like if you're struggling to put gas and whatnot, and then you're like, well, I want to play GTA, but I want the best performance, but I have to shell out 900. That's an issue. So I think that will detract from.
And not just that, a lot of people play GTA for GTA Online, and you need online as well. I'm just saying, Mooch, because
no. GTA Online, GTA
Online's gonna come day and date, or is it gonna be like beta?
It's not day and date. Okay, cool,
that's not going to be day and date. No.
Yeah, I will say, Mooch, one interesting thing at PlayStation's financials, because we've all been talking about how much of an impact GTA 6 will have, but PlayStation themselves actually think they're going to have hardware decline this year, even with the release of GTA 6.
Even PlayStation know what's going to happen
because the price is up. Yeah, but
the price went up.
But the decline is based off of their own what is it? Their projections.
AI.
So it's like, all right, ready, watch. I'm gonna, you're gonna get 10,000 views, right? And you're like, oh, it only got 8,000 views.
Well, I mean,
who said 10,000? Me.
All right. Projections.
They have projections. They have people. It's not just calling it out of thin air. But I'm saying to you, like, that's fine. But like, it goes to what Red was saying. The prices went up, so I get that, right? So it's going to slow it down. It's going to taper it down. But at the same time, I'm pretty damn sure they're going to be content with this number. And plus, they don't know. Maybe they're underestimating. What that singer said were some pretty good examples, right, of what those prices might be with the bundles. But people might go, "Oh, I've been waiting for that. I've been waiting for that. I don't care. I'll buy."
Yeah,
not just
we
that.
don't know. We'll see. They did beat their forecast this year by, well, not this year, this last fiscal year, by 1 million units, to be fair.
And they'll get something. They'll get something for their PS4 trade-in. Nothing to really brag about. But if people are going from PS5 to PS5 Pro, because like that singer said, they want to play the premium, they're going to get $350 for their trade-in. So that $900 drops down to $600 something. Again, is that a lot of money? Yes. But is it something that people have been budgeting for or want really bad, or going to put it on their Visa or MasterCard? If they want to play GTA and not wait, yes. I don't know what that, you know what I mean? It's one of those situations where there's a lot of people playing. Think about it, guys. GTA 5 was in the top 10 for what? Almost a decade in sales. There's a lot of people playing that game. You don't think they want the next iteration of it? Maybe they won't buy it day one. They'll probably buy it month 2, month 4.
The only thing is
FOMO's a hell of a drug.
there is a few caveats, but it's not only the price, but it's like, well, what kept it a lot of things is the role-playing service, right? The role-playing service is absolutely massive. But the main thing that kept GTA Online around, around is online, right? And if you want to play online, well, then other stuff's going to happen, and then we have to see how that turns out. So there's a whole bunch of caveats and considerations, and a lot of people might just go, the price just to play GTA is a bit too much for me. And they won't do it. And that, unfortunately, is an issue by raising your prices. If the prices were lower, they'd be flying off the shelves. So I could see it not beating the PS4, but I could see it also slightly surpassing the PS4. When all said,
well, that's where I'm at.
That's Wolverine as well. Wolverine's going to be a big one too.
Wolverine's big, and then I don't know. There's I don't know. I'm excited for Intergalactic. I don't know if Intergalactic's going to be something that makes people run out to go buy. What's that, Kofi?
I think there would be enough games to push it. Obviously, some games might end up being cross-gen with whatever's next.
But,
they even didn't they confirm that with. Well, I won't say confirm, or it's being discussed that it's gonna be a long cross-generation cycle again.
Yes.
For PS6 or PS5 to PS6, which I'm just like, dude, I don't know.
Well, they have
That's
to.
never gonna end anymore, Red. That's never gonna end anymore.
That's
because I don't know, man. PS2 to PS3, great. PS3 to PS4 wasn't even that long, and then it was like PS4 to PS5 was like, whoa.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, Red, think about it. Red, the whole thing is it's kind of the PC mentality, though, right? Because like we say it all the time, we both know people that are rocking. I know somebody that's got a 2070 Super still, right? So like,
but you can also argue it's the economy and everything like that.
Well, yeah. I just meant like I'm talking about like capability, right? Like you even had Ken Levine, and I'm really paraphrasing because he had a quote, and he was kind of like the whole thing. He was like, we've kind of hit the power threshold. He's like. He goes, games, like people are starting to realize that games are fun for the gameplay and this and that. And this is Ken Levine speaking, not me, that you don't have to have this power. So my point being is if you have a PS5 and the PS6, now me and you and people on this panel, maybe we don't agree, right? You want the latest and greatest. I get it. But, and I do too, I get it. But a lot of people are okay with having my friend who has a 2070 Super at work, he's like, he goes, I play it. I'm going to play this thing until my game that I play doesn't play it anymore, right?
That is
right?
So I mean,
I'm like, I get it.
But think about it. A lot of people rushed out and bought the 3090s, right?
Right.
And they dropped that.
That's right.
3090 is still perfectly valid today. Like a 3090 will still see you through right now. Like it is more than powerfulness. The only thing you miss out on is like the 50 series exclusive features, which is like some frame gen.
What I was gonna say too is like those I'm gonna say it right now. When GTA 6 hits PC and Witcher 4, those are going to be the graphically intense games for PC, right? Like those two will be intense to run if you want to do all the bells and whistles and max everything out at 4K. You're probably going to need to probably get a 6090, right? If you want the best ultra settings at 4K.
Unless that tech they're working on, the shader decompression.
Oh yeah,
where they could take what would take 6 gigs of VRAM could be done in less than a gig of RAM. If they do that, then your cards with your 60 will be fine because you'll be able to manage it because of that. So that's why we have to see what Nvidia does in their later tech coming down the road, because they might pull off some bullshit where they'll be like,
their new card is like a new generation. It's not the same architecture. It's a new nanometer.
Well, right? It's a brand new one, and so I can't wait to see what they do. But then it's like at the same time, if they introduce stuff like that, shader decompression, I'll just stick with what I'm on, the 5070 Ti, because I have enough VRAM that with the decompression that it won't be a problem, and that might actually rejuvenate 8GB cards, because if you could decompress what would take 6 to 1, an 8GB card now actually has more lease of life, right? It'll last longer because of that. So, I mean, it'll be interesting to see how this goes. And obviously, PlayStation's working on that, and also
Xbox, of course. I was going to mention this too because Mooch brought it up. Call of Duty, if you looked at the, Call of Duty confirmed that PS4 isn't gonna like have a version, but technically, I don't know if was it Tom Henderson that talked about. I don't know who it was. I don't know what article I read, but I was like casually scrolling. But they canceled it, but they had that version in mind. Like that was their baseline. So this isn't really. I would even argue not really a true current gen game from Call of Duty. Personally,
wait, which one, Red?
The one that's supposed to be coming out this year.
This one.
Wait, this one here is supposed to be. I thought it was supposed to be Modern Warfare 4.
Yes.
And you heard what from Tom Henderson?
I don't know if it was Tom Henderson. Somebody can like correct me if I'm wrong. It was an article going out that their baseline was the PS4. They just canceled that version.
Oh.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
So technically, this game isn't really current gen. In reality.
And also to Mirko in the chat.
Well, that's
DLSS 5. I'm not.
So Red, you're right, but just as an asterisk. So you're technologically you're right, but if it's only available on next gen, my point was moving people over.
Pushing the
the
hardware graphics.
That's fine. Yes, technologically, if that's what you heard, I didn't see that. I didn't see that article, but I believe you. So if that's the truth, technologically, we are not moving forward. I'm just saying it's another big claw to grab old PS4 gamers and move them over to PS5, especially if they're diehard Call of Duty people. That's all I meant. But yes, if it's not, then yeah, I hear you.
The thing is, though, it's like then when they move over from the PS4, guess what? They're going to sit on the PS5, and then everyone, the hardcore will move to the 6, and they'll just sit on the 5 because they'll be like, oh, well, this is fine. So because they sat on the PS4, like they've sat on it this long, they'll just do the same thing with the 5. They'll be like, oh, my Call of Duty's back, my NBA's back, oh, cool, let's go. And then they'll eventually switch over again. And I think that's why they're predicting the cross-gen is going to go for a long time, because that's what people are used to now. Because a majority of your fan base initially, depending on the prices of these new consoles, by the way, because if these new consoles come out at a particularly high price, which we know Helix will, but whether the PS6 comes out at a high price, people might just sit on their 5 and go, well, that's fine, I'll wait for the price to drop. Maybe. AI. Hope. I don't know.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm having a decent conversation with the two guys in the chat for once. That was actually a good conversation with Star Wars and Tarnished. Thank you, guys. We in one sense, we'll agree to disagree, but Tarnished,
Star Wars.
Yeah, he's in the chat.
Hold up. By the way, 2 things. If you're a Star Wars fan, go watch that mall show. Peak. Second, I'm definitely hyped for that Fate of the Old Republic game with a lot of those developers.
Yes. Wait a minute.
It's all the go-to.
I agree, but let's see a little gameplay first. But I agree with you guys. Let's get excited.
Man, what's the team like? When I saw Ally, hold up.
Like the team when they released who was working on Fate of the Old Republic, I was like, check. Yo, it's an all-star team. It's basically BioWare. That team is now just BioWare. That's all they are now.
Well, the only thing, guys,
a new iteration of BioWare.
The only reason I was a little concerned was I was excited for what was the game that was just, I think it was delisted this year. The one that
oh, you're talking about the guy
Anthem?
who former
but that singer
Yakuza dev?
Anthem
or no? Oh, Anthem. Jeez.
So Anthem, but that had all the the goats, right? They had a lot of
they didn't.
No, they didn't.
No, even Casey wasn't even a part of that.
I thought Casey was.
Casey left.
Oh, he was there though, wasn't he, when they started it?
Let me look.
I think he left. I thought he left. I know he left.
The game where they found out the game was announced before they started developing it.
Yeah. Well, wait, Kofi, you mean Anthem? They announced.
Yeah, Anthem.
Well, listen, that game had a lot of good things going for it. I thought I really did. They nailed the Iron Man aspect of the game.
I think.
See, okay, he was a studio general manager at that point. He wasn't like the director.
Listen, I'm not throwing any shade at all. I actually liked Anthem for what it was. It just didn't make it right. So it didn't make the long haul. But what I'm saying is I just want to see a little bit. There's been so many Star Wars games that come out and then not many of them hit even Star Wars fans in the feels the right way. I just want to see this happen. And we've all learned this, right? We've all been keeping our ear to the ground for 10 years. Just because you had success with one franchise then you leave. How many times have we seen shooters come out, right? And they're like, from the original creator of Call of Duty, from the original creators of Battlefield. And then all of a sudden the game comes out and you're like, not really feeling it.
I will say, like, okay, so when it comes
That's
to
all I'm
KOTOR,
saying.
a lot of people are specifically wanting like your choices to matter, you being good or evil, being a dark side user or a light side users, being able to use your force whatever way possible in terms of like story narrative, side quests and stuff like that. That's what they kind of want. And also the Fate of the Old Republic will probably canonize, my theory, KOTOR 1 and 2 as a result into the, like, I guess you could say Star Wars Disney.
Listen, I'm with you guys. I'm here for that Star Wars game. The other thing I was going to say is you guys can get excited if Red, you're a Star Wars fanatic, right? You love it.
I mean, I like that new mall show, and I like the prequels.
What about the racer that's coming out? That
I will be getting that pod racing.
Yeah,
Dude,
pod
me and
racing.
My friends would always make jokes. It's like, yo, if they get a pod racing game,
yo, I'm there for that. I'm there for that.
And then when I saw it, I'm like, I'm buying it day one.
I'm there.
Actually, they did have a pod racing game back in the day. Shout out to
Yeah, but I was not saying like modern wise.
But
I was
also,
like,
thing is, I didn't see it as pod racing. I just saw it as Wipeout. I was like, yo, this is Wipeout. This is Wipeout for me. Wipeout was.
Did they show on any of the pod racers if there was any like other blasters? You know what I mean? Like is it literally just racing?
I think you just crash each other.
Okay,
yeah,
I wouldn't mind
crash each other off the track though.
I wouldn't mind a blaster. You know, almost like make it like a Twisted Metal type of arena for a couple. That'd be pretty. I don't know.
Unfortunately, that genre wouldn't work. Like I remember, like Vigilante 8 back in the day. It's like classic. Shout out to Vigilante 8. What a game! But you know that shows my age right there. Vigilante 8. Who remembers that game?
Oh, with you, man. It was Twisted Metal competitive.
I know.
Yeah, but the thing is I don't think that would.
Well, I didn't. I meant just to have it as an addition to, not. You know,
I think just keeping it Wipeout the way it is. Bear in mind, you can crash people off because I've seen people.
That's true.
In like some of the trailers, crash and blow up and burn. So I think you can crash people off, but you have to in pod racing, where you play dirty sometimes and you shove people into like poles and pillars and stuff, and you could do that. So it's got a bit of that in it. But when I looked at it, I was like, this is just Wipeout with Star Wars. And I'm here for it.
Yeah, I'm definitely here for it. Did we get a release date for that?
Yeah.
It's supposed to be coming out.
I thought it was more sooner than later, isn't it? Is that? Don't tell me it's June. Is that June?
No, it's not.
Like I thought we had June to catch up on some of our backlog, Kofi.
Let me make sure.
Right.
I'm running out of months.
The release date is.
I didn't know they gave one already.
October 6th.
Okay. Well,
October 6th.
Boy, that's a wide open month. All right. Great.
Yeah.
I'll be playing that.
I'll be playing that too.
Well, what else is coming out in October?
Probably later that year is probably Call of Duty.
Call of Duty.
That month, I mean.
I wonder when Lords of the Fallen 2 is going to come out.
Oh, well, Lords of the Fallen 2 and also Mortal Shell 2. That's probably on less of people's radar, but it's on mine.
Yeah.
Also, bear in mind that the rest of this year is very unknown, but obviously, come the June showcases, that's going to fill out the rest of the year. Because currently in October, there is only Star Wars Galactic Racer. In November, there is only GTA. In September, there is only Blood of the Dawnwalker, Phantom Blade Zero, Marvel's Wolverines, and Trail in the Sky second chapter. Oh man, I want to play Blood of the Dawnwalker and Trails in the Sky second chapter. And the worst part is Blood of the Dawnwalker September 3rd, Phantom Blade Zero September 9th, Wolverine September 15th, Trails in the Sky second chapter 17th. Like, dude, it's all in the beginning of the month, too.
I completely forgot Phantom Blade is coming out.
Right, well, that's the thing. And I don't want to say this because a lot of people are looking forward to that, Red. But one of those games that he just read off, one of them is going to get overshadowed. I don't know. And listen, it sounds ridiculous and pompous to say it, but Wolverine being one of the most famous comics out there, I don't think Wolverine gets overshadowed. So what does? I think that Dawnwalker?
I think
that's not going to get overshadowed.
I think it gets overshadowed on console, not PC.
Not on PC. Yeah, not on PC.
Yeah, because bear in mind, Wolverine isn't coming to PC.
That's right.
Everything else.
That's right.
So of course, Wolverine will only overshadow on PlayStation. So PlayStation will be a very different dynamic to Xbox and
Seattle Chef says Kena 2, which that's right. Kenya 2. That's actually coming out this year as well. I don't know what month that is though.
Jeez, I forgot. What the heck?
Dude, there's a lot of games.
Man. It's just crazy.
The thing is, currently, right now, I'm looking at the game release schedule. There is no game for December. December's completely empty. November only has GTA. October only has Galactic Racer. September only has 4 games. And then August only has 6 games. So I reckon what's going to happen is the Xbox Showcase, Summer Games Fest, that's going to fill out December, that's going to fill out October, and they're just going to drop everything and be like, there we go, have fun. And everyone's just going to be like, there's too many games.
I would almost drop, I would move Phantom Blade 0 to the end of September.
I actually want Fable to be in October.
Oh, Fable could be October.
It's supposed to come out this year?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is supposed to come out.
They said, well, wait a minute, those they can't. Well, if we're going back, well, no, they could, right? It's in autumn. Yeah, that's autumn. Yeah. They said autumn. Okay. They didn't give a date. They gave a season.
I mean, I could see him dropping in October because you're not going to drop E-Day. I think E-Day comes out before then.
E-Day September, right?
E-Day comes out in
August.
September, yeah. So you could probably drop Fable in October because it's before GTA.
Oh, wait a minute, though, Detzinger. I thought Halo Combat Evolved was December.
Well, that's fine. Fable can go into October then.
I mean, that's not confirmed. I thought that's what we were hearing. That's not on the list for December?
No, Halo doesn't have a release date.
Okay, all right.
That was supposed to come out. I completely forgot that too.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I don't listen. In a lot of these games, especially that Dawnwalker one that Singer's talking about, like that's got my interest peaked. And I'm not gonna lie to you, like that's a time-consuming game.
It's an 80. I think it's 80 hours. They said.
Yeah, that's not a quick fix.
And also, you don't do everything in one playthrough, so it's gonna be interesting to play. And I'm a sucker for vampire games.
Me too. Listen,
I needed a good vampire game in quite some
time.
Red,
I skipped Crimson Desert because of the games that roll out right in this area, right? And I was playing. Like, I feel like I just don't want to miss that one. I think that one's gonna be that hits home a little bit more for me than Crimson Desert. I think Crimson Desert did a lot of things right, but the fact that its biggest attribute is for me like one of the biggest minds. Like, just go into this awesome world and do whatever you want. I like a little bit more structure, but that's a me problem. You know what I mean? Like, you can get lost.
What do you guys think? What do you predict will be your game of the year by the end of the year?
I couldn't tell you.
I really don't know.
It could be RE9 or it could be Dawnwalker.
I think for me, it could be either. Initially, off the top of my head for this year, it's really damn difficult. I mean, I had The Legend of Heroes Trails Beyond the Horizon was really fucking good, but then also Trails in the Sky second chapter comes out, and I want to replay that again because that's a great series. So I think it might be a Trails kind of game because Code Vein 2 was good, but it's not as good as those games. And obviously, a lot of the indie games I wouldn't really put there. I mean, okay, Slay the Spire 2 is whatever. And I guess if Fable releases and if Fable is good, that'll probably be my game of the year.
Fury is still out for me. In terms of indie games, I really like Entropy Effect X. It's like a roguelike that has Blaze Blue characters in it. I find that a really fun roguelike. But in terms of like the bigger titles, I don't know. I do not know. I would also say it would be Trails, most likely, second chapter.
Yeah, because I know that's going to be a banger. I know that's going to slap.
I still need to play Cold Steel.
You need to. Cold Steel is such some people don't like it, but I absolutely adore Reen's story and just how it goes through it. And I mean, some people find it a bit annoying, but I personally enjoy it. Like,
I would also advocate for it.
I think when I'm done with Saros for this period of time right now, I would say Saros, but that's not I wouldn't say that's going to be the say all end all. There's just too many games. I don't really know, to be honest with you. As much as I'm going to love, like, I'm glad no one on the panel saying like GTA. Like I know I'm going to enjoy GTA, but I don't think GTA is going to be my game of the year. I don't.
I think the problem for me and Rockstar is like, listen, I think the graphics are going to be phenomenal.
Yeah.
Right. I think like probably you get to like do whatever you want. You can probably go into a lot more buildings compared to before, but I guarantee you the controls and the shooting is going to be buns.
Yep.
Sadly.
Yep.
And it's always been that way, sadly. And like,
I agree with you there.
I'm just wishing that they would fix it up, but I just don't think they're going to. Hey, they could prove me wrong, though. They can 100% prove me wrong.
No,
Dan Houser also, I said this, was it like 3 episodes ago, maybe 2 episodes ago, that Dan Houser is not writing the game.
Yeah, he's not.
So he has his own new studio, so, and I really enjoy his writing, especially Red Dead 2, so.
The thing is, I put the Red Dead games always up for Game of the Year, but I'd never put a GTA up there because I think of them as 2 different things. Like Red Dead is a narrative-driven RPG, very in depth. There's a lot of things, but GTA is more like here's a campaign, kind of goofy, kind of good.
Whoa. I thought GTA 5 had an amazing story.
You thought GTA 5 was amazing?
I thought it was.
I loved it.
You know what was crazy?
The whole Trevor and like one regular Joe, one Trevor, like fucking weirdo.
I think it honestly distracted from everyone's story personally.
Really
and me and my friends on Discord, and I don't think Death Singer's in my Discord, but we were all discussing it, and I was like, honestly, I prefer GTA 4 story way higher than GTA 5 story.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Nico was
I much prefer the characters in 5.
It's just in 5, it's just like everything's detracted. I don't feel like the story was that impactful as a result. And it was very goofy compared to 4 in terms of story. And I was just like, and we'll see. I think like having 3 main characters to me wasn't the direction that they should have, and maybe that's why they're doing 2 characters now, main characters, and maybe that they'll pull it off, but also Dan Houser is not writing it, so that's another reason where I'm just like, I don't see, like, it could be a solid one, but everyone's gonna probably be like, wait, what happened to the writing and stuff like that, and it's like, well, Dan's not writing anymore. All the like lead writers that helped a lot of Rockstar games are just not there.
And here's the thing about GTA is when GTA 5 first released, we didn't care about the campaign. Everyone was just excited to play GTA Online on the 360, right? And then GTA Online didn't come out till a week after. So we all sat there in Xbox Live Party and was like, okay, well, we'll just play the campaign. And the campaign just didn't really hit. And then I replayed the campaign. And I'm like, not really hitting. And I think GTA 6, people will play the campaign. They were like, that was cool. But where's GTA Online? And that's where they're going to live. And they'll forget about the campaign. Like, it's going to be a forgetful campaign. It's not going to be like a Red Dead or that kind of story. Where it just like sticks with you. You feel emotions and stuff. You'll just play GTA just to play it and then go straight into online. Or just skip the campaign and just go straight into online anyway.
Do you guys, so there's a debate going on in the chat here. Do you guys think, see, I was talking about myself. I'm not talking about like the Keeleys, but like, do you guys all think GTA will win Game of the Year?
No,
I honestly, going from Red Dead 2 to God of War, honestly, I could see GTA. This is why I could just see a repeat that they win quite
like everything else.
Yeah, but not Game of the Year.
Right.
Yeah. Just like Red Dead 2, exactly.
Yeah. Star Wars. Yeah, Star Wars in the chat. He's like, well, Mooch, what would beat GTA? And I'm like, well, we just listed 15 really great games. I'm not saying they would beat GTA, but I mean, I'm with Kofi and Red. I bet GTA cleans house at the awards, but at the end I think the Game of the Year goes to another game. Also, isn't the cutoff for the Keeleys like the November 20th, and GTA comes out November 19th, so it does qualify, but like
it does. And of course, they're going to make a special exception,
right?
Of course,
right.
They'll make it. I think he's made a special exception.
Is the new Onimusha this year as well?
Yes.
It is.
No, is
Oh
it?
my lord!
Yes.
Yeah, and you want to move the
And Capcom, yeah, it's Capcom's
Oh,
last
oh.
game coming out along with their DLC.
Yeah. Can we also respect how good Capcom have been right now?
Yes.
Like, this year they have RE9, they have Pragmata, and then they have this Onimusha. And it's like Capcom is on.
And then wait,
fire.
and then next
And you
year,
know that at
Code
Summerfest-
Veronica remake. So boom.
Code Veronica. And, this summer they're gonna do most likely an announcement for the Wilds DLC, which will be as big as the last DLCs they've done. I'm strong on Wilds, so
I will stand by this. Capcom is on a generational run right now. Like, Capcom are just out of all the third parties, no one comes close to Capcom right now. Like, if you look at them, like they just hit after hit after hit after hit after hit, and they're just doing it, and there's just no stopping. And I'm like, yo, shout out to Capcom, because you used to be kind of ass, but
oh no, dude! When Resident Evil 6 hit, that was when they were on their lowest, man. And then they brought it back with 7 and onwards, honestly. And like I said, like their pipeline is pretty good. Like I said, Code Veronica is gonna be fire more than likely. DMC1 remake more than likely is probably gonna be heat. It definitely needs a remake, honestly. And going forward, then it's what? I'm trying to think. Resident Evil 0's like a year after that, and then Resident Evil 10, I think, which I believe is Claire Redfield as the main character.
That's their map?
10. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I was looking at what's supposed to come out this year, and I completely forgot about that. But it's like a lot of games that still need announcements, and I think a bunch of stuff's going to get delayed. Also, Fire Emblem's Fortune Weave. Where is it? I want to play Fire Emblem. Like, what are we doing? I want to play the next Fire Emblem game. And that, I mean, Nintendo ain't said shit. What else is coming out this year? What other games don't have
release dates?
Yeah. Because I know there's a bunch of big ones.
I don't know. I'm curious about the Summer Game Fest. Like, what his one big announcement is. Like
GTA, probably. I don't know.
You know, I just don't see it, because every time GTA does their own thing, they don't. I hate to say it, they don't need Jeff Keighley. They can literally just post a trail. Honestly, they're doing him a favor. And that's not a shot. It is what it is, and they pull the numbers like crazy. Like GTA 5's trailer is like the most viewed like video for GTA 6. So I'm just like, maybe Resident Evil shows up in a way, DLC with 9 and Code Veronica announcement. But I'm interested in Summer Game Fest in terms of if it's going to be interesting or not, and if they're going to have some big hitters.
I'm interested in all the shows, like Xbox's show, what they could like. I'm expecting a Fable release date this year. Please do it. Please, don't delay it again. I beg of you, don't delay it.
Honestly, we've got enough games.
Death Singer. I was going to say, normally I'd agree with you, but why not? Like right now, I mean, don't you want to give it your undivided attention?
No, but I want Fable to come out in October, and then I want Clockwork Revolution to release in like February of next year.
Is that also? Oh, okay.
No, that's not this year.
No. Clockwork is next year, guarontee 2027 release.
Oh yeah, shout out to Glinter. He brings it. I don't know if that's this year, but I've been seeing it on some lists. It's called Ill, ILL. It's a horror game.
Publisher for Atomic Heart, right?
Yeah.
Oh, is it?
It looks good though.
Mooch, you picking up Tokon?
No.
Oh yeah. I'm interested.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
no, that's like I said. You can. There's two genres I'm not really into. That's racers and fighters. And racers you can talk me into, because there is some that speed and doing what you do and racing with your buddies. But the whole like learning combos and sitting there and devoting time to that's not for me.
Being in the lab. I need to get back to Guilty Gear Strive, because they just got some more characters.
Are you getting it, Nib?
Yeah, I'll get it.
When's it coming out? Is that October?
I can't even remember, dude. I can't remember. I lose track. I've already got a backlog this year, and it's crazy.
It's August the 6th, Token.
Oh, August.
Because Beast of Reincarnation's on August.
Oh, I keep forgetting that game's coming out.
Oh, that's right. That's
Game Freak. Pokemon does.
That game.
And then it's like,
you know what's crazy? I'm gonna say right now, that game.
Yeah.
Granted, I don't think it's gonna sell incredibly well.
No.
but I think it'll be way better than Pokemon.
Okay. Duskbloods isn't coming out this year, is it?
I thought I heard that they
From
said it
software.
might be.
It was
actually.
supposed to.
God.
But I
Jeez.
mean, that
Well, that
that's
could win Game of the Year.
and I'm
Wait, I
I
could
don't know
also
about
wait
that,
a minute.
Nib.
I actually think From Software might
You don't
announce a
reckon?
new game.
no, I don't. I honestly
Summer Game
don't.
Fest.
I love From the Death to Death, but I don't know if that game's gonna hit. I really don't.
I know.
Oh,
It's
so wait,
not
why do you
even-
say
it's-
that?
it's a-
Isn't it
it's-
like kind of Bloodborne-y?
It's
No, it's
it's
like more online based.
it's,
Right?
it's
Or
Yeah.
multiplayer.
Oh, allow that, man.
It's
It's
multiplayer.
Nintendo Online, so
Yeah,
think about it like that
I
too.
wonder how the performance will be.
isn't it a multiplayer game?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what I
Yeah.
remember.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, no. If it was
Yeah, so the-
Bloodborne, if it was
like, a lot of,
Bloodborne,
From Software fans are hating.
if yeah,
on
That's
top of they
disappointing.
don't want to play it on a Nintendo.
yeah, if it was Bloodborne on the
Yeah.
Switch, I'd be there. Oh my god, yeah. You kidding me?
The thing is, like,
Sure.
the irony is you can play Bloodborne right now on your PS5 if you have an older, fat one on the lower.
Yeah, you can.
I mean, I don't know how. I think that's the biggest middle thing to PlayStation is like when they say, "Oh, we can't do it." People took an emulator, put it on your own console, and played
thought they
Bloodborne
said-
on your
Wait.
own console.
Did you know what happened? And Shu has kind of talked about.
Yeah, I thought
this.
it was
It's not that they can't.
Miyazaki
do it. It's
didn't
just
wanna do it,
because
right?
Miyazaki
Yeah.
says no, and they want to respect
Yeah.
him
Well,
and
yeah,
not ruin their relationship with them.
Right.
But
That's
I
what I
also
heard.
think,
Yeah.
It sucks.
it sucks, but it's also proof of concept that like you can actually, if you really wanted to, your entire PS3 library could be playable, or most of it could be playable
No.
on your 5. But you don't want to because you want to repackage those games as remasters or remakes, make more money because
Well,
you can
there's-
resell the games.
There's
So, I mean,
definitely that too, but Shu saying that out loud does put an emphasis
well,
on it.
I can understand Miyazaki wanted to this because he's seen Elden Ring money right now. He's got Elden Ring money all around his house. He's lying in a bed of money going, this is what it feels like, finally. So he's like, I need Elden Ring 2 out expeditiously. because I need...
I mean,
because
I think everybody would welcome Elden Ring 2, but I kind of wish they would make Dark Souls 4.
I don't think...
Oh,
he's
I
really?
gonna-
honestly, I
Yes.
rather
I
have a
prefer Elden Ring
Bloodborne 2. Give me a Bloodborne 2.
Oh
Or
well,
Bloodborne 2.
or
Yeah.
that. That's
I'm gonna
Red
be
Hood.
the
I'll
dark
take
horse
that.
and
I'll
say,
take that.
Make another Armored Core. Armored Core 7.
Everybody keeps
Well-
telling me I should play that game. I've never played Armored Core.
But did Armor Core sell well?
I
I
don't
don't
know.
think so.
It's sold
I
better
think
than
it's
a lot
most.
of games.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I
Armored
think
Core.
they
Or
broke
like it's the best Armored
they
Core
broke a
selling
million
ever,
or
but
more.
What does
so.
it say?
Yeah, but it's not an Elden Ring like sales though.
Oh,
But I don't
no,
think it
no,
ne-
no, no,
I
no.
don't think it needed
Absolutely
to.
not.
That's the
Another thing
No.
is, I wish Armored Core 6 had co-op campaign. They have verses. Armored Core 5 had co-op campaign, and I loved that. I thought it was amazing. So the fact that they removed it in 6 was the only knock I had for that one.
I just think From Software right now they're kind of like they're gonna like lock in on Elden Ring 2 and then maybe release another like Armored Core game or something. I don't think they'll go back to Dark Souls because Elden Ring is just Dark Souls but better. To them, obviously
Yeah.
monetary wise,
Hmm.
because the first 3 Dark Souls don't come all combined doesn't come close to Elden Ring. So they're like, well, why are we going to go back to this when we have this? And they are still Souls games. At the end of the day, the only difference is it's an open world game, and you have a horse that could double jump.
Yeah.
Oh, and you can finally jump in the game. Like, hey, I mean, come on, now. Like,
That's true.
Yeah, I don't know. I will tell you though, I'd much rather play like right now like Dark Souls 3 than Elden Ring. I like the old formula better.
Interesting.
Yeah.
No, I think I prefer Elden
listen,
Ring.
I keep saying Bloodborne 2.
Bloodborne 2 is great too, but keep it that linearity, right though, Red? Like don't make it like Elden Ring.
Yeah, I'm fine with it being.
I don't know. For some reason the big open world of Elden Ring and just going into a certain area and you kind of got your ass kicked in a certain area because you weren't leveled up enough, where I felt like sometimes that didn't happen as much for me in the older Souls games,
I
right?
felt like
But
Elden
you know,
Ring
try to-
wasn't as difficult compared
Yeah.
to Dark Souls or even Bloodborne.
Well, Mooch, didn't
Bloodborne's more faster paced.
What's that, Nib?
you enjoy trying to like survive though in those areas, just running around looting and shit?
Yeah, but there was a lot of empty space. Just
Yeah.
empty. Like I liked when you were walking through in Dark Souls. It was like you didn't walk very far until you're like, oh shit.
I think.
Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, I get you. I didn't mind it because to me it was like world building and atmosphere. Because sometimes in these games, I feel like you don't have enough of a breather just to take it all in.
That's
but
true.
This would be like I'm galloping on my horse. I can just see these amazing vistas, and it just made me feel really grounded in that world.
Yeah, you know, and Elden Ring did a good job too of not making you feel like when you died that hope was lost, right? You were like, oh, I can get those. I get my souls back, you know.
Radahn? Or actually,
well, I did fight Radahn,
Malenia,
yes.
I mean, all hope is lost with Malenia.
Well, yeah, Malenia, yes.
Yeah.
That's true.
You walk in there and you're like, shit.
Yeah, fuck
Here
that.
We go. And he just casually stands up and it's like, I'm about to body your ass and there's nothing you can do about it.
I actually think Consort Radahn in Erdtree was actually a pretty shit boss. And I don't know, maybe it was just like on console.
Oh, you're talking about the promised consort?
Yeah, and whenever he did like his flash attack, my frame rate would just die, and I was like, "What the hell? How did this pass QA?" Like literally every time.
Brother,
yeah, that's actually the right answer, Red.
But books are features in From Software games. But also it's like I hope George isn't involved with writing a story of Elden Ring 2 because it might not get finished. So.
I don't think he was like doing crazy. He just
he was more like just consulting.
Because we know George can't finish anything. But,
right? Yeah.
You know,
hey man, chill.
Well,
I mean, you ain't wrong. But hey man, that man
I was gonna say
a banger of a show called A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. You gotta show him the George slander.
Wait,
that's a great show, dude.
Wait, is that the one that's the most recent one that was out?
Yes.
So I've watched everything in the world Game of Thrones. I have not watched that yet, and only because people were telling me at first they were like saying they talked me away from it. They're like, no, it's too comedic and it's too this and it's too that and it's goofy. Great. And then I talked to them later and they're like, actually I was wrong. It's actually pretty good. And I'm like, what?
Yeah. Exactly.
It's not like the big grand thing. It's like a much more local and.
Now I'm okay with that though. Yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah,
well,
it's even like the Star Wars stuff. My favorite Star Wars show is the least Star Wars. It's Andor.
That's a good show.
Yeah. Actually, so
the best Star Wars shows are right now. I think Disney era is Andor, Clone Wars, and Maul, and Bad Batch. Okay. Bad Batch was pretty good.
Oh, what you didn't like Mandalorian?
I love Mandalorian.
I like seasons 1 and 2. 3 was.
Thank you.
Okay, that's valid. That's valid.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I can see it.
No, that's exactly. I'm right there with you, Red.
Last season was just phenomenal, dude. It felt more like Spy or something. Spy Wars.
Yeah. I think it's the Jason Bourne writer that did it.
Is it? Okay.
House of the Dragon 2 is out next month.
Yes, I hope it's good, but man, some of those interviews and stuff like that gets to me a little worried.
Yeah.
I can hold.
I do think entertainment media though, like in general, not just the gaming side, but imagine you're getting a film from Denis, Dune 3, you're getting fucking Nolan, Odyssey, like it's crazy this year. Like this year is actually insane.
Yeah, the second half of the year is going to be a lot of fun, I think, with TV as well. You know what's interesting is me and Death Singer, before the show went live, we were like, Death Singer, what did you say? How long did you say the show would be today?
2 hours.
That's it's
hold my beer.
Shout out to Wolf.
To be fair, I mean, we did have like a PC argument for like half hour, Forza for an hour, and also joined, and that also derailed a lot of things.
That's true. That's true. Shout out to Wolf. Wolf's in the chat. He goes, "Oh wow, you guys are still going." I was like, "Yeah, we actually. Oh shit, we are." Let me do this because it's 4 hours. I want to say thanks to this great panel. And you know what? Honestly, listen. I like that. I like the argument. And shout out to TC who had to leave earlier. Like I prefer going back and forth than just being like, oh, you don't say. No way. Red, tell us more about your day. Red, tell us a little bit about that. I agree. Kofi, how you been? Great. I don't like that. It's just I'd rather have.
Was that your seductive voice or calming voice?
That was my. Yeah, it was very very calming. Yeah, you know what I mean. It's very early in in the UK. It's getting a little late in New York, but nonetheless, I gotta say I like a good debate. I like a good discussion, and if it gets a little bit loud, good. But then again, you gotta understand something. I'm
It's
a
a good crossfire.
It's a great crossfire. First of all, I'm a New Yorker. Second of all, I'm Italian. We just talk louder and louder and louder, and usually we're only discussing toppings on a pizza. That's how it is. It's just what we do.
You make so many new fans. Like Star Wars is such a fan of me. It's great.
Yes. And see Star Wars, he goes, Mooch, it's all loved. Which, right back at you, Star Wars. It didn't start that way, but I'm glad he's here now. You know, but Star Wars, that's how you, listen, sometimes you got to get into an argument, have a great discussion, and then what do we say? Beer's in the fridge, buddy. Help yourself. You know, that's what it's all about. So,
wait, Mooch, before you go, what did you say you think would be your game of the year?
Well, I did. I said, well, I didn't finish Saros, but I think when I finish Saros, it'll be as of today. It would be Saros. It just edged out RE9, right? But listen, I was just going back and forth with Star Wars in the chat. We were going back and forth. I mean, I don't think I could put it in today's day and age, but I do have. I'm hoping and praying that Gears E-Day delivers big. I could see that being something that is in my contention, right?
Mooch, let's be honest, it's kind of a low bar.
I know.
Since 4 and 5.
I know.
Right.
I'm right there with you, right? That's why I said
definitely not a hot take.
No,
that's a cold take.
Yeah, it's a cold take. I said it to Star Wars. I said you have to actually change the game mechanics. Have to upgrade without taking away the essence of what Gears is. It's a very difficult task, but they got to do it. So that's one. Wolverine. It holds. Listen, everybody in the world, and I'm not saying this because the game's coming out. Like me collecting comics and doing everything, I respect and love Spider-Man. I'm way more of a Wolverine fan than a Spider-Man fan.
But the thing is, I don't think Wolverine will sell as well as Spider-Man because Spider-Man is more popular than Wolverine.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's M-rated too.
Yeah,
absolutely. No, I agree with you, Dessinger. But I personally am looking very forward to Wolverine. Like it is something that if you said, "What am I really looking?" I'm almost looking forward to Wolverine more than GTA because GTA, I know what I'm going to get. I see some people in the chat were saying this. It's one of their favorite. I think Star Wars said it. He was like, "That's my chill game. I like to play GTA 5, relax, chill, enjoy. You know, whether he's having a couple of drinks, whatever he's. That's great. That's how I kind of like GTA. Right? It's a very
do you really know what to expect though? Because
What's that?
Because the thing is, because of the political climate and sensitivities, and are they going to go that hard like they used to? And
yes.
What's the situation? Yeah. I hope so. I mean,
yes. I don't think Rockstar. I would be very surprised if we're having a discussion.
They dilute anything,
and they dilute something where you go, Mooch. They really dialed this back. I do not think you're going to see that. I really don't. You know,
I'm ready for it, man, and I'm ready. I think GTA is probably going to be one of the best technical showcases we've ever had. Because they always push the shit as far as it can go, and look at Red Dead 2, still holds up today, right? Like. I'm ready to have a this is next gen moment, and what 1.5 billion or whatever it is he gets me.
I think it's going to be a great year. Listen, we have great months. The only time that I think we have a little bit of space right now is middle June till August 1st, unless I'm missing something, and that's going to be our opportunity to really kind of get a sneak a game or two in that we didn't, that's on your backlog. Other than that. Bang, August, we're right back into it. Beast of Reincarnation, then it goes right into who knows what it could be. Honestly, I even think you're talking autumn for Fable. Fable could be August. Gears E-Day could be August. Then you got Phantom Blade Zero, you got Wolverine, and it just keeps, parlaying from there. So Galactic Racer is another one.
So is that Star Wars game, the 1980 whatever, is that this year or is that next year?
No.
Wait, which one?
Which one?
The Amy Hennig one or something?
Didn't it get cancelled?
Yeah, that game got cancelled. Amy Hennig.
Did it actually?
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god, what is it with her track
ages
record?
ago.
Yeah, that got cancelled ages ago. Yeah, that's right.
Since she left Naughty Dog,
Talking
she
about
just
like Rad. Was it Rad Tag or something like that?
No, sorry, not Star Wars, the Marvel one.
Sorry, Marvel.
The Captain America. Yeah. That.
Yes.
They said we were supposed to like find out more info.
It's not canceled though.
No, it's not.
No.
It's not canceled.
I think it's coming out next year.
That's definitely not this year.
Okay.
I say that with a bit of a chuckle, Nib, only because.
Oh my god, that's going to be really funny. By the way,
there's nowhere to put
Amy
that right now.
Game versus Neil Druckmann's game next year. If that happens.
Oh my god.
Oh, it'll definitely be interesting and definitely flame the fires.
Well, it depends, obviously, how Intergalactic hits and her game hits, and then even if they come out at the same time, one could come out at the beginning of the year, one could come out at the end of the year, and by the time,
but it's like the indirect question, isn't it? Because a lot of people say like, you know, he's not as good, and some people say no. So we're curious to see.
I mean,
how both these
I will say, you know, Cuckman is, you know, he is what he is, but you know. I mean, eventually he's got to retire. And
he's
then we
great.
See what
He's
Naughty
great.
Dog does.
He's absolutely great. I can't wait for. Honestly, listen.
No, we know they're in good hands because like a lot of the side projects are done by, like, you know, for example, what's the Uncharted Lost Legacy? That was by one of the writers on another game, and then he ended up being creative director on that one. So I think they do have people in the wing who are like ready to step up.
Well, Nib, I got to say your record continues. I would like you to know that your record does continue. You have managed to, on the outros, go, wait. Just one more question, which would, it was 12 minutes. Usually it's 25 minutes. So, but you still get the, it counts. You're going to get the check for it. Let me do this before we keep everybody here forever. I want to say shout out to everybody that's here. Thank you to Wolf, who had to leave earlier. Wolf, if you're still in the chat, thank you very much. Shout out to TCMF. We'll do a couple of quick outros here. I want to say thanks to the chat. Thanks to everybody for being a part of the conversation and the loud conversation. Still very great to have everybody here. Let me go in reverse order and say, Red, I squeaked in a quick, you know, Red Hood's here, and then we went right into 007.
Oh, yeah.
So, Red, thanks for being here, buddy. I know you got a packed schedule with everything you're doing in life. I know what you're doing. I'm not going to mention it out loud, but you're doing a lot of shit. And then you're also like,
I mean, that part is done now. Finally, that's
good. But yeah, more free time, which means more crossfire. But listen.
I mean, hey, you can ask me whatever. It's just
I will
be after the gym.
Okay, that's fine. That's what he said to me. He goes, Mooch, I'll be there, but I gotta go to the gym, buddy.
Yeah, dude. I told Mooch behind the scenes. I'm like, dude, I get out of work and then I take a 40 to 45 minute drive to my gym because of the traffic.
That's wild.
And then because it's technically without traffic, it'd be like 28 minutes to 30 minutes. But yeah, with traffic, it's like right after work, and it's like heavy, and all accidents for whatever reason happens.
Yeah, but you know what?
Do you do gym for cardio or for bulking?
Technically, I was on a bulk.
Okay.
Now I'm on a cut. I've been on a cut for. I think this is about to be the ending of the 5th week, so I'm on a 12-week cut.
Well, there you go.
I was bulking like crazy.
If Red
so damn, you must be big then.
Bigger than before, I will say that. In terms of muscle mass, yeah.
Do you have a partner?
No.
Okay.
Nah, he refuses to touch grass, you know.
I mean, it depends on like. I won't go into that, but
that's all that stuff I did before I got married. Then it's all downhill from there.
I will say, man, you just talk to different people and yada yada, and then that's how it goes. Don't be tied down yet early in life.
Nip,
that's what I.
This is a whole
he's
new
on Tinder swiping left, right.
This is a whole new section for Nib right now. Now he's a matchmaker. The great Nib, everybody. Red, thank you for joining us, buddy. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let people know they can find you. Have you started your Twitch streaming yet?
Actually, I will be doing that probably this weekend, actually. So if you guys want, check out my Twitch channel at RedHood420, and also follow me on YouTube. I might be creating content soon on there as well at RedHood420.
Nice.
Twitter, RedHood240.
Let's go, Red.
And there might be some things happening in the pipeline. I've been talking to somebody, and something might happen.
That would be cool.
So we'll see in terms of more content.
Red, we'd love to have you get more content on your channel. Love what you do on Twitch. Like I always said, Red's one of the first people to get me into to even thinking about doing Twitch. So shout out to Red Hood. And I will be asking Red to join us on the show again very soon. Red, great to have you.
You just ask me whenever.
Red, you know damn well I'll be in that DM real quick. I'm going to be like, buddy, I need you on the show. Come on, let's go. So yeah,
that's
anytime.
why I literally made the joke. I was like, Mooch is better to just I give you my number. You just text me because I.
That's true. You don't check X at all.
Notifications disabled.
That's a fair request. I'm down for that, Red. That works for me.
That's probably how he maintains his sanity.
Yes,
right,
dude. I just go on once and then I'm like, okay, cool.
It's entertaining though. That's the thing.
Well, the thing is,
it's
like
toxic
Twitch,
but entertaining.
Twitter is now like for me. I'll just drop a headline and then I'll log off.
Yeah, but that's a special ability, Detzinger. That's almost like your mutant power. That's unbelievable. Like
well,
you're like
Detzinger's special ability on X is to get what's it when the other person's tweet gets more likes? What's it called?
Oh, ratioed.
Yeah, he loves getting ratioed.
well, no, it's the thing is, it's like I formulate a tweet and I'm like, it's like I could have posted like the tweet about the PC build. I could not have mentioned PlayStation, but I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna put it a little bit in there because I know for a fact the same people will be under my post tweeting, and I'm just like, this is glorious because I can just get you to come to me whenever I want. And it's just something it's just funny to me because it's like even a post not about place, like I could post something. I did an example, right? I posted about me liking a game, right? I had 200 views, 2 likes, 1 comment. I mentioned about PlayStation and the PC. I had 700 views, 20 likes, 20 comments, multiple retweets, and I'm like, what are we doing? I express my joy. No one cares.
I like that.
Shit on PlayStation.
Can I say something? I was going to get me like cancelled or something, but I'm just a little hating on even more. But I have to come out with this hot take, right? It's so necessary, right? But you know, people who like don't have a life outside of social media. Like these days, because of the monetization of social media, I feel like I'm less inclined to necessarily know whether to fully buy into these opinions. Because a lot of, we all do it. We troll a little bit, right? And it gets a lot of engagement. But there's some people who have an entire career out of that now, right?
Yeah.
Because like, and without being bad, like I'm not going to name any names, but some of them I know they don't actually have careers and stuff outside of their like YouTube.
Give me an initial real quick.
Red.
So like, and whereas like a lot of people, even us on here, some we might be referred to as fanboys, but we all like actually have careers and things going on and families and everything outside, right?
Yeah.
Even some of the PlayStation cats that a lot of people hate. As far as I am aware, they're like in IT, they're like quite high up. Some of them are coders and, IT technicians and everything. And I think one guy's a business analyst. I know it's not necessarily public knowledge, but I speak to some of them privately and, so I kind of know roughly in what careers different people are in. So those kind of people are like, I know whatever they do on X, it's like, it's not that meaningful for them. Like outside of this, we have, things earning us proper bread, whereas if this was your X personality was your whole life, that would be more concerning because you need that paycheck, right? Like, and it does pay. Like, let's be honest. Like, I remember a few hit tweets and stuff. Like, I think like my last before I bought the house or whatever. Like, because I was more active. They haven't been tweeting much. There was a couple of tweets I made, and I remember that particular 2-week fortnight. My payout was like $500.
Yeah. And
$500, fine. If you like have a career and stuff and business or whatever, it might not be too much. For some people, for 2 weeks, $500 is going to make a difference, right?
Yeah, it's a big difference.
So you would be more compelled to make those kind of edgy or, those kind of tweets that garner that reaction.
Yeah, it gets that reaction.
And
that's right.
I think, the public just needs to be aware that you need to keep in mind that the people espousing these views, they do get clicks and money from it. So just as you might not trust, for example, a journalist or review outlet because they're getting like, promo copies or gifts or whatever, treat random people on the internet, including me and including Mooch the same way. Like we could have our own financial benefits as well for saying the things that other people are saying. So just keep that in mind.
Well, because I make the tweets and I don't even have premium. I just do it for the love of the game.
Yeah, I don't have premium either.
I do it for the love of the game. I don't even monetize it because I could probably make some good money.
He just likes trolling for free.
I just love doing it because it's just enjoyable. Because I could drop a tweet and then I'll come back like 6 hours later and I'll be like, "Oh, well, let's have a look what happened."
Yeah, because think about it. Like, if I would not be. Because doing other stuff, I would not be taking a break from X. Because if you really needed the money, you fucking need that $500. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you keep busting out trollish tweets and negative tweets, and it's so easy to make money on X these days. Like, I remember, like even one tweet I made when it was like kind of in that sphere where are video game developers making characters more ugly, to conform. And I remember that shit popped and it had so many views. It's like a few million views or something. And I was like, oh my God, no wonder these people do it, because like it's just easy like hits and conversation, like discourse. It's like low hanging fruit, basically. It's a really weird thing, the way that certain things are so easily monetized now.
So Nib, I just want to say that I had said your outro was 12 minutes. You said, hold my beer. I'm going to take 25 minutes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just put...
Wait, did it originate from them, or was it from the Death Singer too?
Well, it was always Nib. It is.
It is.
Because
it is.
Yeah, because what started it was when I was on the own show, we were talking about PlayStation. I said why I didn't like PlayStation, and Nib went on for like an hour questioning me about my life and my choices. And do I regret any of them or something?
If we weren't towards this late mark, I would have gone into red about his personal. It's just genuinely, it's just out of curiosity. It's like good to know about the people you're talking with, because I don't,
So yeah, Nib is very good at this. By the way, shout out to Star Wars. This is great podcast, Mooch. It's all love. Right back at you, buddy. Appreciate it. Nib, you're on a performance improvement plan. Death is most improved. Well, there you go, Death Singer. I told you people will start to love you. Star Wars absolutely is a fan.
By the way, blue for me was originally for the bloody character limit, man.
Wait, were you just saying?
I can't type in these fucking small character limit tweets, man. You know me, I do entire theses. So
I know. I noticed you type in chat tonight. I was like, wow, that's not enough. That's not enough characters for Nib. Nib, I'm going to count that thought of yours as your outro, if you don't mind. Because if we go back to Nib, he's going to ask us another question. So what did you do when you were 6 years old, Mooch? All right. So that's what Nib's going to ask. Nib, thank you so much for being on the show, buddy. The great Kofi was with us tonight. Kofi, every first of the month you said you could be here. I said, how about the second Thursday of the month? And you were like, yeah, I think I can do that. I appreciate it, buddy. Kofi might have fell asleep. Kofi, did we lose you? There he is. He's there. Something happened. Kofi!
No, I think his mic picked you up.
Oh, did it?
Maybe.
Yeah, Kofi's probably... I think Kofi...
he's knocked out.
Kofi is technically...
He just left.
Kofi is technically on Friday right now. It is Friday for Kofi right now. Shout out to Kofi. Creative Kofi, everybody. He'll be joining us every first Thursday of every month. So shout out to Kofi. Nib, I was only kidding, by the way. Nib, if you have an outro, buddy, please do say it. And I appreciate always you being here because I love the insight. I do like the questions you ask. You do make people creatively think about their answers. And then you deep dive a little bit further, which always gets the truth to come out, which I appreciate. Nib, let people know they can find you, buddy, and thank you.
Like I often say, don't follow me, don't find me.
Don't ever follow me. I love it.
I'm going to take Red's advice and just maybe I need to detox off social media and just play games.
Well, I think honestly, we have so many games, Nib. Now this may be the time to decongest for both of us. I'm with you. Shout out to Kofi. Kofi did have to leave. There's Kofi right there. Death Singer as well. Great podcast, Death Singer. Me and you started in the pre-show, and here we are 4.5 hours later, buddy. We were off by 2.5 hours. That's a simple mistake, simple rounding error on both of our parts. Death Singer, great conversation tonight, buddy. Let people know where they can find you, and thanks for being here tonight.
I love being here, fuck the chat. It's all love. But hey, it's yeah, it's great always having Red Hood on, and you know, it's someone who actually understands my taste in gaming. You know,
Yes,
it's always nice to have someone who's known me and knows where I'm coming from when I talk about RPGs. So it's, you know, it's always.
But you never talk about all the games you play. What about Leisure Suit Larry and all those?
I mean, to be no one.
I've seen your Steam ID.
Yeah, I mean, you can have a good look. Trust me, I got some games on there though. Yeah. But what I do in my spare time is nothing to do. Like
that's right.
The version of Stellar Blade I play is not the version you play. So you know, it is what it is. So yeah, I do what I do.
Well, we appreciate you being here, Death Singer. Guys, we're going to be back next Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern. And also want to take a second real quick. Saturday, 11 a.m. Eastern Time, over on twitch.tv, M00CHTV. I'm going to be over there with Blaze 4K and Lazy Vibes. I don't know if we're starting the Dark Souls 3 run we're going to do, or if we're going to be doing a little bit more Battlefield 6. And maybe Battlefield 6, we'll see. And maybe I can talk to the guys into doing one more half stream of Marathon. They're probably not going to do it. But nonetheless, it'll be great. It's a lot of fun. Great banter back and forth. But again, please hit the like button on the way out. It means a world to me. Thanks again for the super chats. And we'll see you next Thursday. Everybody, enjoy your night. Go play some games. Peace out. Good night.
Peace.
Peace.